Chapter 1917. What did they want to do? Shi Hunlin shuddered and asked, was it an attempt to create an entirely new race and life? After speaking his mind, he quickly added, the heaven would never allow such a thing. Life creation would definitely incite a disaster, a tribulation not inferior to the heavenly execution. He thought about many things at this moment. After all, as a high god, he had contact with many things to broaden his knowledge, unlike weaker beings. Eventually, a dreadful legend came to his mind with questionable authenticity. However, he didn't dare to think or ask more about it since it pertained to too many things, such as the origin, wise sages, and all the races. No race was spared from being involved in this legend. Thus, he rather feigned ignorance instead of pursuing its validity. He wasn't the only one in history who chose to do so. Other high gods and even emperors didn't want to face it. As for the juniors present, they didn't come up with something of this level since it was beyond them at this moment. The Forsaken Bloods want to return to their root? What is their goal? He murmured again. Just ignore them. Li Chia chuckled, a few things are beyond anyone's grasp, especially the monstrous things hiding in the dark. Rumble. Suddenly, a large fleet has arrived and also anchored by the cliff. The War Monarch's fleet, a full branch even, what do they want? Someone asked in astonishment. This great fleet was indeed from the War Monarch clan, evident by the insignias on the ships. Heavenly Phoenix Princess and Jean Gu were standing on one of them. The fleet also had an armored legion within. Each member had an opposing aura, resulting in a flood of steel that could sweep through the world. It was quite mighty. This is the great army of the War Monarch clan under the princess' control. Many were surprised to see this. Jean Ge's eyes were as bright as divine lamps. He stared straight at Li Chia. Fellow Daoist Li, I wish to fight you before becoming an emperor. It is time to settle our feud. Jean Gu declared. Everyone could clearly hear his challenge. All eyes were on the two since their feud was very well known. The spectators were eager to see a fight already. We can do that whenever, no rush. Li Chia leisurely said. I'm afraid that once I become a grand emperor, my victory will be a hollow one. Jean Gu said, you might have impeccable techniques, but once I'm a grand emperor, I'm sure I'll be able to dominate you outside of the Buddhist plane. You won't be able to take me on then. Don't be so sure. Li Chia smiled and said, since you are so confident, then go shoulder the heavens' wills, then come and challenge me. Right now, you won't be able to witness my true invincibility. I am giving you a chance to do so, become an emperor first. The crowd gasped after hearing this. Many believed that Jean Ge's ascension was inevitable. But now, Li Chia said that only by becoming an emperor would Jean Gu be able to challenge him? That's some confidence. Jean Gu fell into a silence as if pondering Li Chia's statement. The princess standing next to him grabbed his hand tightly and nodded her head. The two of them didn't need words, just their gestures alone spoke volume. Very well, if fellow Daoist believes so, then I won't dare to overestimate myself. Wait until I become an emperor, I will see your invincibility myself. I'll be waiting. Li Chia smiled. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't be able to restrain themselves right now. They had a great army and an amazing backing. There was no need to fear anyone, including an emperor. Under this absolute advantage and seeing their father and brother's murderer, anyone else would have commanded the army to attack for vengeance. However, the princess didn't do so. Despite possessing the military authority, she set her personal hatred to the side and valued her husband's ascension more. Even if her husband wanted revenge, she wouldn't ask him to do so since it was a risk towards his imperial path. Her personal feud was not worth it, in her mind. Fellow Daoist, we'll meet again at the top. Jean Gu cupped his fist towards Li Chia and solemnly said. Li Chia simply nodded and didn't say anything else. Rumble. The legion on the fleet gathered together and followed Jean Gu into the wildland. What are they doing? Jean Gu want to reach the deeper areas. Some speculated. No one knew his purpose. Some guessed that he came to find treasures while others thought he wanted to fight. He wants to become an emperor, Li Qie said while looking at the army. What? I haven't seen the signs of the heavens' wills gathering, Wu Fengming said. She didn't notice that her tone had become much gentler. Here, one can directly open the heaven, no need for the gathering, Li Qie said. But it's so dangerous here, they might lose their entire army. The princess was puzzled. This army might seem monstrous, but it wasn't enough to do anything in the ferocious wildland. 2 reasons. Li Qie explained with a smile, because he had given up one chance, so the second time won't be easy. He is ambitious enough to want to shoulder 4 wills at a time. Thus, he requires the help of this place. Secondly, emperors do not want to come into being. He stared at the sky and said, they are all afraid of the heavenly execution, but that's not the case in this place. This is why so many emperors gather here. So Jingu actually managed to invite his clan's emperors to be his Dao protectors? That's quite incredible. He'll be able to do it for sure with their help. Wu Qi understood and said enviously. These emperors are going all out here in order to help Jingu become an emperor. Li Qie chuckled. Given his strength and the protection of his emperors, it would be hard for him not to become one. Shi Hunlin nodded. Looks like the only variable is how many wills he'll get. In the 13 continents, emperors had 3 chances of shouldering the heavens' wills. 4 was the max. This was dependent on their own strength. Due to the ambush last time robbing Jingu of his ascension, both he and the clan were much more prudent this time. Failure was not an option for them because after failing 2 times, there was essentially no chance for a third. Because of this, the clan mustered all of its effort to invite their surviving emperors to help Jingu. Even though he was a descendant, it wasn't that easy to ask an emperor to come out. In fact, this was a rare exception. One could only imagine the effort they have spent to do so. Chapter 1918. Li Qie smiled and said after the army had entered the wildland, let's go, time to broaden your horizon. He exited Eternal afterward. Finally, I'm coming for the treasures and fortunes, all are mine. Wu Qi laughed heartily and ran out like the wind. The rest also followed Li Qie and were much calmer compared to Wu Qi. First, it was Jin Ji's army. Now, it was Li Qie's group. This emboldened the crowd, so many began to enter as well. The juniors in Li Qie's group took a deep breath. The air here gave them a different and unimaginable feeling. After inhaling, there seemed to be something burning, not in the lung but the soul. Something was cruelly heating their soul, causing a deep-rooted pain to emanate. All the visitors felt the same way, this ominous pain of the soul. What's going on? Wu Qi was scared out of his mind. I feel like someone is ripping out my chest. Li Qie walked on the muddy ground and answered, it is a wail of lament, cries of anguish bemoaning a fate worse than death from trillions of dead beings, never entering the reincarnation cycle or see the light of day. Even time can't get rid of them. Wail of lament. Wu Qi shuddered after hearing this because this was indeed the feeling going on in his mind. The wildland was both vast and magnificent. However, it was shrouded by dust storms and fog. The storm wasn't gray in color but black with a violet shade. Even the mud on the ground carried this peculiar hue, one resembling the color of dried blood. As one breathed in and sniffed carefully, they would also find a musky sensation with a faint stench. There's a stench of blood. The princess quickly noticed, then took a look at the sky and ground. Indeed, a very old one that didn't go away. Li Qie nonchalantly said. She looked at the general color of this land and had a terrifying thought, this whole plain is stained with blood? Right, blood once stained this entire world. Li Qie said while looking at the distance. How can that be? This amount of blood would require a massive army attacking the wildland in the past. Wu Qi blurted out. Who says it is the blood of an expedition army? Li Qie replied, it is their own blood, the ones from the epoch. Do elaborate. Wu Fengming said with surprise. It's very simple, just a harvest. His eyes became profound. It was a golden age with prosperity and peace, one worthy of praises. However, at the apex of that epoch, when everyone thought that it was the height of their civilization, in just one night, someone harvested the lives of countless experts, invincible gods, and all beings. A war broke out that ended with the destruction of the Golden Age and heralded a Stone Age. Very few lucky survivors remained. We don't really know what happened, but the survivors began to forget about this whole ordeal. He sighed after telling this story. Who was the Reaper, and why? Wuxia asked. Why? Li Qie looked at him and explained, you're only seeing one era. When you take a look at an epoch as a whole, you will find that this was an ordinary harvest right on schedule. Wuxia didn't expect this answer. Things like this happen again and again during an epoch. An age of prosperity is left with virtually nothing. They struggle to reach prosperity once more, but of course, as the saying goes, what goes up must come down. The harvest will return. Li Qie smiled and said. A type of cycle? Feng joined in. Shi Hunlin understood the mysteries behind the scene, just a farm, the golden era and everything else. An era from weak to strong, it is like you are feeding some cows. When they grow fat and big, it is time to kill. Treating so many beings as livestock? The juniors were stunned in horror. It was quite terrifying and nauseating to imagine themselves in the same situation. A cycle of weak to strong to a harvest, until the end of that era. Li Qie commented. Who harvested that era? A god or devil? The princess asked. No gods or devils in this world, it is all in the heart. They themselves did it. Li Qie said emotionlessly. They harvested themselves? Everyone did that? How come no one tried to stop it? Feng had to ask. There is no savior in this world. Li Qie smiled. He had said this phrase too many times, so it became second nature. Nevertheless, this nonchalant statement did carry underlying facts. Only the princess really took in the phrase because she had heard it multiple times. Feng had a different reaction. She shuddered and felt her scalp tingling. There are no brave warriors. No saviors. Wuxia didn't accept it. After all, he came from an imperial lineage and believed that his ancestral emperors would come to save them in time of trouble. Warriors? Li Qie was in the mood. Have you heard the story about a warrior turning into a dragon? What story? Wuxia didn't understand. There was an evil dragon, demanding a village to offer it a virgin every year. Brave warriors tried to kill it each year, but all have died. In one year, a warrior walked on the path to slay the dragon again. However, a village quietly followed him this time. Inside the nest, the village saw countless treasures and that the warrior had killed the dragon with his sword. He then sat on the dragon's corpse and stared at all the dazzling treasures. Scales slowly grew on his body, then a tail, and he finally turned into an evil dragon. He went on to conclude, however, I do want to add that the warriors won't necessarily kill the dragon before becoming one themselves. Just looking at the treasures alone could turn them. Li Qie gently sighed at this point. Shi Hunlin wistfully murmured, many cycles causing blood and anguish to blot out the sky. No wonder why this stinging pain exists in the wildland. The hatred and wails won't go away. The juniors wondered how long this harvest cycle had lasted and how much blood was required to stain this entire world. They naturally became creeped out and thought that this was even more terrorizing than hell. Wuxia shuddered and asked, what were they harvesting? Just riches and treasures? When you're standing at the apex, you think you will care for any treasure? It is all for survival. Li Qie revealed. Survival? Wuxia couldn't connect the dots. No point in thinking about it now. When you reach that level, you will understand. Being aware of it will only stress you out. Just work hard, and when that day comes, everything will be clear. Li Qie looked at Wuxia, who was lost in thoughts, and leisurely said, Chapter 1919. Even though the group continued on behind Li Chia, the atmosphere has become quite heavy. No one said anything because his tales were still looming in their mind, though they did have a different opinion about it. One thing was for certain, the future was definitely ominous. There was a crowd building up in the wildland. Despite being aware of the dangers, no one would easily give up the chance for a visit. It had the best treasures that would benefit someone for a lifetime. Moreover, they didn't come alone. Strength in number gave them courage since some groups had high gods as well. They began searching for fortunes and treasures. To a certain extent, greed was completely understandable due to the level of treasures found here. Some of the items could even suppress imperial weapons. How could people not feel their heart beating faster from just thinking about them? It was beyond personal gains, even their sect would benefit from it. This was the reason why so many adventurers came to the wildland all along. Of course, they were true experts with no lack of high gods and emperors. There were already many people here already outside of the passengers from Eternal. A few true experts were guarding certain places because it wasn't their first time here. They knew where the treasures were from previous experiences. While Li Chia's group was crossing a sand dune, there was another squadron with several hundred people. The sand suddenly caved in and all of them got swallowed. Miserable screams echoed from the hole. With a buzzing noise, the sand came together again and the hole disappeared. It was a pitiful end for these experts. Damn! There's a monster down there. Wuxia faltered several steps back and said in shock. If you keep on backing up to the left, then there will really be a monster. Li Chia said flatly while the youth was afraid, we're walking on its spine right now. Keep walking left and another head will eat you alive. Wuxia felt his legs giving in after hearing this. He shuddered and said, Big bro, that's not really funny. Who says I'm joking? Li Chia answered flatly, this is a hibernating beast underground. You want me to wake it up for you to see? No, I'm just kidding. I believe you. Wuxia immediately begged. As they crossed the desert, a buzzing noise came about and countless mist of blood spewed out from the ground. The adventurers here screamed from being melted after making contact with the mist. Their flesh peeled from their body and fell down, piece by piece. In the blink of an eye, they were liquefied and flowed into the ground with the bloody mist. What the hell is that? Jilin Princess, who was safe and sound next to a cliff, became afraid. No wonder why people said that the wildland is too dangerous. It looked like this was indeed the case. If it wasn't for Li Chia, they could have died many times now. Of course, the wildland wasn't crushing all the intruders. Some came sweeping by with an unstoppable momentum. Rumble. A series of explosions blasted across the land. There was a fierce battle waging on a mountain piercing the sky. Two people were fighting there and rampaging across the stony peaks. The earth was being ravaged beneath their might. One was a human while the other was a being whose body was as red as blood. The old human was a high god with a set of 6 totems, allowing him to use the power of anima. With his great armor, he was able to control the momentum everywhere. Each of his techniques had immense power. The bloody being had a human form, but who knows what race it was from. There were bone spurs protruding from his back with a pair of wings. The wings have rotten already, but their flap could still engulf the world in fire. Its weapon of choice was a spear with great agility. It could pierce through the star and the earth with a single thrust. Nothing could stop its sharpness. There was a pagoda near their battlefield. This pagoda was also completely red, seemingly had blood dripping down on the outer walls. It emitted an eternal aura. The two might be fighting over this treasure. Its soaring stream high god, an amazing expert from the last generation. Shi Hunlin immediately recognized him and was surprised. This battle was at a stalemate and wouldn't end anytime soon. Die. The high god took out a towering peak and slammed it on the humanoid being. Meanwhile, the being thrust up its spear towards the peak. Rumble. The spear shattered the peak and continued for the high god. The latter retaliated by forming a madra with both hands before slamming it down. What is that creature? Wuxia was surprised to see this being going evenly against a high god. A wild blood. Shi Hunlin explained, an indigenous race here. Rumor has it that they sleep underground and excavation might wake them up. Once awakened they will fight the adventurers to the death. Are there a lot of them? This prompted the next question from Wuxia. Who knows? But luckily, they can't leave the wildland or it would be really scary because an 11-will Grand Emperor had been killed by them before. Shi Hunlin said. Li Chia added, their only existence is leftover from an old epoch from surviving the disaster. However, they have to live inside their own epoch, never coming out and often in hibernation. The accumulated time wouldn't be kind to them the moment they step out of this place. That's good then. Wuxia heaved a sigh of relief. Speaking of that 11-will Grand Emperor, I'll take you all to see him. Li Chia smiled and stopped watching the contest between the wild blood and high god. The group became excited right away since they have heard of this shocking legend long ago. Finally, the group climbed an exceedingly high mountain. One could see the crevice of the sky and the galaxy on this pinnacle. The Grand Emperor fought over there. Li Chia pointed over yonder. The group followed his finger and saw a massive land ahead with a shattered landscape. It had been flattened completely. Even the orbiting celestials weren't spared. This battle had turned this location into ruins. Moreover, there was a terrible murderous aura permeating the place. Even after millions of years have passed, it was still lingering around and killing all intruders. Even a high god like Shi Hunlin wouldn't be able to withstand it and enter the battlefield. There were thick spears pinning on the ground. It looked like someone was throwing them down from above in order to nail a certain creature underground. Upon closer inspection, they weren't spear but rather large imperial laws. In the middle of the battlefield was an unbelievable ocean of blood. Who knows if the blood belonged to the emperor or the creature? Inside the ocean stood a towering skeleton. Its head was touching the sky while its feet ravaged the earth. Only bones were left due to the withering of time, but it still emitted an untouchable aura of a grand emperor. This emperor had a spear as white as jade. It ruthlessly pierced to the deepest part of the ground, wanting to reach the core itself. It emitted the destructive aura of an emperor with an all-destroying bloodthirst. Chapter 1920. The gods under the heaven would be instantly nailed to death by this jade spear. There was no questioning its murderous property. Even an expert like Jilin Princess or a high god like Shi Hunlin felt their legs weakening while staring at this spear. After seeing the spear, people finally realized where the murderous aura on this battlefield was coming from. The group took a deep breath. Though this emperor had died for who knows how long now, people still had to look up to him. An instinctive sense of respect would come right away and some would have the urge to prostrate. Cycleless Devil Emperor, Hunlin bowed deeply with great reverence, an invincible emperor, only to die away from home. The rest of the juniors followed suit and bowed emotionally as well. It was shocking for an invincible emperor to die here, but the even more astonishing thing was that he still maintained his battle stance. This pose seemed to be telling the world that he was fighting till the very last second. There weren't that many 11-will emperors in all of the 13 continents. Only the top emperors could take someone of this level down. However, his death was certainly proven despite how unbelievable it was. The princess became sentimental because the strongest in her clan, Nightfall Immortal Monarch, also had 11 wills. She was the pride of their clan. She had never seen Nightfall before, but today, the corpse of another 11-will emperor moved her. What the hell killed Cycleless Devil Emperor? Wuxia said with trepidation. He found it hard to believe that anyone could take him down. A supreme overlord from the old epoch. Li Chia said, it could also be considered the ruler of the wild bloods. This battle was incredible and shook the heaven and earth. In the end, the overlord and the emperor took each other down in the last second. The final move of the emperor was to refine his 11 wills into this spear and completely annihilated this overlord, not allowing it to have a reincarnation cycle again. The group was stunned to hear this, as if they could imagine the wondrous battle again, especially the final move of the Devil Emperor. They were fixated on the jade spear. In the beginning, they thought that it was an imperial Dao weapon. Who would have thought that it was made from 11 wills? But in turn, this also showed the desperateness of the situation and the might of his foe, necessitating this final choice. These wild bloods are that strong? The competitive Wu Fengying was startled as well. So many people wanted to become a powerful emperor, but how many actually made it and gained 11 wills at that? This overlord isn't even the strongest one. Li Qie said flatly. What? Wu Qi jumped from fright. Just what thing is stronger than this one? How much stronger can it be? That depends on which blood overlord. If it is the strongest of them all, even a 12-will emperor would want to stay away. Li Qie revealed. The group was naturally astounded by this sentence. Even Hunlin found it astonishing. In their mind, the top emperors were certainly unbeatable, but there were beings that they didn't want to mess with. Just how monstrous were these overlords? Well, what are these overlords? Wu Qi spoke with trepidation. There are characters even stronger than 12-will emperors? Li Qie didn't answer. His gaze wandered into the horizon as if he was piercing through time itself. After a long time, he said slowly, after judging the surrounding area, "You all can take a look here. All the wild bloods are gone after the battle, so there is no danger here. Excavate or whatever and test your luck, see if you can find a thing or two." "And you, young noble?" The princess was surprised. "I'm off to another place." To which he answered before disappearing into the sky. "Sigh, this guy, not reliable at all. Leaving us in this place all alone in this central area. What if some monsters come and eat us?" Wu Qi sighed and tried to be funny. "Pop." Wu Fengying delivered a slap on the back of his head and glared at him. "Even if you don't open your mouth, no one will think that you're dead. Sis, you're really forgetting about your brother after finding a crush. You're not anything now, but you're already taking his side all the time. What happens once you two are actually married? You won't even look at your little bro at that point." Wu Qi quietly pouted. "You keep on running your mouth and I'll rip it off," she shouted with a rosy complexion from both anger and shame. I'll stop. Wu Qi's neck tightened from fear and smiled awkwardly. Shi Hunlin smiled and shook his head after seeing the two siblings. "It is your fortune to be able to follow young nobly. Others don't have this luck. The fact that he even looks out for the two of you might be due to the accumulated karma and blessing of your ancestors." He, senior, I'm curious. Why are you so respectful towards him? You're still a high god with 3 totems, a prestigious character no matter where you go. Does he have some big background?" Wu Qi asked. He was young and carefree, so he didn't read deeper into the situation. "There are countless experts in the world. A minor god like me is nothing, only an ant to a few existences." Hunlin smiled and said, "But I am not in a position to comment on young nobly. What's next is up to your own fortune." Shi Hunlin didn't wish to talk about a character of this level. Although he didn't know of Li Qie's identity, Jilin Princess had warned him, so he knew that this was a supreme overlord, someone he could only look up to. "Let's go and test our luck." The princess smiled and said. She also wanted to change the topic. After all, one shouldn't talk about these overlords. Plus, she wanted to make use of the time and search for their own treasures. At this moment, they were deep in the wildland. This was either near or the central area. Ordinary experts couldn't reach this place at all. If it wasn't for Li Qie leading the way, it wouldn't have been a peaceful journey at all. This place was quite calm because the battle back then was too destructive. All the slumbering wild bloods were gone now, so it was very safe. Wu Qi was very excited and searched everywhere. He looked around all the mountains and even pushed up one of them. "Your dragon citadel has plenty of treasures, no need to force it so much." Shi Hunlin couldn't help but laugh at Wu Qi's attempts. Wu Qi cheerfully smiled back. He, Senior, you don't get me. The imperial weapons from our sect ultimately belong to our forefathers. Even if I will inherit them one day, it won't be my personal achievement. If I can find something here that can suppress those imperial weapons, it would be a glorious matter, a true feeling of success, and a way to earn real respect. It's nice to be young. Hunlin cheerfully replied. Compared to Wu Qi, who was trying too hard, Hunlin was leaving it up to fate. He was only casually searching because he knew if there were really treasures in this place, they were waiting for the fated ones. Someone of his level was very aware of karma and fate. Chapter 1921. Wu Qi's group continued to search, but there was nothing here outside of mud and soil. Sigh, it would be so nice if I could take that spear. Wu Qi swallowed his saliva while looking at the spear created from 11 wills. In your dream. Shi Hunlin shook his head. This type of destruction is untouchable since it's the ultimate move of an emperor before death. It contained the might of the heavens' wills, the emperor's might and intent to fight to the very end. This is the most stubborn of all intents, not to mention us, even a 12-will emperor wants no part of it. The karma of this thing is too much, or someone would have come here to bury the emperor. No one can touch this ultimate murderous attack, that's why the emperor's corpse is still here. He gently sighed at this point. An 11-will emperor was highly respected and had his own descendants. Alas, no one had given him a proper burial in the present day. It wasn't because his children were unfilial but because they were powerless in doing so. The group stared at the emperor again and felt great remorse for the pitiful end of this once great being. Rumble. Suddenly, an imperial aura ravaged the world. A resplendent great path paved out across the sky just like a bridge as if it was made from divine crimson flame metal. Boom! A person walked across this path. Each step shattered the nearby laws. It was a youth seemingly younger than even Wu Qi, around 15 to 16-year-old. Alas, he had a surging imperial aura with the crown of an emperor. He had 3 long swords on his back. They were exuding massive energy with 3,000 Dao floating around each of them, seemingly capable of upholding 3,000 worlds. Though the swords were sheathed, they still gave off the feeling that one slash from them could cut through everything. Each of his steps was enough to crush the world, rendering others out of breath. The weaker cultivators would drop to their knees instantly upon seeing him. This was a real Grand Emperor, but more astonishingly enough, he was here in person, not a Dao avatar. The presence of an emperor made the spectators silly. But strangely enough, this emperor didn't hide his imperial aura at all. He let it ran wild and ravaged the world in an arrogant manner. It gave everyone a negative impression of him. Though emperors were invincible, many didn't have this type of attitude. They were as calm as a mountain. This certainly wasn't the case for this particular one. He was domineering and spirited, doing whatever he wants without any scruple. Oh mother, who is that genius? A grand emperor at such a young age? That's heaven-defying. How come I haven't heard about this imperial bestowment recently? Wu Qi shouted and said. That's wild lad heaven emperor, not one from this generation. Shi Hunlin looked at the emperor traveling away from them and said, after so many years, he is still as arrogant as before. No improvement in his character. Wild lad? I've never heard of this grand emperor. Wu Qi became curious. Bam! Wu Fengying slapped his neck again and gave him a mean glare. That's because you ran off and played while father was teaching us about the history of the emperors in Pure. Wild lad is the most famous grand emperor in Pure, forever recorded in the historical annals. He shouldered the heavens while at 30 years of age. That's quite an accomplishment. Holy crap, at 30? That's a supreme genius then. He must be an 11-will grand emperor? Wu Qi was shocked. No, he only has 1 will. Shi Hunlin shook his head in amusement. What? Wu Qi almost got drowned by his saliva after hearing this. He eventually regained his wits and said, Senior, are you kidding me? A grand emperor at 30 is peerless. Even the emperors from our citadel can't match that. How could there be an emperor with only one will in this world? No way. Remember that emperors had 3 chances to shoulder the heaven's will. For example, someone as talentless as Holy Emperor still had 3 wills. Thus, how could this genius only end up with one? That's why he'll always be remembered in history as an unprecedented and unreplicable emperor with 12 palaces but only one will. I'm pretty sure no one has accomplished this before, not just limited to pure but all 13 continents. Wu Qi was slack-jawed from hearing this, 12 palaces but only one will. That's so illogical. Mortal reversion ancient god ordered for his death, is that true? Feng Ying asked a different question. She was aware of the emperor's tales. Yes, mortal reversion ancient god gave that order which led to the current situation, a unique marvel across the ages. It's already amazing that he is still alive right now. Hun Lin happily explained. Well, what had actually happened? Senior, tell me already. Wu Qi felt the curious bug biting him. It's your fault for sneaking out during the history lessons. Feng Ying glared at him again, to which he only responded with an awkward smile. Sure, Hun Lin didn't mind at all. He found a place to sit down and elaborated. Wild Lad was an amazing genius from an imperial lineage with 3 emperors. He showed incredible talents at a young age. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Jin Gu and Ren Sheng would be completely overshadowed by him. To that extent? Wu Qi was shocked. Both Jin Gu and Ren Sheng were top talents in the contemporary, but they were still inferior to him? Only the word devilish could be used to describe his talents then. At the tender age of 10, he finished cultivating all the merit laws of his 3 grand emperors. At 15, he was simply untouchable. Yeah, you tell me. Hun Lin said. So devilish. Wu Qi had to admit. Everything went smoothly for the emperor since he was unstoppable even before shouldering the heaven's will. Opponents were easily defeated, those from the same generations couldn't compete at all. As for the older experts, he only needed to cultivate for 10 days or so before immediately catching up and beating them. Due to his talents and easy path, he became imperious and looked at the world in disdain. His attitude has always been the same, as you can see earlier, arrogant and blatant. Hun Lin shook his head in disapproval. Well, can you really blame him? Anyone would act arrogant like that if they were in his shoes. Same for me too. Wu Qi stated. Yes, an easy life is not always a good thing. Hun Lin nodded. At the age of 30, on the verge of shouldering the heaven's will, he did have a particular rival, but he annihilated this genius and also the guy's sect, completely fearless at this moment. In his craziness, he raped a lucky survivor, a human girl, from the sect. Hun Lin paused for a moment before continuing. On the 2nd day, he went to obtain the heaven's wills. This is actually a very tiny matter, but no one expected that this girl had the bloodline of mortal reversion ancient god. She then went to find the ancient god. Mortal reversion ancient god, Wu Qi said, from our 100 races, the 4th person in the world to have 12 totems, the pride of the demon race. Yes. Sure, Hun Lin confirmed, even though her bloodline was very distant from the ancient god, separated by countless generations, but the ancient god became furious after finding out and ordered for Wild Lad's head. Meanwhile, the young emperor had only gotten one heaven's will. Everyone believed that he could get 4 this time, but the generals under the ancient god interrupted, so he had to give up. 1. Characters for crazy/arrogant/wild and the one for young master. This is a very common title for modern CN novel. For example, Unbeatable, Wild Lad, or something like that. Lad keeps it short. I tried Wild Child too, but that one looks weird. Wild Master is weird too, missing the age aspect. Chapter 1922. Despite the ascension process being cut short, Wild Lad Heaven Emperor was still strong enough and managed to survive. Why? His ancestors and the Heaven race believed that he could become a Grand Emperor with 12 wills, so 3 Grand Emperors of his clan went to protect him, knowing that mortal reversion ancient god had given the kill order. Shi Hunlin became excited with his blood boiling at this part of the story. That move completely angered the ancient god. He personally took action and defeated the 3 Grand Emperors. Nevertheless, under the escort of his ancestors, the young emperor got away. Alas, the ancient god didn't let this go and continued his pursuit. The 4 emperors running away were completely bloodied. 1 against 4 Grand Emperors? Mortal reversion ancient god is so heaven-defying then, he must be unbeatable. Wu Qi felt the same excitement and pride coursing through him. Indeed, he isn't only an ancient god but also a great demon with the human monarch bloodline. Some even considered him the second coming of 6 Dao monarch. Keep in mind, the ancient god had also fought against Wave Emperor and survived. From this, you can just imagine his formidable might. Against Wave Emperor, Wu Qi took a deep breath. Wave Emperor was a legend. He came from the devil race, the 7th to have 12 wills. However, his biggest achievement wasn't his 12 wills. It was using 11 palaces to shoulder 12 wills. This broke the law of 1 will per palace. He was the only one in the world back then who could do so. Unfortunately, he fell to the heavenly execution later, or his status today wouldn't be less than World Emperor and his peers. Thus, the fact that mortal reversion ancient god could fight against Wave Emperor was definitely a proud achievement to the 100 races. Then how did Wild Lad Heaven Emperor avoid this disaster? Wu Fengming asked. The Celestial Court. Hunlin was still staring at the direction of the emperor and said, "That's what I heard. A few grand emperors from this organization came out to beseech for the young emperor. Outsiders don't know the details, but his clan paid up a large number of resources. Plus, the young emperor was no longer allowed to get more heaven's wills. Mortal reversion ancient god finally stopped after these conditions." The group was very wary of this name. Everyone in the 13 continent knew that the Celestial Court was the biggest pillar of the Heaveners. Some even said that the court was the origin of the entire race. Very few dared to provoke this organization. It would only involve itself on grand matters relating to the heaven race. Even emperors were quite careful when dealing with this group as well. But mortal reversion ancient god is still very amazing. The princess emotionally stated. Even before the Celestial Court, the ancient god still demanded great reparation from Wild Lad Heaven Emperor's clan on top of sealing his future. The court wouldn't give someone else the same amount of respect. It's because he's an ancient god that can fight against a 12-will emperor. Shi Hunlin nodded. The young emperor's talents were truly impeccable, that's why the entire race had such hope for him. The Celestial Court most likely felt the same way, that he could obtain 12 wills. But after the mess with mortal reversion ancient god, the court probably gave up then. If it was any other genius, the court probably wouldn't have interfered in the first place because this ancient god is very influential and beloved by the 100 races. He became slightly pensive after stating this. In the past, the court wouldn't give a damn about the 100 races, but after Emperor Hunt, the 100 races' status soared. In some generations, they were even more brilliant than the 3 races. What a strange grand emperor. Wu Qi finally concluded. An ultimate genius eventually ended up being an emperor with just 1 will. Shi Hunlin smiled and shook his head. Alas, Wild Lad Heaven Emperor still didn't change after so many years. He's still as arrogant and pompous like before. The group contemplated. Some other emperors might just be as arrogant, but they wouldn't express it in such an explicit manner. Perhaps the young emperor became this way due to his lack of challenge and failure early on in life. All the other emperors had to struggle and break through countless difficulties before finally proving their grand Dao to become an emperor. As for Wild Lad, he only needed 1 move to defeat his peers. Moreover, his cultivation speed was too fast as well. Those stronger than him yesterday would go down to him on the next day. This genius had never tasted bitterness, so he became an emperor lacking vision and calmness. A series of explosions resounded not long after the emperor's arrival. Many cultivators were running in that direction right behind the emperor. What are they doing? Wu Qi asked. Are they trying to ride his coattails and get some treasures? Could be true. Emperors wouldn't easily leave their grottos, so his sudden appearance here might mean that he wants something, perhaps an immortal treasure. Hunlin speculated, there are too many secret treasures buried here, following someone could give more clues. That's right, the emperors can eat meat and small fry like us can have some leftover too. Plus, having one open the way will make it quite safe. Wuxi's eyes lit up. Senior, should we tag along too to see what the young emperor is digging? We won't be stealing anything, just broadening our horizon is good enough. He immediately got close to Hunlin and asked. Wu Fengying immediately glared at him, you go alone then. Didn't you hear young Nobly? He wants us to wait here for him. Oh. Where did my proud sister run off to? Wuxi immediately mocked, since when did you become so obedient? I didn't know you were such a good child. You. Being teased by her brother like this left her embarrassed, but she quickly rubbed her fist, seemingly ready to give him a brutal beating. The scared youth instantly hid behind Hunlin. Meanwhile, Jilin Princess was quite amused by these two siblings. Wuxi didn't give up and grabbed Hunlin's arm. Senior, we're only going for a look, maybe the young emperor will find some amazing treasury. If that's the case, we can go back and report it to young Nobly. Fine, we'll just go for a quick glance and return. Hunlin lost to the eager youth. Plus, he wanted to see what the young emperor was aiming for anyway. In the end, the group also traveled towards the emperor's direction. The juniors were relatively at ease because there was a high god like Hunlin with them. Senior, I'm curious about something, may I ask you a question? Wuxi smiled along the way. Stop being so weird. I'll think about answering as long as it isn't something despicable. Hunlin gave him the side eye. This high god didn't posture at all and got along very well with the juniors. This lowly one only wants to ask, Senior, are you stronger than Wild Lad Heaven Emperor? Of course, I'm merely curious. Wuxi smiled and asked. The two women became attentive right away after hearing the question. The topic of strength between high gods and emperors had always been hotly debated. Of course, this was limited to the low-level ones. There was no point in debating someone at world emperor's level versus a high god. Many thought that a high god with a set of 5 to 6 totems was as strong as an emperor with 3 wills, since if there was a gap between these two, it would be quite minimal. I'm only a minor god, can't reach the apex. I can't compare to the emperors. Hunlin humbly answered without any hesitation. Of course, the group didn't believe him entirely. He was still a high god with a set of 3 totems. This was a great advantage since he was much stronger than one with 3 totems but not in a set. Chapter 1923, Uncle Lin, the ancestors in my clan all praise you as a powerful high god, one that could even exceed 4 totems. Please tell me. The princess coquettishly asked after hearing the humble response. Your old men are too kind. Hunlin said, there are too many stronger than me in this world, especially the emperors with their heaven's wills. Our totems can't compare to that, even if they were in a set. We won't talk about the emperors, just Wildland Heaven Emperor. Wuxi didn't give up. The other juniors were curious as well. This topic has always been hotly debated, but they wished to listen to a high god himself. It would be much more convincing. If we're only talking about one heaven's will, then I'm a bit confident. After all, an emperor must have 3 before grasping the mysteries of the 4 symbols in the palace and anima. Hunlin pondered for a bit before answering, with my set of 3, I can take on one with a single palace. Alas, Wild Lad Heaven Emperor is an exception since he's a special case, it's too hard to gauge him. This is because his talents are too great, many ultimate laws are nullified by him after a quick moment, he would be able to see through the openings and deliver a fatal blow. I heard many 1 to 2 totems high gods have fallen to him, even some with 3. Hunlin was still being very conservative. All in all, I'm still pretty confident in going all out. Even if I can't defeat him, he can't do anything to me either. The juniors were sure that Hunlin was still being humble in his response. Then how many totems are needed in order to fight an emperor with 3 wills? Fengying asked. There's no standard for this. Hunlin explained, emperors with 3 wills also have a disparity in power, different weapons, bloodlines, and Dao. For example, if you have a heaven punishment weapon or the opponent has a high heaven scroll, it will change everything. For example, Star Stomper High God who appeared recently, his 9 cauldrons bloodline is interesting. Though I haven't fought him before, in my personal opinion, his set of totems and bloodline could allow him to fight a high god with a set of 11 totems. Hunlin continued. Let's talk about Wild Lad Heaven Emperor now. He might only have 1 will but his talents are virtually peerless. Moreover, his 3 swords are prenatal imperial weapons. Thus, he should be able to fight against an emperor with 2 wills. Those who can become an emperor usually start at 3 wills. If an emperor only had 2, it showed that his background was inferior and had given up at least 1 ascension process. Thus, his resources should not be a match for others, such as Wild Lad Heaven Emperor. Therefore, to a certain extent, the young emperor is not weaker than one with 2 wills. Hunlin patiently analyzed the situation to the 3 juniors. Then what about Holy Emperor? He has 3 wills. Just how strong is he? The princess thought of another unique emperor. I don't know. Hunlin shook his head. I have never seen Holy Emperor before, but he's a legend, not only because he is a great model but also due to his Dao heart. He is respected by someone like World Emperor, surely there is a reason for this. Few in this world have seen him in action, so it is hard to have any conclusion about his power. I do believe that although Holy Emperor's talents are lacking, but he has an advantage unavailable to other emperors from experience and years of polishing. He is certainly stronger than other 3-will emperors, but as for the exact extent, I simply don't have a guess. Plus, even if some emperors want to fight, they wouldn't pick a legend like Holy Emperor anyway. The group nodded, agreeing with his logic. After leaving the others, Li Qie traveled through half of the wildland to reach an extremely desolate area, rarely reached by others. It was a tiny mound, completely inconspicuous in the sea of towering mountains. But if one were to be attentive enough, they would definitely take note of it for a very simple reason. The mud in the wildland is all black from dried blood. As for this mound, the mud around it was of an ordinary black color. The 2 shades were similar, but the difference was indeed there. It meant that this place had never been stained with blood. Li Qie climbed up on it and stood before a large boulder of a gray color, only as tall as a man. It was also common enough and shouldn't draw any special attention. He placed both hands on it and slowly closed his eyes as if sleeping. After a long time, tiny symbols emerged on it and flowed into his hands like spirit snakes before disappearing altogether. Buzz. Waves of fluctuation appeared on the boulder and he disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, he was standing in the hallway of an ancient palace. He took a deep breath and basked in the aura of this place. Saint, I'm here to see you. Li Qie said. Boom. In this split second, a decrepit hand came out of nowhere and grabbed him by the neck, pushing him into the wall. Li Qie was unperturbed at the sudden development and said flatly, Old man, this won't scare me. If I was an outsider, I wouldn't have come so politely. With the end of his sentence, the hand suddenly disappeared back to its unknown location. Li Qie chuckled and tidied his robe before walking down the hallway. At the end was a massive main hall propped up by many stone pillars. It was unadorned without unnecessary decorations, not even paintings on the walls. There was no throne in the middle either, only a circular seat made out of hemp. An old man sat on it without moving at all, as if this has been the case for millions and millions of years. He wore a robe that was once gray. Now it was white from the beating of time. Nevertheless, it was still clean without a speck of dust. His hair was also gray, draping down on his shoulders. They were dried and seemed to be dead completely. There were 2 wings growing to the back of his ribs. However, they were withered as well. The feathers were gray without any radiance. They drooped down, unable to lift themselves up. He sat there with his eyes closed. Someone would even mistake him for being dead for countless years now. Li Qie smiled and took out another hemp seat to sit down in front of him. Your place's holy aura is quite weak now. Li Qie looked around and commented after sitting down. The old being finally opened his eyes. Strands of light spewed out like the birth of 3,000 new worlds. However, these strands quickly disappeared, revealing his aged eyes. They were muddled, no longer able to see the world clearly. Are you not afraid of me changing? His feeble voice sounded like he was on the verge of death. Change? How? Li Qie chuckled in response. Your Tao heart has been polished for more half of an epoch. You persevered in the cruelest years and didn't change during the destruction of your epoch. What's the point of changing now? It's no longer your world. That's true. The old man murmured and finally took a good look at Li Qie. I see. Not only do you have your real body in this generation, but you also have several heavenly scriptures. Only external items for support. My Tao heart is the thing that shall eternalize me. Li Qie smiled. Unfortunately, how many wise sages can be like you and not forget their original intention? As more time passed, it becomes easier to forget oneself, or how one used to look like during youth. The old man softly said. But you haven't forgotten, not even death could take that from you, the never giving up saint. Li Qie said. Chapter 1924. The old man smiled. His aura was gentle and just as he said, long time no see, old friend. Long time no see, old friend. Li Qie was relaxed and in good mood. Time can take away everything, but not our Tao heart. The path is endless, only your Tao heart will be able to see the dawn. Your world and epoch are on your shoulder, my friend. The old man said. Li Qie smiled. You're overthinking it. You are you and I am me, a saint and a devil. You are a savior while I'm only a passerby. Vast the world may be, it means nothing to me. That's only your own opinion. The old man said, I was born as a saint to fight against the darkness and save the world while you are mad. Your only goal is the final battle. Alas, ultimately, our different paths have the same destination. Li Qie didn't contest this point. The two of them were like brothers, finding each other quite close because they were the same type of people. There was a saying that describes the two of them, friendship is not limited by age. The two of them were alike with an extremely firm Tao heart. They spent more than half of an epoch for their own goals. They gained much and lost more, but there was no looking back. They heroically marched forward without regrets. This old man was considerably older than Li Qie. He was a lucky survivor from a distant epoch, but the two of them spoke as if they were on the same level. I'm afraid I won't last for much longer. Too many years have passed. The old man said with a warm tone. Don't worry, the holy light in this place is fading, but your divinity will keep you alive without a problem. Li Qie smiled. Alive I may be, but no different from a rock. I have let go of all things, outside of one stubborn intent. The old man said. Who could actually do so? Li Qie replied. The two of them became silent because this topic was too heavy. It had been hounding them for nearly an epoch. Earlier, I told my company about the tale of a warrior turning into an evil dragon. Li Qie broke the silence. They know of the transformation, but they don't know the fate of the villager who followed him. Everyone has a different end. The old man seemed to have accepted everything. I'm not the only one who have found out that secret, and not the only one to witness it all in person. Being aware is still useless. But you're the only true saint. Li Qie said, there are those who know of the secret, but how many actually resisted? Even if they were to fight, who would be like you, wasting more than half of an epoch without giving up? He looked at the old man and continued, that's why you are a saint, while the other wise sages turned into lackeys or evil dragons. Many wise sages turned into bones too, on this path. The old man replied with a tinge of disappointment. Li Qie nodded, yes, but there is no victory, no dawn, without death. My epic is done for. Though they have taken roots in this broken place, there is no way of prolonging it. But there is still a chance for you and your epic to strike against the heaven. As long as you win, your epic will go on. Everything else will only be history then. Or maybe when that day comes, spirits will lament and specters howl, unable to enter the reincarnation cycle. Serenity will come again and it will disappear on the river of time. Otherwise, everyone will keep on hesitating and the darkness will never disperse. The old man's expression became wistful. Perhaps. Li Chia smiled. I don't think about these things. The only thing on my mind is to pierce the heaven, never giving up until death. Only to fight to the end, the result doesn't matter. No, you must return triumphantly. The old man became serious. In all of your epic, if you were to fail, then there would be no hope. Even though there have been those who tried in your epic, no one has been so thorough like you. At best, they were only worried about themselves. If you were to die at the end of the world, your epic will surely fall into darkness. The blood cycle will start until the destruction. Li Chia shook his head. I can't save the world and the heart of the people. I'm afraid I can't become someone like you. But you can save yourself. There is no returning from the final battle without winning. Your soul will continue to be tormented by the river of time. Look at it, so many wise sages are drowned in despair right now. Even after dying, your hellbent desire won't disperse. It will be there, screaming for an eternity. That's why you must win in order to save yourself. The old man had a profound glare since he had a deep understanding of this issue. Winning has always been on my mind. Li Chia eventually responded. I'm sure. The old man nodded. This confident belief is the reason why you have made it to this point. Perhaps if you have a heart ready to kill like me, maybe you would have been able to end the cycles of your epic and it will still be here right now. Li Chia smiled. A while ago, Li Chia was telling the juniors about the cycles of an epic, from prosperity to the reaping. Some tried to resist before, but in the end, the result was similar to the tale of the warrior and dragon. Of course, there were exceptions, like this old man ahead. He was like the villager, understanding the secrets of the cycles. He knew why his race's top masters were harvesting their own citizens. He was the one who resisted during that bloody era. After many generations, he remained unyielding and untouchable. Alas, he still failed in the end. Their epic fell into darkness until the great sundering. No redo in this world. The old man quietly said, but I do want to give you an advice, be wary of your companions. The wise sages that have struggled all along might be the ones backstabbing you at the final moment, but I'm sure you are aware of this. His expression became grave. In fact, warriors weren't the only ones who turned into evil dragons, even the wise sages would eventually falter. Back in his epic, the old man nearly ended the reaping cycles but he failed. The wise sages backstabbed him, his allies who fought the darkness eventually became the dark overlords. I understand. Li Chia said, before the war declaration, I will flatten what I need to, killing those with hidden motivations. I'm not as benevolent like you and certainly won't be repeating your mistake. His eyes flashed with a frightening glare after stating this. The old man nodded. They have experienced the cruelest moment possible in life, so they understood these logics too well. What else can I help you with, my friend? The old man eventually asked. I want to declare an all-out war. Li Chia revealed a faint smirk. Right here in the wildland? The old man's eyes slightly batted. Who is the opponent? Oh. An overlord, but if I were to lie a bit, I would say that it is to flatten the wildland for you, removing your stubborn wish. The truth is that I need an item from this place, so I want a war. I need to bait out the overlord hiding underground and kill him. Only then would I get what I want. Li Chia said with a smile. What do you want? The old man stared at him. His eyes became serious and sharp. I want your epic's paragon artifact. The old man pondered before answering. You should that it is a horrible weapon of destruction and cruelty beyond anyone's imagination. This applies to virtually all Paragon artifacts. Li Qie calmly replied, but since others have these terrible weapons, I need one too. Brutality against brutality, this is the most direct method. Well, you should be ready for the worst. The old man said, I failed before the destruction back then, so I do not know whether this weapon is still here. Anything is possible during that moment. Even without it, they certainly will have something else since they managed to stay alive. A Paragon artifact isn't too crucial. In short, I need enough resources and weapons so that I can quell the chaos. Li Qie said sternly. The old man said, resources and weapons, certainly. They have reaped one epoch after another, even if they have lost some, there should still be a frightening amount left. Chapter 1925. The old man had a dejected expression. His weather-beaten heart was still stirred because the great number of resources was accumulated over many generations from many beings. The entire world became a hellish incubator. He eventually looked at Li Qie and said, what's your military potential? How many emperors in your epoch are on your side for this battle? Not even one, just me alone. Li Qie chuckled. The old man didn't expect this answer. He shook his head in response. You are very amazing, but that's not enough here since I know the overlord you're aiming for very well. Just you and me, will only be heading to our death. No, to be exact, you're the main force on that day, I'll only be supporting. Victory or defeat will be up to you. Li Qie said. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed then. If I could defeat that overlord alone, would have done so long ago. I can't beat him, not even with your help. The old man gently shook his head again. Don't forget, we have two peerless Tao hearts between you and me, what power do you think will result from this? Li Qie calmly said, it will certainly bring you back to your peak state, then double it. Now, think about it, is this enough to defeat him? The old man was indeed moved and carefully thought about this particular scenario. Let our Tao hearts be the decider since they have cost us half an epoch. Li Qie proclaimed. The old man halted his rumination and said, with our Tao hearts? It's possible, but I am no longer me in the past. I can't return to my top state, just exerting 50% of my battle potential is the best I can do. I know, that's why I have prepared a gift for you. Li Qie chuckled and took out something from his chest pocket and placed it in front of the old man. I have spent generations and great effort searching for this. This was the elusive heavenly vase, the thing immortal Emperor Qianli left behind for him under the willow tree. The old man took it and opened the cork. There was a golden liquid inside that looked like flowing sand. Moreover, there was something else moving within. It emitted a different golden light than the water in the form of strings. This thing was taken from the secret grotto protected by Di Wei at the imperial border. You actually found this thing? The old man was surprised and looked up at Li Qie after seeing the item. Nothing is impossible for the willing heart. Li Qie chuckled, of course, it won't let you heal completely, but reverting you to your old peak state should be fine, I'm certain of it. We'll see when the time comes. The old man nodded. Very well, then we shall initiate the battle to kill the overlord and fulfill your wish in the process. Li Qie chuckled. The two talked for a long time in order to polish the little details of the coming battle without leaving out a single possibility. After all, they were about to face a terrible being. Even a 12-will emperor might not come out without leaving some limbs behind. After finalizing the plan, it was time for Li Qie to leave. You know, we must win this. The old man said. Li Qie, who was about to leave, looked back and said, if we can't even win this, no point in talking about the final battle. This will only be an appetizer at best. Indeed. The old man agreed. Li Qie started walking, but he turned around and added, old man, you do know that you will die. I know, and you know too. The old man calmly said, how can we win if I survive? In this battle, victory is not the only thing we want, your death is a must too. Li Qie's words seemed quite cold. Yes, the world still need a saint, the ones walking in the light and those hiding in the shadows must be reminded of this. The old man was unperturbed when talking about this issue. Right. Li Qie paused for a bit before speaking. Only by lighting up a saint like you will we be able to illuminate the heart of the people, both those trying to walk forward or those stuck in stagnation. You will be a lamp in the darkness, leading the way and threatening the shadows. Because of this, you came here not only to kill and steal the Overlord's treasure, but you also want me to die in order to illuminate the world. The old man slowly said. That's right, my second goal in coming to the wildland. Li Qie said softly, brave words and beautiful promises are empty and meaningless. In the darkness, both the wavering and those who believe require a light to guide them. You are doing this as preparation for your future battle. The old man stated. That's right. I will be gone in the future. After one epoch after another, will people actually believe in the light? After more sages failed, would anyone believe that there is an end to this path? In the long, tortuous years, no one would dare claim that they are insusceptible to giving up. Because of this, I want to let the future people know that there is a saint in this world. He spent half of an epoch and is still not giving up even after the destruction of his own. As long as the darkness is undying, he is eternal. Light shall pass down for generations, so I must light you up. Li Qie's words were gentle at this point. Someone needs to do this in the end, either you or me. The old man revealed a warm smile. I am a butcher, so let this butcher light your lamp. Li Qie smiled and added, if there is a reincarnation cycle in the future, I might never be a part of it. Who would crave for it? Not you and me. The old man couldn't help but smile. Li Qie nodded and was about to leave again. Dark Crow. The old man called for him, so he turned his head back. You must be successful, tell yourself that. The old man became quite serious, both in his tone and facial expression. Li Qie took a deep breath and pointed at this herd. I shall change everything, the world requires my victory. The old man smiled. See you, Dark Crow. I might not have the chance to say this later. See you, Saint. Li Qie finally left for good this time. He didn't wish for Saint to see his moistened eyes because lighting up Saint was quite similar to lighting him up. They were the same type of people with the same Tao heart, albeit from two different epochs. Saint wanted to save his world while Li Qie wanted to rid his world of evil. One was a savior while the other a butcher. The truth was that they had the same goal. Wildlad Heaven Emperor entered a desolate location in the wildland with peaks piercing the sky like wolf fangs. They looked like a set of teeth, revealing a frightening scene. There was also a bottomless abyss after the mountains, looking as if it was connected straight to hell. The nether winds assaulting the newcomers only gave further validation to this feeling. Though many knew that this was a dangerous location, the ones right behind the young emperor couldn't help entering. They were certain that he was here to find some treasures. Thus, they took the risk to follow in order to pick up the potential scraps left behind. At the same time, they also wanted to see the power of an emperor and the heaven's will. After all, not just anyone could witness an emperor going all out. It would be a life worth living to see this particular spectacle. The juniors, led by Shi Hunlin, have also entered this mountain range. Eventually, the young emperor stopped on one mountain and looked around before speaking. This is it, exactly like the records. With that, with one hand up and the other down, he created a series of explosions causing the earth to quake. Next, he threw down a one-sided imperial banner piercing through the mountain range. After a complete penetration, his aura permeated the entire place. These imperial strands drilled into each inch of the earth before reaching the deepest area. Chapter 1926, Activate. The young emperor shouted and formed a mudra. His imperial aura erupted with echoing laws. Rumble. Non-stop explosions detonated as the imperial banner poured down chaos energy. It engulfed the entire area. Clank. These universal Tao laws twisted together to form the formation of a grand emperor. Buzz. The nailed banner also spewed out a radiance resembling a reversed waterfall. It wasn't flowing out for no reason but gathered instead to form a circle of light encompassing the majority of the mountain range, locking them inside. The others didn't dare to get close to this particular barrier. After all, no one wanted to provoke an emperor, especially one as arrogant as Wild Lad. The other emperors might not be too critical towards juniors, but this wasn't the case here. Wild Lad Heaven Emperor would definitely take action the moment he found someone annoying. Because of his personality, some quietly criticized him for being the most inelegant and close-minded emperor. Break. The emperor was fixated on one peak and made his move. A dazzling golden fist came slamming just like a meteor. Devastating blasts resounded and the peak collapsed with boulders rolling down to the nearby stream from just one attack. One could see a cave beneath everything. It was as dark as black, just like a pathway towards hell. On the fringe of the cave were many ancient runes, seemingly from an older era. Perhaps they were used to seal this cave. Alas, too much time has passed so the runes have lost their power. Under the attack of the young emperor, the runes and the seal were blown away. Cold gales blew by from the pitch-black cave, causing people to shudder. It looked like a primordial beast opening its bloody mouth, capable of devouring any existence instantly. Though they couldn't see the exact situation in the cave, intuition told them that there was something monstrous inside, hence their fear. "Come out, primordial beast!" The young emperor shouted with great spirit. He was indeed very good-looking, one of the finest lads of a generation. His current excitement only boosted his charm even further. Alas, he was lacking the calmness and vision that an emperor should have. After his shout, a pair of eyes suddenly opened in the dark and made the crowd gasp in response. They were flashing with a red glow just like blood. The spectators felt a cold chill as if this beast was prowling on them. Before they knew it, they seemed to have become prey. Clank. Heavy clunking noises came about as if something were pulling on some big chains. Next were immense footsteps that made the area tremble. Just one stomp could probably destroy a mountain. Finally, a beast crawled out of the cave. It was covered in black scales just like a dragon. However, they were covered with wisps of black smoke and lacked the same draconic aura. It consisted of a skull with a series of bone spurs growing from the top down its spine. These long spurs were quite terrifying, especially its blinding whiteness, seemingly capable of piercing through the heart at any moment. This serpent creature slithered around despite having 4 dog-like legs. Its tail resembled an alligator, but the weirdest feature was its large and heavy ears, just like an elephant. It crawled slowly out of the cave, one step at a time, as if it was struggling. This was due to 4 extremely thick iron chains made from unknown metals that would occasionally glow. Boom! 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 The strange beast left behind deep footprints on the broken ground while pulling out the chains. In the beginning, everyone thought that the beast was being imprisoned by the chains, but after more creaking noise, it seemed that it was pulling something quite heavy. What is that? The dragging noise further down the cave confirmed this notion. All eyes were back on the cave, even the emperor was gazing at it intensely. He wanted to peer through the void in order to see the item in the dark. Creak. People finally saw the thing on the other side of the chains. It looked like a bronze coffin at first, but upon closer inspection, it was just a large chest. Just a bit more to take it out. The emperor was ecstatic to see this object. For some unknown reasons, the young emperor didn't want to step inside the cave or to personally pull on that chest. Creak. A sharp grind came to a halt. The coffin was so close to getting out, but the beast seemed to have lost all its power, so the coffin dropped back down to the cave. Roar! The beast howled and strengthened its grip on the ground. With rambunctious noises of stones and debris, 4 deep claw marks were left behind. It finally stabilized the chest, stopping it from dropping before continuing on the initial trajectory. Alas, it was still futile. The coffin was being pulled around inside the cave but looked like it had no intention of leaving. The young emperor became quite tense while watching the struggle of the beast after several successive failures. However, he couldn't help it at all, clearly not wanting to go close to the cave due to having some scruples. Everyone became curious about what was inside the bronze chest. In their eyes, the young emperor came especially for it. What was worth an emperor creating this much commotion? Boom! The beast continued to fail since the chest was resisting and sliding back into the cave. The emperor's eyes turned cold. He waved his sleeve and recalled the banner to open the barrier meant to stop other emperors from stealing his treasure. Fill your stomach and gain strength. He shouted at the beast. Roar! The beast seemed to understand him and howled back. Next, before everyone could react, the beast opened its mouth and its red tongue shot out. Ah! Miserable screams sounded. The tongue pierced through the chest of an expert far away and sucked all of his vitality, leaving only bones left. Poof! 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 The tongue actually split into smaller ones like a bunch of tentacles in the blink of an eye. Ah! More screams echoed across the mountain range. These tentacles began to slay one expert after another and draining them of their life force. Chapter 1927. After sucking the blood of these experts, the beast's scales stood straight up and emitted a red glow, seemingly having recovered some strength. It was licking its mouth still as if it hadn't gotten enough. With another roar, it initiated another offense. Pluff! Its tongue separated again into several dozen tips and headed for the experts even further away. These tips were truly too long, capable of extending an impressive amount of miles away and piercing through these cultivators like spears. Shit, run! The nearby experts finally regained their wits and understood why the emperor dispersed his barrier. He wanted to let the beast feast on all the spectators. In a short time, everyone was scared out of their mind and tried to run. Ah! Another 10 fell to the monster's tongues. It knew which ones were strong, so even though the emperor was close to it, it didn't try to attack him at all and only picked the weaker cultivators. Why run now? Stay for the fun. How could the emperor let the food run away? He laughed and made a fist. Suddenly, 5 mountains sealed the entire area and blocked off the escape paths. Ah! The stopped cultivators naturally had their blood drained by the beast. Break! Someone decided to attack the emperor's fingers, acting like 5 mountains. They took out their treasures in order to kill their way out. Impudent fool! The emperor snorted. Boom! An imperial aura suppressed the area and crushed all the treasures. With a wave of his sleeve, the running cultivators were pushed back into the mountain range. Of course, they instantly became victims to the beast. Next, the emperor poured down laws from the sky just like waterfalls and widened his blockade, stopping the cultivators running in all directions. The disparity in power was simply too great. The weak had no chance of resisting the emperor from throwing them into the lion's den. Rumble. A few high gods with 1 or 2 totems were present in the spectators. They initially brought their juniors here to broaden their horizon and didn't expect for something like this to happen. Thus, they were escorting the juniors away by destroying the imperial laws blocking the way. Not that easy. The young emperor personally gave chase this time. With a single step, he appeared before them. Wild lad heaven emperor, don't forget your position. One high god with 2 totems shouted. What position? The emperor laughed loudly. You are a grand emperor of the heaven race who should be respected by all, not a devil who treats the weak as food. The high god declared. Ha ha ha, a respected grand emperor? An emperor doesn't need your respect and love. In my eyes, you're mere ants. Why should a giant care about what the ants think? The emperor was quite amused. A grand emperor only challenges the strong and protects the weak. The high god cried out again. With a sinister smile, the emperor responded, who told you that? Us grand emperors only view you all as fat lambs to be slaughtered whenever we want. You. The High God was speechless after hearing this because he has never met a Grand Emperor like this before. Even the immortal monarchs from the other races were still righteous against their foes. But this wasn't the case for Wild Lad Heaven Emperor, the unrestrained scoundrel. Too much talking, take this. One sword behind him issued a hum and unleashed a slash capable of subduing the myriad realms. Break! The High God roared and took out a gigantic shield to stop the slash. Sparks went flying as if a meteor had just slammed on it. 2 totems are not enough. The Emperor laughed again. Boom! His heavens will emerged and released a terrible pressure. All 3 swords flew to the sky and looked quite sacred. On the other side, Shi Hunlin told the juniors, "Let's go, Wild Lad Heaven Emperor is mad now. His arrogant personality hasn't changed at all." He was much more relaxed compared to the other fleeing cultivators because he wasn't afraid of Wild Lad. What kind of Grand Emperor is this? No other emperor would act in this manner. Wu Fengning said. None of the juniors expected this development at all. In their mind, emperors were supreme existences that would never bully the weak. Of course, Wild Lad was proving otherwise. After using all 3 swords and the heaven's will, Wild Lad had killed the High God with 2 totems. He threw the corpse and all of the High God's juniors into the cave area for the beast to consume. His next target was Shi Hunlin and appeared before the group in a single flash. "Where do you think you're going?" Shi Hunlin was still fine. He calmly looked at the Emperor and said, "Wild Lad Heaven Emperor, we have nothing to do with each other. I'm only bringing my juniors away." "Ha ha ha, Shi Hunlin, I have heard of you before. Back in the northern frontier, you were only a nobody who couldn't even enter the Earthen City." Shi Hunlin wasn't angry at all and smiled back, "Yes, I was a nobody back then, nothing like your world-renowned self. You couldn't find a match in that generation." The group was quite surprised. They didn't expect for these 2 to be from the same generation. They finally realized why Hunlin knew the Emperor's past so well. A nobody like you dares to bark in front of me like this now? Back then, just a single word from me would have scared the soul out of you." A murderous glint flashed in the Emperor's eyes. This was indeed a thorn to the Emperor. He was a supreme genius who looked down on the rest of the world while Shi Hunlin was only a nobody back then. Just imagine, one was at the apex of fame while the other was merely trying to survive. After so many years have passed, Wild Lad was only a Grand Emperor with 1 will while Hunlin has become a High God with 3 totems. This change made the Emperor quite unhappy. If he had 12 wills right now, he could still look down on Hunlin like before. Unfortunately, they were on the same level in the present. Indeed. Shi Hunlin didn't find this shameful at all. "I still remember when you got to the northern frontier. It was quite an event. The princess of that region personally came out for the reception while you instantly defeated their 8 heroes. Meanwhile, I couldn't even become the disciple of the Earthen City Lord. Your fame back then was quite enviable." The juniors felt that time was a crazy entity that could change everything. Shi Hunlin but an ant back then to the Emperor, but now, he was strong enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Emperor. No, he might even be stronger. At the same time, the group thought that talent wasn't everything. Wild Lad was the perfect example. His innate gift was virtually matchless, but now, he was reduced to a 1 will Grand Emperor. Chapter 1928. Wild Lad Heaven Emperor floated downward and said, "Since we're from the same generation, I won't make it difficult for you, but the 3 juniors must stay. You can leave now." Wild Lad Heaven Emperor, "I'm afraid I won't be able to obey." Shi Hunlin smiled, "I'll be very grateful if you are benevolent enough to spare them. It's not up to you. Leave now while there is still time." The Emperor sneered with an oppressive aura. "If that's the case, I'll have to overestimate myself and witness your imperial arts and style." Hunlin responded. Regardless of his innate gifts, Wild Lad was still only a Grand Emperor with 1 will. At best, he would be able to fight against a 2 will Emperor. There was no surpassing this limitation. Hunlin wasn't so easily bullied either since he had a set of 3 totems. This made him a top dog among the 3 totem high gods. Fine, I'll see what you have learned in these years. The emperor became angry with a fiery glare. An emperor normally wouldn't lose their cool so easily, but not Wild Lad. His life was too smooth outside of the whole debacle with mortal reversion ancient god, for he was the heaven's favorite. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to provoke him to this level, but sure Hunlin was special, for they were from the same generation, albeit very 2 different ranks in society. To put it bluntly, Hunlin wouldn't dare to speak in front of the emperor back then and would tremble on sight. Now, this ant was on the same level as him, even going as far as provoking him. This was tugging on his most insecure issue as a supreme genius. He couldn't help become furious after seeing Hunlin's present demeanor. It was as if an ant he could crush easily back then was looking at him with disdain now. Please give me pointers, Heaven Emperor. Hunlin wasn't afraid at all. He would be acquiescing before a two-will emperor, but this guy wasn't necessarily stronger than him. Eat this. The young emperor's eyes flashed and spewed out light that turned into a pair of divine blades. The 2 blades intersected and went straight for Sir Hunlin, leaving scars in the sky. Even before they made contact, the earth had already been severed. An emperor with 1 will was still an emperor. Just the flash of his eyes could take down a Dao celestial expert. Hunlin didn't panic. Laws revolved around him and turned into a gigantic shield. Boom! The 2 blades slammed into the shield, causing specks of dust to go everywhere. More cracks appeared on the ground, but the shield made out of laws remained standing. This was a successful defense, no doubt. At the very least, the 2 sides seemed quite even. Hunlin wasn't much weaker. Looks like you have learned a lot. The emperor's bloodthirst intensified while his expression darkened. This battle had attracted more attention. There was no lack of experts and even high gods in the Wildland. They quietly discussed the battle. Wildlad Heaven Emperor was very well known, while not too many knew who Sir Hunlin was due to his reserved conducts in the past. Of course, a battle between a low-level emperor and a common god would always be interesting. The stronger between the 2 was worth discussing over. Just enough to barely stay alive. Hunlin didn't become complacent or showed any fear and leisurely responded. Break! The emperor roared and pointed forward. His finger strike pierced through the fabrics of time and turned into the sharpest attack like a divine needle. Hunlin's shield in the sky directly withstood the attack. However, the finger strike aimed for its weakest spot, so the entire shield collapsed instantly. Sure enough, Hunlin had said that the emperor's talents were enviable. It allowed him to defeat the enemy's skills in the shortest period. You are indeed amazing, just 1 move to break through the enemy. Hunlin was still fine and praised the emperor. He finally took out his weapon afterward. Hunlin wasn't a nice fella either, since he was used to the perilous road, walking on blood and blades across the years. This gave him a rich experience in battle. You'll see what I'm truly capable of after I decapitate you. The emperor was still as cold and oppressive. The experts in the distance watched with bated breath. A few high gods were actually shaking their head in disapproval. After so many years, this young emperor didn't seem to mature at all. They thought that the lesson from mortal reversion ancient god wasn't enough. It looked like he needed someone to teach him another one. Of course, these remained as thoughts because not too many wanted to provoke him. He had his clan with 3 grand emperors as his backing and his own sentinel, consisting of several emperors as well. Messing with one was the same as messing with the entire hive. This was the reason why the high gods here didn't want to get involved, since they weren't powerful enough and lacked the necessary allies. Killing Wildlad Heaven Emperor was no problem, dealing with a group like Sentinel was more troublesome. Clank! The Emperor finally used his hand to unsheath the 3 swords, resulting in a sharp brilliance covering the entire 13 continents. Each strand of light was blinding, so the spectators had no choice but to open their heavenly gaze in fear. These 3 swords were going to make a big difference. Sure Hunlin became serious as well and didn't dare to underestimate the enemy. These 3 swords were prenatal Dao weapon of the Heaven Bestowment grade. Prenatal Dao fetuses started at the Dao's sovereign level. The lowest rank possible was also at golden inlaid. Thus, a weapon at the imperial level of the Heaven Bestowment grade should result in a power comparable to having another emperor around, at least in theory. Furthermore, though the 3 weren't a set, they were quite balanced. This boosted their power by several magnitudes. The moment he chose to use them, it meant that he was going for the kill. On the other hand, Shi Hunlin took out his strongest weapon in order to decide the victor. He wasn't a prideful person, but if the young emperor wanted to fight, he was more than happy to entertain the guy. Plus, this battle had a great significance to him. In fact, the spectators who knew Shi Hunlin thought so as well. This was a fight between a one-will emperor and a 3-totem high god. It could be a basis to establish a standardized power level of these beings in the future. More importantly, there was a small history between the two which made the fight even more interesting. My swords won't return until your head is rolling on the ground. The young emperor illuminated the world with his fiery eyes. It was impressive that he was able to maintain his arrogant personality for so many generations. Shi Hunlin was neither obsequious nor supercilious in response, would also like to experience your invincible art and the style of the supreme genius in the past. Chapter 1929, Die. The Emperor's furious roar echoed. His eyes spewed out even more light, causing his will hovering above to become resplendent. This eruption in power stole the breath from the spectators. His word was resounding like a supreme mantra, wishing to crucify Shi Hunlin. He didn't take the last part of Hunlin's response too well since it evoked his insecurities. Rumble. But before anything could happen, the entire area suddenly quaked like crazy. Tiny dots suddenly appeared in the air. Boom! These tiny dots were actually falling stars and broken mountains, aiming straight for the young emperor. Just imagine the sheer number of these features. This was once the sky of an entire epoch. Too many were simply hanging above. It looked as if an invisible palm was ruthlessly swatting at the emperor. This was a fascinating display of power since the barrage could destroy a world. Break! The young emperor didn't become alarmed. His 3 swords instantly unleashed a horizontal slash and swept through the billions of miles up above. Rumble. Numerous stars and mountains were swept away, not even one was left behind to crowd the sky. This scene was quite shocking. One sword technique alone could clear the sky. Only an emperor could wield such power. Those who saw this for the first time all quivered in fear. The young emperor suddenly turned. His eyes fixated on a coordinate. A person emerged in that spot, an ordinary-looking man. You attacked me earlier? The emperor uttered coldly. All eyes were on him. In the beginning, many thought that it was Shi Hunlin, not a third party. The crowd took a deep breath. This guy was quite courageous for sneak attacking an emperor. It's fiercest. However, someone also recognized his identity right away and shouted. That's fiercest for you, daring to provoke an emperor in person. Damn. People glanced at each other and thought that it was too bold. It was indeed Li Qia who was standing there leisurely. Hunlin didn't say anything and quietly backed off. He understood that everything was over the moment Li Qia took action. How impudent, daring to sneak attack me. The emperor had latched onto Li Qia with his vision. There was no escaping from this. Sneak attack? Li Qia smiled and said flatly, you think too highly of yourself, that was only a warning. If it was a sneak attack, you wouldn't even had the chance to resist. This nonchalant comment shocked the crowd again. A few experts in the wildland had no idea about him. One of them said, isn't that too much, daring to talk to a grand emperor like that? He's always been like that. A high god who saw Li Qia back at the Buddhist plane shook his head and said, this brat can't be judged with common sense. His fierceness is actually justifiable. Ha ha ha, a bit interesting. The young emperor unexpectedly laughed and said, how rare, someone so arrogant and young. I've made my debut long ago, but this is the first time I've met someone even more arrogant than me. Brat, state your name. Wuxia. Wuxia answered before giving him the side eye, and you need to stop being conceited with your meager skills like a frog under the well, claiming to be invincible and all that. What? Everyone was stunned speechless. It was outrageous for someone to reprimand an emperor in this manner right in his face. The emperor himself was caught off guard. Even those who didn't like him wouldn't criticize him so openly like this. It left him unable to react in a short time. He eventually smiled, one of anger, and said, "Good, so courageous. You're that brat that got the Buddhist seed in the plain, right? Perfect, I want that seed too. Don't think that just because you're invincible in the plain that you are here too. I'll teach you how to act today, and that true power doesn't come from external help." Wuxia waved his sleeve dismissively. "Forget it, someone of your pitiful level like a 3-year-old child shouldn't try to teach me. There have been countless geniuses in history, you're not special. I don't have time to waste with you. Go have fun somewhere else. Let us go." He then gestured at Hunlin and the juniors. Everyone nearly vomited blood from hearing this, including the emperor. Comparing a grand emperor to a child? Moreover, Wuxia's expression showed that he didn't care for Wild Lad at all, as if Wild Lad was a nobody. This was certainly not the logical way to view an emperor even if he only had one will, but Wuxia was indeed doing so. One high god smiled wryly and concluded, "I don't think anyone is more arrogant than that. Alright, fiercest made a fan out of me. You court death." The emperor roared and controlled his swords. The three of them came together and pierced through time and space, straight for Wuxia's throat. This move was fast beyond perception. Only the powerful high gods present could see it clearly. Pa! The sword failed since Wuxia was no longer standing in that spot. In the next second, a gigantic sun occupied the area instead. Its flame annihilated the world and turned everything to ashes. Oh, mother! Many felt their soul leaving their body from fear. They started to flee with haste. A subdimension. A strong high god saw through the technique. At this moment, both the emperor and this sun were located in a different dimension. Nevertheless, the sunfire was still raging inside and affecting the outer physical realm. Hunlin immediately brought the juniors away from the battlefield. This was spatial manipulation. Wuxia started by moving a subdimension to this area followed by a sun in order to incinerate the emperor. This powerful display of spatial control frightened the powerful high gods. It was as if he was the lord of space, capable of bending it to his will. Rumble. Among the explosions, the emperor actually devoured the world. With the help of his heaven's will, he actually swallowed the entire sun. Brat, this is merely a trick. Real invincibility comes from your own abilities. The emperor was radiant at this moment as if there were countless suns in his body. Bang! He crossed through space and unleashed another slash at Wuxia, who was on top of a peak. Go play in the mud. Wuxia didn't give him the time of day and lazily imprinted the death seal into the earth. Rumble. The area crazily quaked. Several peaks instantly shattered. Next, a huge skeleton climbed out of the ground and trampled a mountain. This was a humanoid skeleton, one of a large ape of unimaginable size. It could grasp the sun and moon above or reach the bottom of the ocean. Chapter 1930. The skeletal ape devoured the sun and moon with great authority. The earth cracked before its coming with terrible chasms. The mountains nearby became victims of its steps. As it walked around, its head was slamming into the stars, rendering them to pieces. Everyone gasped after seeing such a gigantic monster. One of this size was definitely a top existence in any epoch. Boom! The pieces of the stars descended like meteors. Each could pierce the earth, resulting in an apocalyptic scene. After they crashed, they made lava gush out from the impact spots. No one dared to get close after seeing this scene. Even high gods were staying far away from this battlefield. The ape opened its palm. The 5 skeletal fingers blotted out the world and instantly stopped the slash from the young emperor. Even this imperial attack couldn't cut off its fingers. Buzz. Li Qiye's death chapter emerged with billowing death energy. A series of clanking laws imprinted the mark of the chapter on the dead ape. Roar. The skeletal frame suddenly had flesh then fur growing from it. In the blink of an eye, an alive and jumping ape appeared before everyone. Its golden fur was shining. From the distance, it looked like a mountain of gold, emitting a very tempting light. This behemoth was majestic with a pair of solar eyes. A scorching heat emanated from them. It looked like this ape didn't need to do much to annihilate the earth in the blink of an eye. Everyone became slack-jawed. Was this really rebirth for the ape? Of course, this wasn't the case. The death chapter merely allowed it to revert back to an older state. It was still only a skeleton, just an illusion, can't reach the apex. This didn't fool the young emperor, for he could see the truth. Boom! His heavens will unleashed in endless power. The 3 swords hymned and slashed down in unison, capable of turning all things to ashes. Roar! The ape retaliated by opening its mouth to fire a sun-moon beam across the sky. The world became bleak, robbed of its colors. This beam contained the essences of the sun and moon, and far from just one each. The beast had devoured countless suns and moons in order to possess this attack. The beam could travel through time itself with endless power. Clank! The beam stopped the 3 swords once more. Li Qiye found it boring to play with someone at Wild Lad Heaven Emperor's level. He said insipidly, "Take your time playing." With that, he gestured towards the group again to leave. "Where do you think you're going?" The young emperor was about to another majestic slash in front of Li Qiye's path. But from start to finish, he couldn't earn a single glance from the guy. Before he could finish the swing, the ape's sun-moon beam had crossed through space and aimed straight for his heaven's will. The aghast emperor turned his attention towards this attack and slashed straight at the beam. Otherwise, his will would be grievously injured. The heaven's wills represented everything for the emperors. Thus, damages to one would result in unimaginable consequences. Since the emperor was preoccupied with the ape, he could only watch Li Qiye slowly walk away. The crowd was shocked beyond words. Outside of their own peers, no one would treat an emperor like this. Plus, Li Qiye took it a step further by treating the guy like air even before becoming a god or an emperor himself, as if the emperor was a complete nobody. Furthermore, he wasn't all talk either and truly backed it up just now. Arrogance turned into invincibility when he could stay true to his claim. Thus, people felt their hair standing on ends. This Li Qiye fella was something else. Who the hell is he? A high god was lost in speculation. An unknown junior was looking down on an emperor like that? Shi Hunlin quickly took the juniors and gave chase after Li Qiye left. He, big bro, you are unbeatable, just one wave of the hand is enough to suppress an emperor. Why didn't you kill him to build on your prestige? After catching up, Wu Qi immediately turned into a sycophant. Who told you to leave? Li Qiye ignored the flattery and asked flatly. Wu Qi had no response. Young noble, it was my mistake for something like this to happen. Hunlin quickly stepped up and admitted his fault in order to save Wu Qi. Li Qiye didn't say anything and simply glared at him. This made Hunlin stricken with fear and couldn't speak at all. As a high god with 3 totems, he had experienced and weathered all the storms on top of seeing all kind of characters. But now, just this stare alone from Li Qiye has shaken him to the core. He kept his mouth shut with his hands kept down just like a junior that had done something wrong, no longer daring to speak up for Wu Qi. It was my fault. The frightened boy mustered all of his courage and apologized. I kept on bothering Senior Shi to go see Wild Lad Heaven Emperor. Do note that this guy was a stubborn brat back in his own clan, a source of headaches for many of the seniors there. Alas, his skin was thick enough to not be afraid of beatings. That's why the seniors couldn't do much after capturing him. But now, he became an obedient child, admitting his own mistake right away. There are many blood-sucking monsters in the wildland. Do it again and I'll throw you into their nest. Li Qie nonchalantly said. Wu Qi didn't dare to run his mouth and kept his head lowered. Li Qie was too lazy to keep on scolding them. He continued on with the rest right behind him. The group didn't dare to breathe loudly now. This Li Qie clearly looked younger than them, but they chased after him like a bunch of juniors. I knew you would cause trouble. Wu Fengying scowled and quietly said before slapping Wu Qi's head and gave him a mean stare. Wu Qi actually didn't dare to retort and tease his sister this time around. Li Qie didn't take the group deeper into the wildland but rather back to Eternal. The captain personally greeted him and was surprised to see his quick return. Li Qie told the rest to leave. Once they were alone, he spoke to the captain. Where are your emperors? Sir, their majesties are staying in their grottos, not daring to observe because of your previous instructions. The captain immediately responded. Li Qie nodded and handed him a letter. Give this to your emperors, time is of the essence. The captain shuddered after hearing this and respectfully accepted it. Sir, this lowly one will send it right away. Go. Li Qie ordered, but he was reminded of something else. Oh right, if you have sect members around the wildland, tell them to leave or don't blame me for a lack of warning once they die. This lowly one understands. The captain realized that something big was going on and quickly bowed before leaving. Li Qie then went on his business again. Once they made it out of Eternal, the princess asked, Where are we going now? To watch Jin Ji's ascension. Li Qie nonchalantly said. The group was astonished to hear this. Li Qie wants to go right during the ascension? Ha, big bro, you want to ruthlessly trample him? Wu Qi became excited and said, still taking him down after he becomes an emperor. We'll see who dares to besmirch your name in the future after this feat. Hehe, Jin Gu will be the first emperor history who got a beat down right after his ascension. Wu Qi could already imagine the scene of an emperor with his teeth knocked down all over the ground. It was indeed a very excitable event. Chapter 1931, Jin Gu wishing to become an emperor at the wildland was a very rare occurrence. Of course, it made sense too. Due to the first failure because of Ren Xing's ambush, the War Monarch clan was going all out for this second ascension. They invited all of their emperors on top of having promises from other emperors of the heaven race. If necessary, these emperors would come out to protect him. It could be said that there was no flaw in this particular planning. Nevertheless, he needed to be at the wildland because the emperors wouldn't leave exploration grounds without a good reason. Ultimately, the clans settled on the wildland. The exact location was on top of a divine peak. The clan had built an altar here just like a large lotus blossoming in the sky. Jin Gu was here right now. The army of his clan was also present and surrounded this place. Not even a drop of water could seep through this area. Imperial runes were present and made up some supreme battle formations. Moreover, many high gods from the clan were here as well, guarding the important passes. This mountain emitted a terrible aura. Any intruder would instantly be annihilated by its murderous touch. Though many spectators were here to see the ascension, no one dared to get close. They didn't wish to be viewed as an enemy by the War Monarch clan. The force of the clan was too powerful. Even high gods wouldn't dare to cause trouble here. Even the dumbest understood that interfering in this key moment would result in an irreconcilable feud. The War Monarch clan would never let such an offense go unpunished. Alas, one person indeed came at the wrong time. He appeared before this peak and slowly walked closer. The entire mountain was under great vigilance. Not to mention a living person, even a mosquito would be spotted with haste. Because of this, all eyes were on this intruder, both the spectators outside and the great army of the War Monarch. It's fiercest. Someone shouted right away. Everyone took a deep breath after seeing Li Qie. It was no coincidence that he was here before Jin Ji's ascension. The whole world knew of their feud. Plus, they had competed in the past, so Li Qia's appearance here naturally incited many questions. Does he want to copy Ren Sheng? Back then, Ren Sheng and the experts from the 100 Races ambushed Jin Gu. Someone murmured. Fiercest is much more outrageous compared to Ren Sheng. Ren Sheng had the backing of Star Stomper High God and the others, but Fiercest is all alone right now. An ancestor from a great power smiled helplessly at this sight. The crowd felt a storm brewing. A massive battle was about to happen. The great army became anxious as well. The soldiers were glaring at him. The high gods felt the same way. Alas, Li Qia was still as nonchalant as ever and looked up at Jin Gu. Jin Gu was standing on the altar with all of his attention on the heaven's wills. The sky was resplendent with a clear light flowing. It looked like the life force of all the 13 continents was gathering here. He needed to do his best because he was ambitious, wishing to grab 4 wills in one go. This was a limit for the emperors in the 13 continents. In a single generation, an emperor only had 3 chances to should the heavens' wills. If one could grab 4 at a time, it meant that they have a chance to become a 12-will emperor. Though Jin Gu had lost an opportunity before, he still wished to become an 8-will emperor. Li Qia withdrew his gaze and chuckled. He continued forward as if the army didn't exist before him. With a thunderous noise, the whole army turned at him in unison. They readied their weapons as their murderous intent engulfed the world, causing the experts far away to shudder. It's happening. One spectator commented. Wait. A clear voice came about. Someone stepped out of the army. It was a magnificent woman with 3 totems hanging over her head. She was in a full suit of armor with a spear and had a stern expression. It's Heavenly Phoenix Princess. Many were startled, especially because she was a 3-totem high god. The crowd exchanged glances. Jin Gu was too famous and untouchable, but who would have thought that the princess was a high god as well? She rarely showed her face recently, only staying in the War Monarch clan and dealing with administrative matters. It was indeed impressive for such a young woman to be a high god. She would be just famous as Qin Bailey if she were in the public more often. The atmosphere turned tense after her appearance because of her history with Li Qia. Both her father and brother were killed by him. No one would ever let go of this enmity. The princess slowly walked down the mountain. Once she made it to the last pass, the high god guarding there said with a solemn expression, "Your Highness, safety first." "Ancestor, I understand. My purpose is to resolve this feud," the princess replied. The high god pondered for a moment and decided to let her come out. She walked before Li Qia without any sign of fear. Quite courageous. He chuckled and praised while looking at her. She lowered her spear and deeply bowed. "Young noble Li, our feud is our own business and has nothing to do with my husband. I do not blame anyone for my father and brother's death. They were incapable and failed to judge the situation. In this world, revenge is not necessary. No one can change the past, but I am willing to let bygones be bygones. Even if my husband won't become your friend in the future, there is no need to become enemies. I hope this feud will disappear after my father's death instead of spreading to my kingdom and the War Monarch clan. Thus, I wish to resolve this feud right now and apologize for my father's improper conducts. Young noble Li, will you accept?" She kept her head lowered with a dignified expression. This scene silenced the world since her action has taken everyone by surprise. She was willing to let go of all vengeance and even went as far as apologizing to Li Qia. Perhaps some would see her as being too weak, resolving an irreconcilable feud with her enemy. It was hard for them to accept her action. However, a few experienced ancestors nodded approvingly. They understood that Li Qia's rise was inevitable. Outside of some crazy and unexpected developments, he would certainly become invincible in the future. The princess wished to nip this problem in the bud, or her kingdom and the War Monarch clan would have to endure the fire of war eventually. Chapter 1932. The crowd watched with anticipation. All of their thoughts were focused on Wuxia and Heavenly Phoenix Princess. Both those who were surprised at her weakness or full of admiration about her vision, they were waiting for a response from Wuxia. They wondered whether he would accept her request of absolving this feud. Wuxia looked at her and smiled. A hero is one who can also properly ride the momentum. If you are willing to let go of the deep pain, then I would look too petty hanging on to it. Very well, henceforth, the feud of past is gone with the wind. The princess took a deep breath and didn't lose her respectful demeanor while bowing at him. I thank you for your magnanimity. Both the spectating experts and members of the war monarch fell into a deep silence. Though conflicting thoughts rose from her decision, the stronger experts felt that she was quite a visionary. As the clan's matron, she didn't involve the clan with matters of her own side. There was no doubt that she didn't forget her position and made the pragmatic decision. She didn't join the clan only to live in riches, there was a responsibility that came with it, one necessitating her to value the clan's prosperity above all else. This exceptional side of her certainly played a large part in why the ancestors and even the emperors from the War Monarch clan approve of her. It definitely wasn't easy. Wuxia chuckled and continued towards the mountain. The army was still as nervous as before. The guarding ancestors entered a state of battle. Even though Wuxia had let go of the feud between him and the princess, he didn't say that he wouldn't ambush Jingu. In fact, the spectators felt the same way, that he was about to attack during the ascension process. However, the princess shook her head while looking at the ancestors, telling them to stand down. The ancestors at the entrance hesitated for a moment but still opened it for him. Wuxia continued smiling and went up the pathway towards the pinnacle. Numerous people were nervous for him. This was walking into a tiger's lair, trapping himself in a great army. One misstep and he would be completely surrounded. In fact, the army felt nervous all the same since their foe was Wuxia. They gripped their weapons tightly despite having the formation advantage, afraid of a sudden attack from him. He stood in front of the altar and glanced at Jingu again. Meanwhile, Jingu was feeling the power of the heaven and earth with no time for distraction, not even with Wuxia's arrival. Jingu's army and ancestors only grew increasingly tense from the pressure. They felt that letting Wuxia inside was a very risky endeavor. If Wuxia were to attack Jingu right now, it would bring about an unbelievable danger to their clan's future. Wuxia looked at the sky and smiled. Open the door for me, or do I have to make my way in? There was only silence. No one knew who he was talking to. But suddenly, a buzz came about. Imperial runes appeared beneath his feet just like a portal, and he disappeared from sight as if he was never there in the first place. This puzzled the spectators nearby. No one knew what was going on. However, the ancestors from the War Monarch heaved a sigh of relief from being aware of the situation. The Grand Emperors from the War Monarch are there right now. An ancestor murmured while trembling among the crowd of spectators outside. Everyone knew that the clan had 5 emperors. All 5 were rumored to still be alive. Moreover, their progenitor, War Monarch Heaven Emperor, was a 10-will being. His power was not something the juniors could imagine. They were quite frightened about his visit to the emperors. It was him alone versus several of them. Anyone else would be scared out of their mind. In a short time, a few speculated that Wuxia might not be able to come back alive if he were to anger them. Not even ashes would be left of him. It didn't matter how powerful a junior was, it would be too easy for multiple emperors to finish one off. After being teleported, Wuxia found himself standing in a mysterious realm. Everything was concealed in this place full of chaos energy, seemingly materializing into an ocean due to high density. There were 4 imperial thrones in 4 different directions, each with an emperor sitting on it. It made this realm impregnable. Their aura permeated this entire area. Even though they tried to hold back, it was still terrorizing and chill-inducing enough. Dao Celestials would have no chance of standing straight while being in this place. Furthermore, one of them even had 10 wills. Wuxia simply smiled. With a buzz, strands of laws came together and another throne appeared. Wuxia coolly sat down on it. He was still as nonchalant as ever before 4 emperors. Their aura did nothing to him. Sacred teacher, long time no see. A moderate yet imposing voice came about, enough to send a primal fear into the listeners. The speaker was the emperor on the eastern side. He had an ancient outfit and a large crest on a thin figure. Nevertheless, he still appeared majestic enough, residing in this world, lasting for an eternity. His simple pose gave the feeling of being unsurpassable. Long time no see, War Monarch. You still look the same as back in the war. Li Chia chuckled and said. Of course, War Monarch, the progenitor of his clan, could recognize Li Chia. He was a participant back in Emperor Hunt. Outsiders didn't know about the involvement of the Dark Crow, but he knew it too damn well. We have grown old compared to you, sacred teacher. War Monarch Heaven Emperor replied. In fact, he was still as vigorous as before, with no semblance to being an emperor from the olden age. Li Chia looked around before focusing on the emperor on the western side. He commented, "It's quite surprising to see you alive and well. I'm quite lucky to have survived that battle." This emperor revealed a faint smile in response. His title was Warsearch Grand Emperor, another participant of the old war. He suffered a grievous injury back then, and many believed he couldn't last for another 1,000 years. Who would have thought that he had actually managed to persevere and even return to his top form? This was truly a miracle. No wonder why your clan is so strong now. It's not bad to have 4 surviving emperors, even rarer to see all 4 together. Li Chia said with a smile. War Monarch responded, "Thank you, sacred teacher. We have no choice but to work our old bones due to our lacking descendants. I'm sure you won't bully our juniors, right? Alright, no need to talk about this. If I wanted to cut off your juniors' heaven's wills, would have done it long ago. Your presence here is futile as well." Li Chia said dismissively with a wave of his hand. The 4 emperors remained quiet. Others wouldn't dare to utter such words before them, but they were aware of Li Chia's identity. Although the Dark Crow looked rather harmless right now, he was still a dreadful existence, even for emperors. "May I ask for your purpose here then, sacred teacher?" War Monarch inquired. Though they fought to the death back then during the war, these emperors could act in a polite manner befitting of their status during this peaceful period. Chapter 1933. Li Chia looked at the 4 emperors and began with a friendly expression. "I don't have a big purpose this time in coming here, only to give you 4 a good business opportunity. Feel like getting rich?" The 4 emperors glanced at each other with a strange expression. First, this lack of a big purpose from the Dark Crow was still going to be a monstrous issue. More importantly, getting rich teased the imagination. Keep in mind that one would have plenty of resources before becoming an emperor. They had no lack of treasures and metals, far beyond the reach of lower-level experts. Each emperor couldn't contain their treasures from breaking the walls of their home from overfilling. But Li Chia asked if they wanted to get rich. This was indeed tempting. They would laugh at others for making this statement, but this was no joke coming from the Dark Crow. "Sacred teacher, please elaborate," War Monarch respectfully said. Li Chia leisurely smiled. "It's no big deal, just a treasury left behind from an older epoch. I'm sure you 4 have amazing treasuries too, but they can't compare to one of an epoch, even if it is a remnant one." The 4 emperors were stirred, something that was quite rare at their level. They understood the significance behind this. "Sacred teacher, you are referring to the Wildland?" War Monarch asked. Li Chia replied, "Where else? I'm sure the 4 of you are fully aware too. After so many years, the emperors from all the races covet the items here so much." The 4 exchanged glances. Wildland was indeed dangerous, but for emperors, this was an ultimate place to find treasures. They were certainly tempted by the items here. "Sacred teacher, you are undoubtedly peerless, but Wildland would no longer be the Wildland if it could be taken down so easily. Quite a few have tried to assault it in the past, but none successful." The emperor on the north side finally spoke. Yes, no one can capture that overlord. Li Chia smiled, but if I dare to make this proposal, I naturally have some confidence. You think I, the Dark Crow, am all talk? We aren't questioning your invincibility. Warsearch said, but this path is definitely not easy. If Immortal Emperor Min Ren, Immortal Emperor Qi Zhen, and the others were still around, your chance of victory would be much higher. Alas, the present is not the same. No difference, this was the case in the past and still is now, my ability to capture the wildland. I could have done it long ago, the question is whether I'm willing to pay the price and make the necessary sacrifice. Li Chia calmly answered. The four emperors got some more clues after this, becoming even more interested. We're overwhelmed to have been chosen by you, sacred teacher, but we're not sure. War Monarch said. Li Chia smiled, looks like the four of you are still doubting me, thinking that something else is going. I'm still being prejudiced against. We do not dare. War Monarch said, we can trust you, sacred teacher, even if we aren't on the same side. You are a man of your words, plus, you don't need to scheme against us either. Our clan is not enough to get into your sight. If you truly want to destroy us, just an order alone is enough, no need to scheme. Let me listen to your worries then. Li Chia chuckled, aware of what War Monarch was thinking. We are worried indeed, no one knows what is inside that treasury, but a paragon artifact might be there. War Monarch said. Wildland was also a remnant epoch, just like Buddhist Plain. There were a couple of them in exploration grounds. However, the wildland had several surviving overlords. This was a much rarer occurrence. Thus, though many people coveted the items here, these beings were simply too strong. Even an 11-will emperor had fallen before. Others emperors needed to tread carefully. Nevertheless, they kept their eyes on this place because a few of them believed that the wildland could be storing a paragon artifact. Now, this was something no emperor could resist. Li Chia added, you are worried that I might get the artifact. Yes. War Monarch nodded without hiding anything. Sacred teacher, you alone are dreadful enough. If you gain a paragon artifact, no one in the world will be able to stop you anymore, and this spells out an unfavorable future for us Heaveners. Treasures were tempting enough, but the emperors chose to look at the bigger picture. They were willing to lose this opportunity in order to prevent Li Chia from obtaining the artifact. Your worries are not illogical. Li Chia said, but remember, if you four don't dare to do this, other emperors will anyway. Surely you know that I can convince other emperors not weaker than the four of you to join me. In the end, War Monarch was still the main speaker on the other side. Yes, that's for certain, but we still don't want to become the sinners of our heaven race. If other emperors want to help you, that's their own decision. We'll just do what we can. Sinners of the heaven race? Li Chia couldn't help but shake his head. War Monarch, I'm not looking down on you, but do you think you are qualified to bear such infamy? On the road of evil, the four of you aren't strong or ancient enough to be considered as sinners. Li Chia didn't hold back with his sharp words. This comment stirred the four emperors again. War Monarch, I know you are regarded highly by Geezer Qian, and we're longtime enemies too. You surely wish to destroy me. No need to deny this. Li Chia continued, Geezer Qian feels the same way, he wants nothing more than to annihilate me, and I also want to kick him flying. But, our hatred and feud are one thing, I'm sure the geezer had told you about a few mysteries. Li Chia's expression became serious as he stared at War Monarch. Thus, I'll ask you now, War Monarch, be honest with yourself, who do you think will be the one to destroy your heaven race? I'm sure it won't be me. At this time, the other three emperors stared at War Monarch in unison. They were emperors from the same clan, but War Monarch was the only one who earned World Emperor's trust. Why did World Emperor trust him? It wasn't only because of his age or that he had raised the banner while fighting for the Heaveners several times. It was because he used to be World Emperor's Tao protector when World Emperor was younger. Furthermore, his loyalty to his race was unquestionable. If something were to happen to the Heaven race, he would be among the first Heaven Emperors to step up. Thus, He was privy to the mysteries and decision-making in Heaven Authority. World Emperor was willing to talk to him about them. War Monarch stood there without replying to Li Qie. He indeed knew more secrets than his junior emperors in the clan. It wasn't only due to his age but rather his involvement in Heaven Authority. Only emperors with 10 wills and up could join this organization. Not all of them were eligible to know all the secrets either, but World Emperor confided in War Monarch. Sacred Teacher, you are also one of the threats to our race. War Monarch finally broke the silence. I won't deny that truth. Li Qie chuckled. War Monarch, everyone knows of your devotion to the Heaven race. But have you truly thought about it? When that day comes, will you think about self-preservation or protecting your clan? Is your clan strong enough now to survive? I'm sure you aren't certain yourself. Who knows what will happen then, so, one shouldn't say no to treasures. No clan can ever have enough resources. You aren't only fighting for yourself, but also your clan and the Heaveners. Chapter 1934. Therefore, War Monarch, are you prepared for the future? What will you fight for and with what power? Will you be able to protect your clan and race? Li Qie stared at the emperor and asked. The other 3 emperors were also fixated on War Monarch. Though they weren't aware of a few secrets, they still had their own speculation. War Monarch finally responded, Sacred Teacher, let's not talk about the future. I only want to know why you picked our clan. You once said in the past that our clan is only a hound of World Emperor, so it's quite surprising to see this today. The Emperor's skepticism was understandable. His clan was the biggest supporters of the Heaven race. The moment a war were to break out between the 100 races and the Heaveners, they would absolutely be the first imperial lineage to pick a side. Meanwhile, Li Qie was the dark crow of the 100 races, their lifelong enemy. Because I trust the 4 of you, regardless of your background. Li Qie nonchalantly said. This was indeed a weird comment due to their volatile history against each other. Back then, they wanted nothing more than to decapitate the other side. They were fire and water due to the racial tension. But now, Li Qie said that he trusted them. It was quite an unbelievable matter to outsiders. War Monarch brought up another point. There's no lack of emperors on the 100 side too, but you still picked us. Li Qie calmly revealed, your group naturally isn't the only one. There are others as well. You think you 4 alone can deal with the wildland? It would be suicidal. That's true. War Monarch nodded, not feeling slighted by the comment. As a 10-will emperor, he was aware of how terrible the wildland was. Starting a war here was going to be devastating as well. If someone like Cyclist Devil Emperor died here in the wildland, so could they. One person or race can't monopolize all the good things in this world. Li Qie said, it is time to share the soup. The hardest thing in this world is getting started, but a new beginning might come for the 103 races. Who to say that one day, our races won't walk hand in hand? No one can predict the future. War Monarch agreed with a nod, the world is always changing, perhaps you are right. Enemies of the past will become allies in the future. That's why I said that there needs to be a new start. I shall carve out this path, but whether the emperors team up together or still fight like in the past, that's your business in the future. Li Qie chuckled, it's a bit cliché, but after sharing this pot of soup, I'm sure everyone will have a new perspective and might even sit down to talk together. Li Qie paused for a bit before continuing, when the fire of war rages in the sky, I'm sure everyone will trust those they have fought together with before. I indeed caused a war in the past, but today, I shall try and lead everyone into coming together. Remembering the past and finding hope for the future. War Monarch had to admit, Sacred Teacher, you have always been insightful. Alas, not everything in life goes the way we want. Even if you wish it so, the world might not listen. That's fine with me. Li Qie smiled, the direction of the world isn't up to the people anyway, it is under the control of top emperors like you, we all know this. Plus, you think I care about the future? I am only opening a small path like the spreading of a curtain. The future will be in your hands. To be frank, to welcome the light or to be shrouded in darkness, that's your responsibility and your choice to make. In a short time, the emperors became quiet. War Monarch was especially moved because this was his time to face it. Sacred teacher, will that day come so early? He asked. What do you think? We won't talk about the ancient and hidden days, just a quick calculation of our own era. There have been 9 12-will emperors in the 13 continents and several ancient gods. Plus, supreme immortal emperors such as Min Ren, Jiao Heng, and the others. As we reach the limit, declination is inevitable. How much longer do you think we have? What will you do on that day? Li Qie smiled while looking at War Monarch. The entire scene became sober. War Monarch's juniors were waiting for a response. War Monarch was their progenitor and strongest member. Thus, they would completely obey his order. His decision was going to be their own. You already have an answer in your heart. Li Qie smiled. In the entire world, not that many people will stand on our side. The emperor said seriously. The moment he chose the word our, there was no doubt that he had made his decision. Many would be puzzled by his choice due to his loyalty to the heaven race. He was usually the first one on the front line when fighting against the emperors of the 100 races. Alas, he was picking the Dark Crow this time. Nevertheless, his loyalty to his people was precisely the reason for this decision. So what? Li Qie chuckled. Kill all those who stand in our way. It's a simple answer. There's no compromise on this road, only friends or enemies. Either they die or we will. You think mercy will apply here? War Monarch fell into silence. He knew exactly what he was going to face. Perhaps he would be raising his sword against friends in the future. And you, sacred teacher? What role will you play at that point? He asked. I'm only the person opening the curtain. Li Qie smiled. I won't be the one deciding the future on this path. It is your group and everyone else. The light won't be shining on me. But you're the one welcoming the light, sacred teacher. The emperor said. No, I am simply lighting up a tiny spark. The result won't be on me. If the rest of you let this tiny spark go out in the darkness, then I can only say, good riddance. Let everyone drown in darkness then. This isn't to say that the future generation is too weak or that the enemy is too strong, but that the world is no longer worth saving. Having said that, he stared at the emperor again. Do you think they are worth saving? The world and your race? The emperor mused before answering. In my life, I have massacred sects and suppressed the 100 races. As long as I have a single breath in me, my heaven race shall still stand strong. Though killing might be part of the process, an emperor's responsibility is still to protect. Otherwise, why do the heavens' wills exist? This is something even the high heaven can't change since they are born in the world, not gifted by the high heaven. The moment one shoulders the heavens' wills, they have a responsibility to protect. These resounding words from his became unchangeable mantras. Chapter 1935. While Li Qie and the 4 grand emperors of the War Monarch were discussing, Jin Gu was still meditating on top of the peak and waiting for the best chance to shoulder the heavens' wills. At this moment, the power in the sky had gathered enough and the wills have started to appear. With multiple high gods and the great army, everyone understood that no ambush would be successful this time around. Boom! In this split second, the sky started shaking. A pathway of an emperor crossed through the sky, all the way next to the peak. Rumble. An imperial aura engulfed the entire area. The weak instantly got on their knees, unable to lift their head from the pressure. A grand emperor. The crowd was horrified, same with the defending army, from this sudden appearance of an emperor. Everyone became tense, especially the War Monarch clan. There was a great danger if the emperor were to attack. Buzz. Next, on the horizon was a peerless and brutal figure. He walked on the path and only needed one step to show up outside of the peak. People could finally see his face now. One shouted after seeing his 3 swords, "Wild lad Heaven Emperor." The clan heaved a sigh of relief. After all, he was also a Heavener. Moreover, their clan had helped him before, so the chance of him attacking Jingu was low. Of course, the high gods still didn't dare to be careless and remained vigilant in the shadows. Wild Lad was an irrational emperor who only obeyed his whims. Because of this, they were afraid of him going crazy and decide to attack. "Grand Emperor, welcome, please excuse us for the poor reception." One high god from the clan immediately cupped his fist and said with a smile. The emperor looked over the situation. Being the smart person that he is, he realized the situation and said, "High God, no need for this polite act. I'm not here to ambush your junior. I heard a brat named Li came to cause trouble, so I especially came to help you in order to repay the favor from Senior War Monarch back then." Back then, when he was pushed to the edge by mortal reversion ancient god, the celestial court finally came out to calm this conflict. War Monarch Heaven Emperor was one of the people who stepped up to mediate. This had quite a positive impact on the ordeal. The high god coughed wryly after this, but he still maintained a calm demeanor. He bowed his head towards the emperor and said, "Thank you for protecting our junior, Grand Emperor. Our clan will remember this. Where is the brat?" The fierce emperor didn't waste words with the high god and became serious. "I must kill him." The emperor mustered all of his strength just to kill that large skeletal ape. This vexed him greatly. After obtaining the treasure, he decided to find and kill Li Chia in order to rid him of this frustration. Well, the high god had no response. Their 4 emperors were sealing that particular dimension, so they had no way of knowing what was going on. Plus, he wasn't in a position to reveal to the world that all 4 emperors were there. As the saying goes, the tallest tree catches the most wind. Even if others have guessed it already, they themselves wouldn't admit it anyway. Is War Monarch Heaven Emperor here? The young emperor's gaze swept through the world in order to find a clue to no avail. Ultimately, he only had one will versus the sealed space by 4 emperors. It was understandable that he couldn't spot the other emperors. Nevertheless, he understood that if Jingu dared to ascend in this place, their clan would have gone all out. "Grand Emperor, how about resting up there for a bit? We'll talk after the ascension," the high god suggested. "Very well, I'll stop troubling you." His gaze caught on to someone else over yonder. It was Shi Hunlin and the juniors. They didn't come here for entertainment alone. An ascension was a very rare event for young juniors like them. Shi Hunlin hoped that they would gain some experience out of this. Maybe these 3 would have a chance to become an emperor in the future. "I'm bored anyway, let me settle something first." The whimsical emperor rose to the sky and headed for Shi Hunlin. The high god remained quiet since the emperor's wild temperament was well documented. Many wanted nothing to do with him because he was also an unlucky star who would only cause trouble. Shi Hunlin slightly frowned from the annoyance, but he wasn't afraid of the emperor in the slightest. "Shi Hunlin, we meet again." The young emperor hovered in the sky and was still as arrogant as ever, looking down on all beings. Despite possessing only one will, he was still an emperor standing at the apex of this world. This allowed him to act in this imperious manner. "Heaven Emperor." Shi Hunlin said, "You still got something on your mind?" Hunlin was completely opposite of the emperor. After all, he started as a nobody, so humility was part of his nature, unlike the emperor who was a genius at the start. He wouldn't go around provoking people, but he wasn't afraid of trouble either. "I'm not a petty person, forget about the junior matter." The emperor smiled, referring to when he wanted to feed the princess group to the beast. "I'm here to kill Li Chia, but if he wants to be a coward, then you and I can spar for a bit. I want to see if a high god like you or a grand emperor like me is stronger." He loudly laughed. The spectators held the breath again, ready for a continuation of the previous battle. "You shoulder the heavens will with a reputation for being a genius. I am only an ordinary person, how can I compare to your invincibility? I admit my inferiority before you." Shi Hunlin politely responded to the challenge. If the young emperor were to trouble the juniors, he would definitely oppose it. But now, it was only a personal challenge. He didn't care too much for prestige and fame, so he directly conceded. Normally, emperors wouldn't challenge other people unless there was a big feud. They needed to maintain civility. After all, everyone at this level had big backing, and that they shouldn't only fight for themselves. This wasn't the case for Wild Lad. He didn't care about responsibility or anything else, only his whim. Sure, Hunlin, I'm afraid it's not up to you this time. The young emperor looked at Hunlin and said, I'll spare your life since we are from the same generation. After I'm done with you, I'll take care of the brat. Brother Sure, just fight, show the world the might of us high gods. A high god in the distance shouted at Sure Hunlin after seeing the emperor's arrogant demeanor. All along, the status of a high god was inferior to an emperor due to a lack of heaven's wills. Of course, ancient gods were an exception. Though Wild Lad was a supreme genius, other high gods didn't care much for him due to his only one will. They naturally spoke up at this event, wanting Sure Hunlin to take him down a notch. Chapter 1936. He's right, Brother Sure, why not fight? A different high god instantly egged Hunlin on. The young emperor's always brazen and arrogant attitude had left a sour taste on the high gods and spectators here. So what if he was talented? He still only had one will. If it wasn't for his clan with 3 more emperors and him being a member of Sentinel, some other high gods might have already taught him a lesson. Because being a high god wasn't as prestigious as being an emperor, a high god taking down an emperor could elevate their status and fame. Thus, Wild Lad Heaven Emperor was a good target if it wasn't for his strong backing. His continuous challenge to Sure Hunlin was showing contempt towards high gods, so the ones here were quite vexed. Plus, they liked Hunlin much better. Sure Hunlin, no need to delay this like a woman, come and fight already. The young emperor remained aggressive and said sonorously, You'll be my warm-up before the brat. So you think you can defeat me, Heaven Emperor? Hunlin wasn't afraid at all. His eyes flashed with a glint. It looked as if the other high gods got to him. He also wanted to defeat an emperor, but he never had the chance before. That's more like it. Yes, I can kill you even though your 3 totems have become a set. The emperor had a murderous glint in his eyes. Just earlier, he said that he would spare Sure Hunlin. Now, he stated his murderous intention. This person was truly unpredictable and would change at a heartbeat. There was a reason why he changed his mind, the change in status quo between the two of them. He didn't like that an and in the past like Sure Hunlin was speaking on the same level as him or even questioning his power. This was unacceptable to the arrogant emperor, thus he decided to kill Sure Hunlin right here and now. At the same time, even a Buddha can become angry eventually. Sure Hunlin wasn't necessarily weaker than the emperor, so the continuous and pompous threats have gotten to him. Hunlin stepped up with a cold expression. If that's the case, then I'll entertain you then. Let me see your supreme arts. Hunlin was no longer polite. He was a powerful being, his humility was only to give the emperor some face. But if the emperor didn't reciprocate, there was no need for him to do so any longer. Everyone was here to watch Jin Ji's ascension, but the banter between these two had attracted all of their attention. Everyone wanted to know the result of a battle between a 3-totem high god and a one-will emperor from the same generation. It was going to be an amazing battle of an analytical nature that could set a general standard in the future. Clank. 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 The emperor slowly unsheathed his swords. They rose to the sky and illuminated the entire world. Boom! His heavens will emerged and turned into a grand Tao, providing the emperor with a billowing source of power. Many high gods were envious at this sight. Even though some high gods were certainly more powerful than emperors, but at the same level, they needed to work much harder. In the mind of many, the emperors were the heavens' favorites, possessing the unreachable heavens' wills. These 3 imperial swords were the emperor's strongest weapons on top of his activated heaven's will. Sure Hunlin didn't dare to be careless, so he took out his best artifacts as well. Buzz. A golden light engulfed his body. With clanking noises, a full set of equipment appeared around him. It included a crown and a robe of the court. He held a jade tablet with a jeweled belt. The guy looked like a different person altogether, an ancient and stately king. This was his court armament, a postnatal orange martial set with 8 pieces. This particular armament wasn't that exceptional because the max number of fetuses for this level was 30 while his only had 8. It was only average at best. A 3-totem high god like him should have a stronger weapon, such as a heaven-bestowed imperial weapon like the emperor. Alas, he continued to refine this particular armament for half of his life, boosting it to the highest level. It was also at the high god realm at this moment. Boom! His 3 totems shot to the sky and intertwined together into a set. It contained boundless chaos energy with a Tao belonging to a god lying within. This set of 3 totems wasn't necessarily weaker than the highly coveted single will of the emperor. Slash! The emperor roared, starting an endless echo of sword hymns. Just one hymn could shatter the myriad realm. The 3 swords instantly fused together into one slash. One could hear cutting noises during the trajectory of the slash. This was the sound of the stars being destroyed as it moved across the sky. Clank! This bright-as-snow slash contained the destruction Tao of an emperor. There was no beautiful technique, only pure annihilation, leaving no room for escape. Even if one were to run 10 million miles away, the result would still be the same, death. At the same time, this slash contained the light of the heavens' will. It meant that this power source was constantly fueling the attack. With great prudence, Shi Hunlin came up with a counter move. Eat this, Heaven Emperor! He roared and pushed down on his tablet while lowering his head. Boom! The jade tablet turned into an immeasurable mountain range made out of jade, emitting a warm light. Inside this vast mountain range was a world with countless mountains and rivers, its own sun, moon, and a celestial system. Bang! The slash struck the mountain range, causing sparks to go flying. Thick cracks appeared on the range with scattering debris. However, the mountain range has already become a world. It started to shift and the cracks were coming together again after loud explosions. The tyrannical slash clearly failed to damage the mountain range, to the astonishment of the emperor. Hunlin was much stronger versus his expectation. Excuse me, Heaven Emperor. Hunlin began his offense without any hesitation. Boom! His 3 totems crazily turned into a boundless ocean. He bowed for a second time, unleashing a torrent of chaos energy into his jade tablet, switching it from defense to offense. Gigantic peaks appeared inside and naturally turned into a formation to instantly trap the emperor within. Nothing special, just a natural formation. The emperor was not perturbed and began finding the weak spot. Clank! Another slash leaving behind a deep shadow came flying. With loud explosions, the sword severed these peaks horizontally and broke the formation. He was indeed a supreme genius, capable of seeing the weak spot in the formation in a short time. Chapter 1937. After taking down the formation, the emperor unleashed another slash to break through the chaos energy in the sky. He declared, "Still child plays like this after so many years. A changing formation is not enough to interest me." Quite haughty he was, but his talents allowed for him to do so. Even without being an emperor, he could recognize the flaws in techniques instantly and break through them. "Heaven Emperor, that's not quite enough," Shi Hunlin said. Bang! A great palm of a high god descended from the chaos energy in the form of waterfalls. More importantly, it also had the unique and dominating force of anima. Even the sky-cutting slash from the emperor was repelled by this palm. He was sealed inside Shi Hunlin's world again. Die! The young emperor crazily roared and unleashed multiple slashes. His sword energy raged across the plain and caused massive destruction to the world. Millions of miles turned into a dead zone instantly. Nothing could stop the momentum of these slashes. Alas, the palm containing the power of anima still came descending down. These slashes were still constrained to this world after loud detonations. Everyone took a deep breath after seeing this. This was quite a domineering feat, trapping an emperor in Hulin's own world. They understood that this was the gap between the two. Hunlin's biggest advantage was his set of 3 totems, allowing him to have the power of anima. Meanwhile, the emperor couldn't grasp anima due to only having one will. Techniques were not enough to make up for this disparity. The emperor was discerning enough but lacked the force to actually break through. Because of this, Hunlin was confident in his previous statement. Rumble. The power of the palm didn't stop while the blinding light of the heavens will granted the emperor more power. The gap remained the same. The emperor couldn't break out of the suppression even with the heavens' will. One will was not a match for the set of 3 totems. Looks like we got our answer. The spectators commented since the result was as clear as day. Heaven Emperor, if you don't have any other move, then it's time to end this. Sure, Hunlin said slowly. Rumble. The palm was slowly closing. There was no doubt that Hunlin wanted to end the emperor at this moment. Little brat, don't get smug so fast. The emperor roared. A beam as red as blood tore apart the sky. The world became as red as blood with a sanguine stench. Something else appeared above the emperor's head. It looked like a heaven's will but was completely red in color, an amalgamation of bloody strings. They seemed to be alive and jumping. Each drop of blood was gestating countless life forces. It hovered on the same level as his heaven's will and looked quite identical. The emperor became demonic with a greater sense of ruthless bloodthirst. Though the emperor was already unlikable before, he was still an official emperor with the right type of aura. Alas, his imperial aura was much weaker now, replaced by a bloody chill as if he came from hell on a murderous rampage. Boom! He became full of vitality. Of course, each expert could channel their power into a similar state, but he was different. His power had a hint of brutality as if he was turning into a devil. Brat, you have angered me. The emperor fused his 3 swords together for another slash, capable of severing the karmic cycles and sweeping through the celestials. In the blink of an eye, this dominating attack swept through like a cosmic storm. Even suns were annihilated along the way. They turned to ashes, extinguished like a candle during a gust of wind. Rumble. Not just the palm but Hunlin's world itself crumbled under one attack. Thump. 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 Hunlin suffered the backlash and had to take several steps back while gasping for air. This attack had left a serious injury on him. That's all? The emperor stood in the sky with an illuminating gaze. His eyes have turned red like flashing rays made out of blood. He had undergone a great transformation, one of a sinister nature. At the same time, the blood sphere above him emitted a terrible power. It was certainly not much weaker than his heaven's will. What is that? Even high gods were afraid. Something comparable to the heaven's will? Quite a horrifying object. Alas, no one knew what it was. I'll sharpen my new treasure with you today. The emperor no longer had the righteous imperial aura as he made this threat. So it turned out that this bloody amalgamation was the treasure he got from the coffin pulled out by the strange beast. He has always wanted to make up for his weakness of having only one heaven's will. He got information from somewhere about this bloody artifact in the wildland with power on the same level as a heaven's will. Thus, he tried his best to obtain it and fused it with his own imperial blood so that it could become something similar to a heaven's will. Buzz. Sure, Hunlin's court armament erupted with full power. A dynasty emerged before him, seemingly freed from the temporal shackles. This was the Tao chapter of his armament, a chapter turning an ancient dynasty and possessing its full power. However, it didn't stop there. Hunlin had also founded a powerful dynasty in the mortal world. He protected the citizens there and allowed them to prosper. Thus, the providence of the entire dynasty was gestating his armament. I'll take you on. Hunlin coldly uttered, no more reservation. At this moment, there was no point in holding back or being polite. Both sides have thrown away all pretension. This was going to be a battle to the death. How impudent, learning a few skills yet you think you can oppose me. The emperor spoke with a dark expression. I shall trap you in my sword formation and slowly torture you, letting you know of the unsurpassable gap between us. With this declaration, the emperor became bloodthirsty as the red lights in his eyes became animated. It made others think that he might even suck Shi Hunlun's blood dry. Chapter 1938. The young emperor no longer had the calmness befitting of his status, seemingly possessed. Although he was even stronger than before, everyone felt an indescribable sense that he was no longer an emperor. His anger had twisted him, instilling him with even more rage and brutality. He has never lost before during his youth until the debacle with mortal reversion ancient god. However, he still didn't think he was inferior to the ancient god. In his mind, if he didn't lose his opportunity, he believed he would have gotten more than 10 wills. That in combination with his talents would allow him to easily annihilate mortal reversion. Thus, his defeat was because time didn't wait for him. If he had the chance, he surely would have become a greater being. With this logic, his pride remained. In fact, in a sense, he even found it glorious, surviving from this disaster. Alas, he was being suppressed by Shi Hunlun today. A character nowhere near the plane of prestige like the ancient god, an ant that struggled to survive during his generation. This was a stomp to his face and pride, and he couldn't accept it. Under this fury and the influence of the bloody artifact, he became violent and bloodthirsty, losing the bearing of an emperor. Clank! His 3 swords flew out and made the world hear their songs. Finally, a gigantic sword formation emerged and trapped Shi Hunlun within. Inside its radius, colossal swords slammed into the ground. Each was as long as a heavenly vein, capable of starting a new world with each slash. This had exceeded the realm of a formation. It had derived itself into a world of swords with a massive space inside. Everything within changed into the colossal swords that began an assault on Shi Hunlun, wishing to make mincemeat out of him. Everlasting dynasty. Shi Hunlun roared as his armament exuded its strongest regal aura. Under its radiance, his anima power began to ooze out. An ancient dynasty appeared before him. One generation changed after another, each continued to fuel him with their energy. Unfortunately, in spite of his empowered state, it was still not enough for him to withstand the sharp onslaught of the swords, especially the ones accompanied by a bloody glow. These particular ones were simply unstoppable, leaving behind terrible wounds on him. This sword formation wasn't only mighty due to the emperor growing stronger. The bloody artifact also gave it a destructive evil affinity beyond imagination. I'll flay you piece by piece so that you will know the difference between you and a genius like me. The emperor sneered at the bloodied old man. Jilin Princess and the other 2 were quite worried watching Shi Hunlun struggle in the sword formation, but there was nothing they could do. If they were to thoughtlessly join in, it would only add to Shi Hunlun's burden. The spectators were scared out of their mind. The high gods in the crowd became silent. No one wanted to do anything due to the danger entailed. As for the high gods in the War Monarch clan, they didn't express their intent. Some among them shook their head with disapproval, feeling that the young emperor's conduct was inappropriate. Pluff. 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 Though Shi Hunlun could stop the physical swords, he couldn't block the bloody rays. It was too bizarre and omnipresent on top of being unblockable. Once struck, it would leave behind grievous damage. It didn't take long before his armament was stained with blood. I'll do the same to that Li guy after I'm done with you. The emperor had an unprecedented sense of satisfaction from getting rid of his anger. With just you? Not even worthy of being trampled beneath my soul. A leisure voice interrupted the emperor's gloating vengeance. The emperor immediately turned around and saw a man standing there relaxed. Young noble. The anxious princess shouted, feeling quite glad to see this person. Li. The emperor glared over furiously. The summoned skeletal ape last time gave him a lot of trouble, so he swore to cut this junior into 1,000,000 pieces. Fiercest is here. Someone in the crowd shouted. Can he challenge a Grand Emperor? A skeptic quietly wondered. Who knows? This guy is too bizarre. He directly destroyed the wills of the tame dragon cavalry back at the Buddhist plain. We can't use common sense to gauge him. A high god said. The ancestors from the war monarch were scared out of their mind to see him. After seeing their 4 emperors, he was still fine and well. What was the meaning of this? Junior, I'm going to mince you. A terrorizing glint of blood flashed in the emperor's eyes. Li Qie didn't bother giving him a second glance and simply raised his finger. Boom! A gigantic tablet with numerous runes appeared. It also turned into a world slamming down towards the sword formation. Crash! Collapsing noises came about like dried branches breaking. The sword formation couldn't stop the attack of the tablet. In the end, his formation broke down and he staggered several steps backward. After escaping with his life, Hunlin heaved a sigh of relief and bowed towards Li Qie. Thank you for your help, young noble. Li Qie didn't want to waste words and glanced at the emperor who got pushed back. Not bad, that's an amazing treasure, enough to be called a top divine artifact of an epoch. The emperor was fixated on Li Qie's right hand and said oppressively, I will not only dig out your Buddhist seed but also cut off your hand to take out this treasure. The young emperor was insane, but he was keen enough to recognize top treasures. You were only a shallow grand emperor, but now, you have degraded to being a mad dog. Li Qie said, you threw away morality in order to pursue strength, not even knowing that you have stained yourself. The majority of experts here glanced at each other. In this world, Fiercest might be the only one who would dare to call a grand emperor a mad dog. Brat, accept your death. The emperor couldn't accept such a remark and furiously roared. He unleashed another fusion slash at Li Qie. It crossed through the myriad ages and instilled fear into the heart of the high gods. The weaker experts dropped to their knees, unable to resist. However, Li Qie simply spread out his palm. The gigantic tablet slammed down again and instantly crushed everything. Boom! It made contact with the slash, resulting in a blaring bang. The emperor couldn't hold on to his fusion sword and was blown flying. Bang! 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 His body smashed through several great peaks before hitting the ground, resulting in an unbelievable crater. Chapter 1939. In a short time, the world was silent, for the crowd was shaken with their mouth agape. A grand emperor was pushed into the ground just like that? That move was outrageous then. People got the illusion that Wild Lad was not an emperor but more like a fly, while the tablet was a gigantic swatter. The fly, naturally, wouldn't be able to hand it. This spectacle was simply astonishing. Even though Wild Lad had only one will, he was still an emperor and powerful. At this point, people became afraid to breathe loudly, thinking that the slightest noise might offend Li Qie. Picking up a blood will and thinking that you got another heaven's will? Li Qie looked at the pit and said flatly, this nefarious thing is only a tool for a dark overlord to harvest blood. He scattered countless seeds in the form of the heavens will during his epoch. You think something like this can compare to my ceremonial tablet that can sacrifice the heaven, earth, and all beings? It's only child plays in comparison. So it turned out the bloody sphere hovering above the emperor's head was called a blood will. A dark overlord planted countless seeds on mortals and cultivators. When the time was ripe, he would harvest all of their vitality and turn them into these blood imitations of the heaven's will. After hearing this, the experts here shuddered. Though they didn't know the exact stories, they could already guess what had happened. Imagine, using countless human essences to create an imitation of the heaven's will? Just how cruel was this? In that generation, many probably didn't realize they had become a seed. Bang! Debris went flying as a figure rushed to the sky, Wild Lad Heaven Emperor. He stood above with a ragged appearance with blood everywhere. Nevertheless, he was still as vigorous as before. It clearly showed that the strike didn't leave any lasting damage. Brat, the power of your treasure is meaningless with your shallow cultivation. You will never be able to kill me. The emperor shouted. The tablet was obtained from hope, indeed a monstrous weapon. However, Li Chia himself admitted that he couldn't exert its full power since it required a mighty energy source. Thus, killing the emperor was impossible with it. The emperor was relieved to see Li Chia's inability to use the tablet to its full potential, knowing that it wouldn't be able to kill him. You think too highly of yourself, no need to use a weapon of this level to kill you. Li Chia said leisurely. Good, good, I've finally met someone crazier than me. Brat, I'll peel your skin and tear apart your bones today, we'll see if you will still boast afterward. Having said that, the emperor's eyes reddened with bloodthirst. Li Chia slightly raised his brows in response. Idiot, not even recognizing that you have been possessed. Very well, I'll send you off today so that a fly like you won't ruin the prestige of the emperors. You. I'm gonna drink your blood and taste your flesh. The emperor nearly vomited blood from anger. He was already insane from the effect of the blood will, but his expression became even more twisted now. Alright, stop buzzing over there. Time to use your real skills so that I can go ahead and wring off your neck then break your bones. Li Chia waved dismissively as if he was looking at a fly. Little animal, you're finished. Furious he may be, he still didn't dare to carelessly rush forward. Boom. He opened his palaces, revealing 12 of them above his head. 12 palaces, wow, many people were amazed to see this. The crowd didn't know how to feel after seeing 12 palaces and only one will. This might just be the strangest thing in the world. Even though 12 palaces weren't unbelievably rare, it was still precious. Anyone with 12 palaces was still considered a supreme genius. Plus, 12 palaces were necessary for 12 wills. The majority of emperors only had 8 to 9 palaces, but they definitely had more than 3 wills. Wild Lad Heaven Emperor was an extreme case. Buzz. The 12 palaces instantly disappeared and a high heaven hovered above the emperor. This was the opening of an absolute domain, allowing the emperor to become the sole ruler. Buzz, the blood will poured down a bloody radiance and covered his entire body. It directly affected him and made him change. At the same time, his own heaven's will was also sending him a pure and traditional power for protection. These two forces created a substantial change to his body. One half had scales coming out and was as red as blood. There was also a horn growing on side, emitting evil energy. The other half of his body remained unchanged due to the protection of the heaven's will. After obtaining the blood will, the emperor had fused it with his own blood. If it wasn't for his heaven's will protecting him, he might have changed to a monster already. R.A. The emperor roared with the bloody half becoming bright. A half of a red halo formed around him. He became much more powerful under this particulate state. One of his eyes also became red, looking quite terrifying. People gasped to see this transformation. A majestic emperor has become an abomination. This was too much to take in. Though he was annoying before due to his arrogant nature, he was still a stately emperor. People were full of regrets to see him in this monstrous state. He had entered a type of chi deviation in cultivation. Die now. The emperor roared. This is the result of a weak Tao heart. Li Chia coldly uttered, falling even before the arrival of darkness. I'll make an example out of you now for the other fools. Let your scream echoes across this world so that everyone will know the price of falling into depravity. Having said that, he closed his fist and recalled the tablet. Bah! He opened his palace and 2 beings came out. One was a transcending immortal while the other a fiery devil. These were the soaring immortal god and hell suppression devil. Buzz. The 2 of them fused together. With another buzz, the resulting being also merged into Li Chia's body. Rings circulated around him at this moment, making it look as if he was ascending. This fusion was indeed extraordinary. What is that? Many were startled to see this fusion state. Chapter 1940, Boom. Li Qi's power erupted. An imperial aura soared to the sky with evil rings. Each ring was enough to create the heavens and contain the 3,000 worlds. At the same time, his body also exuded a transcending immortal light as if he was a being from above. This fusion of two different states left him in an unbeatable form, capable of looking down on the 9 heavens and 10 earths regardless of any temporal restraint. He resembled an awakening Supreme Lord. As he lifted his palm, one could see the stars hovering around the tip of his fingers, pillar-like creations of the universe. Time was flowing down from one end to another as if it was within his grasp. Two grand completion immortal physique and the style of an immortal emperor. This was Li Qi's state before ascending to the 10th world. He had sealed this dominating state into his 12 gods and devils. What is that? Everyone was shocked, thinking that he was possessed by an overlord. Did an emperor take control? Even a high god speculated. Die. Wild Lad Heaven Emperor took decisive action, since if he were to let the guy be, his power might continue to rise. Clank. Another fusion slash cutting the myriad realms descended. One half of the slash was illuminated by the heaven's will while the other was full of a bloody glow. Even space itself turned into dust, the entire battlefield became a black hole. Pluff. Some people started to bleed from their head. The spectators became injured in succession. Despite being far enough from the battlefield, his slash still wounded the spectators. This made others retreat farther, not daring to watch this battle. Boom. Suddenly, 2 palms clapped together and stopped the slash. The sword intent, sword edge, and sword momentum instantly collapsed. Time seemed to be reversing after their destruction. Everything became normal again with the exception of one thing, the hands holding onto the imperial sword. It was naturally Li Qi stopping the attack with his invincible state. It was too easy for him to deal with Wild Lad and his one will. Clank. The hands actually broke the imperial sword to the horror of the crowd. It was already fierce enough stopping an imperial weapon with his bare hands, but now, fierce was not enough to describe actually breaking one. The emperor himself was astounded. His fusion sword had withstood countless imperial weapons without any damage. But now, a junior had broken it barehanded. He finally realized that he was messing with the wrong person. In the blink of an eye, he didn't waste time and immediately tried to flee. Of course, as an emperor, his escaping speed was peerless as he instantly jumped out of this realm. Alas, his path was blocked. Li Qi's devil rings have sealed the entire area. There was no escaping unless he were to defeat Li Qi. The emperor had an ugly expression while staring at the guy. No chance to run now. Li Qi leisurely said as if he was speaking to an insignificant character, not a grand emperor. The crowd had nothing to say. A grand emperor being pushed to the edge by a junior? People started sweating profusely. Wu Qi couldn't close his mouth at all. Earlier, he was using casual honorifics with Li Qi, but now, the guy was defeating a grand emperor? Thus, he was calling a being at the imperial existence a brother? He finally realized how ignorant he was, like a frog under the well that couldn't see Mount Tai. The princess was much better off since she already knew that Li Qi was a supreme overlord. This development wasn't surprising to her. As for Wu Fengying, she looked like a complete fangirl at the moment with her fists clenched tight from excitement because of Li Qi's invincible style. Meanwhile, Hunlin sighed from shock. He knew that Li Qi was going to be powerful, but not to this extent. Die. The emperor could only fight to the death now. With a roar, his Dao turned into laws and came crashing down. Space turned into a crystallized form due to the pressure before shattering altogether in a magnificent spectacle. Li Qi didn't mind at all. The two physiques erupted again, exceeding the limit of speed and weight. Boom! It was only one fist to pierce through the myriad laws before penetrating the emperor's chest. The emperor was blown flying with blood gushing everywhere. There was nothing more shocking than an emperor being taken down in this manner. Crash. As he was falling down, the emperor's hidden potential activated. His 12 palaces destroyed the spatial area in order for him to escape. Alas, a foot came from the sky and stomped down on him all the way to the ground. This was enough to break several bones on his body. Keep in mind that an emperor's body was tougher than divine meals. But now, this stomp from Li Qie easily crushed his bones. The crowd shuddered before this scene. They suddenly felt that the foot was stomping on them instead. There was a sharp pain causing many to drop to the ground, paralyzed. Ah! The emperor tried to struggle, but this foot was as heavy as an eternal mountain. Resistance was futile. A one-will emperor prancing arrogantly around all the time? Li Qie looked down at the emperor and said, "Not to mention you, even a 12-will emperor needs to act properly before me." He even dared to bring up the 12-will emperors? This was utterly insane, his domineering level. The winner takes all, no need to blabber on. Finish me off now. The emperor knew that the outcome had been decided and was still manly enough to shout. Not that easy now. Li Qie said, "I need to make an example out of you since you were foolish and suicidal enough to get in my way. Today, I shall break your bones so that others will realize that certain paths aren't meant to be taken." Chapter 1941. Li Qie's voice was emotionless, just like a devil from hell, causing people to feel a chill running down their spine. Pluff. He mercilessly tore the horn growing from the emperor's head off. Ah! Blood gushed from the hole as if half of his head was being ripped apart. Using an evil weapon is just fine. Li Qie threw the bloodied horn on the ground. However, as a grand emperor, you shouldn't have let evil enter your body and embark on this path. The blood of darkness has stained your imperial blood. You are no longer qualified to be a grand emperor. With that, he was ripping the scales from the emperor's body. Miserable cries came about. This whole process was excruciating and more than the emperor could handle. This dark blood shouldn't appear in this world, let it turn to ashes. Li Qie was not affected by the emperor's suffering. Pluff. His hand reached into the emperor's body to drain out his blood. It was the bloodline of an emperor, so it had a dazzling glow just like a jade belt. However, it was no longer pure. Half of the blood had turned dark as if there was a devil growing inside. This was the blood will, fused into the emperor's bloodstream. Li Qie was removing the blood will from the emperor, but it was not easy due to the fusion. The blood had permeated into every inch of his body. Thus, it was being drained and cutting through his skin. Even though his body was still in one piece, his tendons and muscles were severed from the removal process. Ah! It was painful indeed. The scream of an emperor echoed across the world. The crowd was horrified. Some even dropped to the ground in fear. Who would have thought that this would be the fate of an emperor? Ultimately, Li Qie finished taking out all the dark blood. This liquid seemed to have its own consciousness, wishing to escape after leaving the emperor's body. Alas, Li Qie's palm instantly suppressed it and he began burning it with his imperial flame. Zzz. The blood was issuing some strange and creepy cries. "Take my bones and tendons, but you won't be able to kill me. I'm immortal as long as the heavens' will is there." The pale emperor still declared emphatically despite his pale complexion from the pain. "I know." Li Qie said, "Everything is possible with the heavens' will, a great advantage enjoyed by the emperors. However, we'll see if you can keep saying this after I tear it apart." "Ha, tear my heavens' will apart? In your dream." The emperor shouted back. This was a very difficult matter requiring a world-destroying power. However, it was also the most direct method to kill an emperor. Emperors had a much easier time doing so because they had their own heaven's wills. Alas, doing so without one's own is much more prohibitive. No need to do that, too wasteful to tear apart such a good thing. Li Qie chuckled. Clank. An ancient law emerged above Li Qie and instantly pierced through the emperor's will. Buzz, this strand of law was actually absorbing the heaven's will. Impossible. The emperor was truly frightened because nothing could absorb an emperor's will like this. However, this horrifying matter was actually happening to him. This strand of law was naturally one of Li Qiye's 12. Senior War Monarch, I know you're here, please save me. As his will was nearly drained dry, the arrogant emperor couldn't help but call at the sky for help. Though he had treated the world in disdain, losing his heaven's will meant losing everything. Even if he were to survive, he would only be a husk suffering a fate worse than death. He abandoned all pride and asked the War Monarch clan for help. Alas, the sky was silent. Everyone was looking up towards the mountain in order to see if War Monarch Heaven Emperor, the legendary guardian of the Heaven race, was actually here or not. War Monarch Heaven Emperor, please save me, out of consideration for my 3 ancestors and our race. The emperor shouted once more. Everyone held their breath after hearing the pleading, waiting to hear an answer. The young emperor was a Heavener and his 3 ancestors were rumored to be friends with War Monarch Heaven Emperor. Furthermore, War Monarch had stepped up and mediated for him in the past. In fact, the clan's army and high gods were nervous as well, not knowing quite what to do. First, their goal was to protect Jin Gu. Jumping into this muddled water would only complicate the matter. But ultimately, Wild Lad Heaven Emperor was still part of their race. Seeing one of their emperors tortured by a junior was an unsettling sight. Everyone was disappointed since no one answered the young emperor. Buzz. Finally, the law finished the process. The emperor's will was far from enough to light it up. Without his will, even without Li Qiye stomping him, he still wouldn't be able to move a single finger in this weak state. Kill me now. The emperor spoke feebly, show mercy by relieving me of this. He was drowned in despair, living was meaningless without his heaven's will. I'll send you on your way then. Li Qiye glanced at him and said flatly. Bah. With a finger strike, Li Qiye destroyed the emperor's true fate located inside his forehead. The emperor slowly closed his eyes. This death was strangely peaceful. There was no struggling or hatred. Death was not dreadful at all, only salvation. Poof. Li Qiye spread out his palm and an imperial flame ignited to instantly turn the emperor into ashes. Wild Lad Heaven Emperor, the insanely gifted emperor with many strange tales and only one will. Ultimately, there was no repentance for his past conducts even after being chased by mortal reversion ancient god. Arrogance and unbridled were the words to describe his life. Of course, he himself would have never guessed that his end would be so tragic. Chapter 1942. No one dared to utter a word at this moment. Even the gazes on Li Qiye have changed as if he was a ghost. It was one thing to kill the emperor, but to do so in such a brutal manner was an unbelievable feat. All the experts of the War Monarch clan shuddered in fear as well. At this moment, they were secretly glad about their Princess Vision. If it wasn't for her, they might be fighting against Li Qiye right now. Regardless of the victory in this conflict, it would have certainly been a bloody and expensive one for their clan. This brat is too much, we have to stay away from him. The gods watching nearby also trembled and moved far away. Was there anything Fiercest didn't dare to do in this world? These gods warned themselves to not get in his way or it might end with a fate worse than death. Wild Lad Heaven Emperor was the perfect example. Is this a declaration of war? Torturing Wild Lad Heaven Emperor in public like this. The 3 ancestors from that clan won't let this go. One god murmured. Wild Lad still had 3 emperors for his ancestors on top of being part of Sentinel. Sentinel was founded by Sentry Arrow Devil Emperor. They had 5 emperors including Wild Lad. The members had a blood ceremony to become sworn brothers. Though Sentinel was no match for something unique like Heaven Authority, it was not to be underestimated. Due to the blood ceremony, the 5 emperors made an oath to prosper and decline together. In other words, fighting against one of them was akin to fighting the entire group. Thus, Li Qiye had antagonized a total of 7 emperors after killing Wild Lad. The frightened crowd was still too scared to speak until one high god said, "First, He messed with the tame dragon cavalry, now Sentinel too. He's really challenging all the Grand Emperors in Pure. A storm is brewing. He shuddered at this point, thinking that he needed to get the hell away from this mess or not even bones would be left of him. Tame Dragon and Sentinel weren't the strongest organizations in Pure. However, provoking them was still quite suicidal. After all, the members were emperors. But now, Li Qie alone was going against two organizations. Just who the hell would dare to do so? That's why the powerful experts could already see the trouble coming ahead in Pure, but the full extent remained unknown. As long as Li Qie was present, no one would dare to breathe loudly. The guy was completely worthy of his title, fiercest. Meanwhile, Li Qie gave Jin Gu, who was sitting on the altar, a quick glance before leaving. Shi Hunlin and the others calmed down and followed him in silence. Everyone felt much better after this god of calamity was gone, as if a heavy weight had been lifted off their shoulder. On their way back to Eternal, the juniors and even Shi Hunlin were quite nervous, thinking that Li Qie might scold them. Of course, this wasn't the case. He went into isolated training right away. It wasn't for cultivation this time. He was preparing a great formation for the upcoming earth-shattering battle. Even though he has done some in the past, he didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. He knew exactly who he was facing. Even a 12-will emperor wouldn't dare to mess with this existence. Li Qie was never one to fight a losing battle. Thus, he needed to be sure about capturing the overlord of the wildland without fail. Thus, he began deriving all the possible scenarios. Rumble. In the interim, the peak where Jin Gu was located had loud explosions. The sky turned bright. There were many Grand Dao appearing above Jin Gu with boundless power. The heavens' wills were definitely appearing. The most nervous was not Jin Gu at this moment but his protectors and army. Their nerves were being tortured right now as they carefully scanned the entire area, lest the same ambush as in the past were to happen again. Heavenly Phoenix Princess was nervous as well. She cared for her husband more than anyone else and was suited up for battle herself while also scanning the entire area. It was precisely because of this attitude and effort that the clan valued her so much. Boom! Jin Gu finally stood up and roared, "Open!" His palaces jumped out with loud explosions. 12 palaces, who knows, maybe Jin Gu is just as gifted as Wild Lad Heaven Emperor. Someone from the last generation commented after seeing the palaces. There have been enough geniuses with 12 palaces in Pure. Alas, not that many of them became emperors. In terms of Dao comprehension, Jin Gu might not be as good as Wild Lad Heaven Emperor. The emperor was simply a genius, but that also backfired on him. A high god that had lived for a long time said, on the contrary, Jin Gu has the wisdom to go along with his intelligence. He wasn't as devilish like Wild Lad, so he faced enough challenges and blood to sharpen himself. This period is very important to a future emperor. It allowed him to grasp the fundamentals of an emperor. All he needs is the heaven's wills to become a real one. A different high god commented, instead of innate traits, would say that the Dao heart plays a bigger role. Wild Lad was an emperor, but he didn't have the Dao heart of one. His was still the same as the one back in his youth. Otherwise, he might not have suffered that demise earlier. In short, his life was too easy. The other high god agreed, being too intelligent might not necessarily be a good thing. It might even ruin someone's life. Jin Gu has both the bearing and Dao heart of a grand emperor right now, just need the heaven's will. Boom! With loud detonations, Jin Ge's 12 palaces turned into a large maelstrom with a runic chapter inside. This chapter was vast and omnipresent in the world of the maelstrom. It was his supreme grand Dao. He created it in order to shoulder the heaven's wills. Pop! The maelstrom released a pulse that shot into the sky. Rumble! Another identical maelstrom appeared above just like a reflection. It wasn't a reflection though. Jin Gu was imprinting his grand Dao right there, using it to shoulder the wills. The two maelstrom crazily spun. The imprinted one above was being pulled down along with the heaven's wills. The entire world shook during this process. Everyone felt that he was pulling everything towards this spot. Chapter 1943. Everyone was aware of Jin Ji's ambition as he pulled down the maelstrom. He wanted to shoulder 4 wills at once. Just taking one was quite difficult, even for a genius. It required an amazing method on top of possessing sufficient power. Rumble. The wills inside the maelstrom being dragged down were resisting by flowing upward. After all, they belonged to the heaven and earth. Forcibly taking them required more effort. Though Jin Gu was qualified to shoulder them, he still needed to experience this arduous process. Rumble. Wills inside the maelstrom started jumping out and returned back to the world with a resonating noise. They resembled dragons jumping out of the pond and finally joining the vast oceans. It was quite a magnificent spectacle. In a short time, only 4 wills were left in the maelstrom. This wasn't strange at all since no one could take more than 4 at a time. It was already amazing for Jin Gu to use his own Grand Tao and hold back 4 wills. Is he doing it? As the 2 maelstrom approached each other, everyone held their breath. The army and ancestors were tense, but they didn't forget their duty. They were more vigilant now than ever because an ambush now would ruin all of their efforts. The princess truly desired to watch her husband's ascension, but she remembered her responsibility. Her eyes were fixated on the coordinates in the sky in order to avoid an attack. Nevertheless, her eyes still stopped on him just for a split second. After all, this was the most important moment in his life. Boom! The maelstrom with the 4 wills trembled for a bit. The 4 became quite resplendent and hot. They didn't wish to be restrained by Jin Gu and also tried to jump back into the world. Lock. In this key moment, Jin Gu used his supreme Grand Tao to lock the 4 wills. Clank. 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 Thick laws appeared in the maelstrom in the form of chains and covered the 4 wills in multiple layers. Rumble. The wills didn't yield so easily and struggled. They grew into the size of mountain ranges. Lock. Jin Gu roared again and added more energy. The chains were covering the wills on one end and his own body on the other end. He had firmly tightened himself and the wills together, swearing to never give up until success. Crack. Breaking noises occurred. The 2 sides continued their contest. Due to the tightness of the chains, his supreme Grand Tao in the form of the maelstrom had cracks all around it. His body was affected too, with blood all over the place. This made the crowd even more nervous. The princess was truly worried, but she needed to maintain her watch. Just let go of 1 then, 3 wills shouldn't be a problem with him, but 4 is too much. A few high gods had this thought. Rumble. Jin Gu was now channeling all of his vitality for recovery purposes. The cracks on the maelstrom and his body were mending together. In the recesses of the sky, the clan's 4 grand emperors were concerned too. Alas, they needed to watch out for an ambush. There was no way for them to help since the candidates needed to do so themselves without external help. Otherwise, it wouldn't be that difficult to become an emperor. The struggle waged on between Jin Gu and the 4 wills. As time passed, his vitality was greatly depleted. If this went on, the pale youth wouldn't be able to handle it for much longer. The 4 emperors started to think about convincing Jin Gu to give up one of the wills. There was no need to grab all 4. Meanwhile, the ancestors and the army felt their heart hanging by their throat while quietly praying for Jin Gu. Boom! The 4 wills finally yielded under his persistent attempt and stopped trying to escape. The 2 maelstrom finally came together, resulting in a deafening explosion. The world and the myriad realms trembled. Jin Gu finally pulled his supreme Grand Tao back into his body. The 4 wills were stored in his palaces. A boundless imperial aura rushed to the sky. Flames erupted from his body like countless volcanoes. Everyone could feel this new aura. It was a declaration of a new Grand Emperor, the second of this generation. Clank. His laws transformed into imperial laws, giving him a massive boost in prestige. Others couldn't help themselves from wanting to prostrate. He did it. The army crazily roared, some were even driven into tears. They hugged each other in jubilation. Grand Emperor. Many experts kneeled before Jin Ji's aura to welcome the new emperor. Jin Ji's flame slowly converged back into his body. With a buzz, his eyes poured out a light capable of creating a new world. They were extremely profound, capable of deriving everything in this world. This was a monumental change in his very being, allowing him to escape the manacles of the Tao. The princess was elated and flew over to hug him with tears in her eyes. You finally did it. Half of this is thanks to you. Jin Gu hugged her tightly. Many were amazed and in awe by this imperial couple. Jilin Princess and the others on Eternal also saw his flames sweeping through the world. They were overwhelmed with emotions like the rest. 4 wills at once, he's worthy of his fame as a genius. Even the proud Wu Fengying had to admit Jin Ji's greatness. Shi Hunlin added, yes, Jin Gu is an incredible person, not just because of his talents but also his firm Tao heart. Others would be traumatized after the first ambush, not him. Perhaps he could have become a 12-will emperor. The juniors agreed with this sentiment. Even after losing the first attempt, Jin Gu still got 4 on this second one. It showed his heaven-defying power. Chapter 1944. The news of Jin Ji's coronation with 4 wills swept through Pure like a storm. Some were still shocked despite it being in everyone's expectation. His talents and power were perfect to become an emperor if it wasn't for the first ambush by Ren Sheng. The more shocking part was the 4 wills. People even guessed that this could have been a 12-will emperor. More importantly, this was the second emperor in this generation already. When will the first be? The first was Tao Dragon Heaven Emperor, not the most brilliant nor the most talented. In fact, he was inferior to Jin Gu and Ren Sheng in many aspects. No, even when compared to Qin Bailey. Nevertheless, he was still the first Grand Emperor that have experienced 2 will-seizing attempts for a total of 6. There was no doubt that the Heaven race was shining in this generation due to the first 2 emperors being Heaveners. Thus, many waited for the 3rd emperor and wondered which race will they be from. The most promising now was Ren Sheng from Arrogance Continent. Alas, his first attempt was the same as Jin Ji's, being ambushed and lost the chance. Though the top emperors agreed to seal the 13 continents and stopping the passageways, shouldering the heavens was still an earth-shattering matter. People could sense the change in the number of the remaining wills. Normal experts couldn't sense anything, but high gods and emperors from the other continents knew that a new emperor has been born. People had different feelings after the coronation. Some young ones beyond excited, thinking that the next emperor could be themselves. Jilin Princess and Wu Fengying had this thought as well. After all, virtually all imperial successors had this ambition. However, they were born a bit late compared to Jin Gu and Qin Bailey. There was still a long way for them to go before catching up to Jin Gu in his pre-ascension state. But at that point, many wills would have been taken. This only added more pressure to them due to the lack of time. Boom! It hasn't been 2 days after his ascension before Jin Gu decided to show up outside of Eternal. His imperial aura alarmed everyone. It's Jin Gu, no, Grand Emperor Jin Gu. Someone shouted after seeing him. Though his attire was still the same on top of converging his own imperial flame, he was still a Grand Emperor. His aura still robbed the breath away from spectators. Your Majesty. Many experts on Eternal dropped to their knees, subservient to the Grand Emperor. Jin Gu wasn't trying to suppress others and only stood there calmly. There was no trace of arrogance nor a need to show off. Nevertheless, emperors with 4 wills and up made weaker cultivators cower instinctively. Brotherly, Jin Gu would like to see you. The emperor requested. The volume wasn't loud, but each word was resounding with a peerless charisma. People felt especially comfortable to hear it. His words were an unquestionable decree in resonation with the Tao. The first thing he did after becoming an emperor was to visit Wuxia. This made people raise their eyes. All attention was on Eternal. Does he want revenge now? A cultivator wondered. Even though the princess had foregone old grievances with Wuxia, it didn't mean Jin Gu would be able to swallow it. He had 4 wills now and was countless times stronger. Will this be Jin Ji's first battle after ascension? Some experts became quite excited. Everyone knew about Fiercest's ferocity after he tore Wild Lad Heaven Emperor apart. But now, maybe Jin Gu with 4 wills was a more worthy opponent, resulting in a more colorful battle. Probably not. An older high god carefully dissected Jin Ji's tone. From his attitude, this didn't look like a challenge. Meanwhile, Jilin Princess and the others were surprised too. They didn't know of his intention and they were powerless to stop him in the first place. Shi Hunlin wasn't a match for Jin Gu either. During their hesitation, the wooden door creaked and opened. Wuxia came out from his isolated cultivation. He glanced outside before answering, "Come in." Jin Gu cupped his fist and said, "Excuse me then." With that, he turned eternal and disappeared from sight. "It's not happening then?" the people said. "Fiercest is really too much, he didn't bother with formalities at all, just telling him to come in," an ancestor stated. In fact, many felt this sentiment. An enemy seeing an emperor coming in person would be scared out of their mind, probably even kneeling on the ground and begging for forgiveness already. Even the courageous ones would be preparing for a fierce battle. As for the non-enemy, it was a glorious honor to be visited by an emperor. This latter group would be preparing a grand reception. Not Wuxia, his only response was a nonchalant, "Come in." It was as if Jin Gu was only an ordinary guest. No, not even a guest. After all, the host would at least come and greet a guest. His domineering attitude made everyone think that Fiercest didn't give a damn about emperors. After Jin Gu entered the room, the rest of the group could read the situation and left. After all, this was a meeting far beyond their level. Wuxia was still sitting down while leisurely glancing at Jin Gu. He wasn't surprised at the 4 wills at all. Jin Gu actually bowed towards Wuxia instead and said, "Today, I wish to correct myself, no longer daring to call you brotherly." "Sit down." Wuxia nodded. Jin Gu didn't waste words and sat down. He finally realized who he was speaking to and how unreachable he was. "I'm sure you're here for more than that today," Wuxia said. "Today, outside of formally visiting you, sacred teacher, I have also thought about our feud." Jin Gu smiled and said. Jin Gu could calmly face Wuxia because there wasn't a great history between the two. For example, his ancestors actually fought on the battlefield to the death against Wuxia. On the other hand, his issue was due to the death of his wife's family. "I'm listening." Wuxia chuckled and had a sip of green tea. "Sacred teacher, my wife and you have let go of your feud, so I don't need to worry about it either. But back at the Imperial City, I was too blind to see Mount Tai and had plans for a future fight with you. That's what I'm here for." Jin Gu was righteous, fitting of his current status. Wild Lad was completely inferior in his regards. Chapter 1945, I see, what is your choice? Wuxia smilingly said. "No, it will be your choice, sacred teacher." Jin Gu shook his head, "I don't have any agency before you. If you want to teach me a lesson, I'll just go for it. But ultimately, a promise is a promise. I'm not cowardly to the point where I won't face it." Jin Gu knew that this was an existence who had slaughtered emperors before, but this wasn't good of a reason for him to renege and run. Thus, he came today to fulfill the agreement. This was a way for him to maintain his Tao heart. If he chose to run, it would leave an indelible mark in his mind. In the future, this shadow would remain even if he were to become an emperor with 8 wills. Wuxia chuckled and took another sip of green tea before speaking. "The myriad laws from the Tao can slowly be formed, the wonders of the world can be understood with time. Only the Tao heart requires a step-by-step process. Many things will change, but the Tao heart is indestructible, capable of lasting through the epochs. Jin Gu listened carefully. An emperor he might be now, he was still a junior before a time-worn overlord. As you stare into the horizon to remember the past and peer into the future, do you ever ask yourself, what is immovable and can grant you an eternity in this world? Li Qie continued. Jin Gu pondered in silence before answering with a question. Sacred teacher, can someone be truly immovable? No one was born with a will of iron and an immovable Tao heart. It is nonsense to think otherwise. It requires time and tribulations. Everyone had times of questioning and doubts, but during your most desperate trait, ask yourself about your most primal wish. As long as you do not forget this, you will be able to stay firm. Li Qie looked at him and answered. Jin Gu took his time carving the words into his memories. Your talents are excellent, enough to be a grand emperor. Your Tao heart is quite firm as well, but you're still too young. On the long path in the future, the thing that is worthy of your arduous pursuit is not more heaven's wills and cultivation but an indomitable Tao heart. Really? Jin Gu was surprised. What else can it be? What's the difference with having more or less heaven's wills? Li Qie smiled and elaborated. You right now know exactly what you want. But if one day, your world is about to be destroyed and you must make a choice in order to survive and perhaps succumb to the darkness, raising your blade against your race, your family, and even your beloved wife. So now, when you still have your wits, ask yourself, the moment you raise that blade, does it matter how many heaven's wills you have? And the power of your cultivation? Even if you have 12 wills at that point, you would have already ceased being yourself. Is that the path of a grand emperor? Is that your initial goal in becoming one? He gently sighed and went on. At that moment, you would desire an indomitable Tao heart to refuse all temptations and resist the darkness. Tread forward on your own path. It might be ridden with despair and perils, but do not give up. Jin Gu had a moment of reflection. Before becoming an emperor, he wanted to see the path of one. Alas, after becoming one, everything before his eyes had changed and became much bigger. Since you have only become an emperor and your mind still lucid, just ask yourself about what you truly want. Keep on repeating it as a cautionary measure. Li Qie said, is it an unswayable Tao heart or ultimate power? Maybe something else? Li Qie was opening a new door for Jin Gu. In the past, he only talked about the mysteries of the Grand Tao and the momentum of the world with his elders and peers. But today, Li Qie simply focused on his Tao heart. Jin Gu carefully absorbed the information and eventually stood up. He bowed respectfully towards Li Qie and said, Sacred teacher, I could see the sun hiding behind the clouds now after listening to you. I appreciate you putting aside any prejudice and teaching me. Li Qie couldn't help but smile. They are separate issues. I'm an enemy to your three races because I am a human. It is a simple choice. And as for me helping you, it is because you are worth it as a genius. Also a simple choice. Your vision is beyond us. Jin Gu said with a tinge of emotions. Li Qie chuckled. You are an emperor now, let the past be gone. This is the only thing I can give you. Jin Gu knew it was time for him to leave. He pondered for a bit before asking, I heard from my ancestors that you wanted to start a big battle. If you don't mind, I would like to offer my meager assistance. I'm not saying that you are weak, but you have only just ascended. Just watch for now. Li Qie replied, this will be a good experience for you in the future before directly facing the darkness. Your Tao heart still needs further polishing before reaching an immovable state. Jin Gu bowed his head once more. Thank you for protecting me, sacred teacher. I'll take my leave now. Li Qie nodded and didn't bother getting up. Before the bewildered spectators, Jin Gu left eternal with a calm expression. No one was able to read anything from him. Sigh, no fight then. Looks like the feud between Fiercest and the War Monarch clan is over. People who wanted nothing more than to watch the fun were disappointed. They knew that everything was over after this meeting. As for the death of Heavenly Phoenix Prince and the Royal Lord, this was an insignificant matter now. No one would bring it up again. Even if the ministers of Heavenly Phoenix still wanted revenge, they wouldn't dare to bring up because Jin Ji's attitude had dealt with this issue. These court members would never dare to question an emperor's prestige. Jin Gu is indeed extraordinary, much superior to Wild Lad Heaven Emperor in this regards. Avoid obstacles when possible. Wild Lad didn't understand this, hence his downfall. A high god nodded approvingly. Chapter 1946. Remote Wildland was a leftover epoch, one of the largest in exploration ground. The more unique thing about it was that they still had living overlords. Normally, these remnant epochs were all dead zones, not a single trace of the living could be found there. This wasn't the case for the Wildland. However, these overlords could only slumber in their ruined epochs because they didn't belong to the current one. If they were to leave the Wildland, death was guaranteed. The moment they took a single step out, the years would start to flow on them again. This was something they couldn't withstand regardless of their monstrous power. Ashes would be the result. At a mysterious and deep location in the Wildland were clues about its origin. Even 10 Will emperors wouldn't want to come here. The place was covered in black mist and engulfed in a strange power. Outsiders couldn't see what was inside due to its concealment. Black seemed to be the primary theme. The mist was thick and unchanging, just like blood sticking on something. There were intact architectures in this place. They weren't beautiful or magnificent, erected from an unknown black metal in a simple manner. Practicality and toughness were the focus. They gave an indestructible and heavy feeling. Even the sky falling down wouldn't be able to crush them. Keep in mind that in these remnant epochs, the majority of buildings would be destroyed. The completeness of the buildings here was indeed a miracle. As one walked through these buildings, they would think that this was a place of sacrifice from the lamenting echoes of anguish in this place. They would shudder uncontrollably while the more cowardly would not go any further. There was an altar made out of black stones in the center of this place. Its fair size was made up by its complex and exquisite nature. There were too many little stones here, yet no gaps could be found, resulting in a perfect appearance. It was completely different from the simplistic buildings in this place. This was a work of art, polished over millions of years. A group of men surrounded this altar, all dressed in black. They were quietly whispering, perhaps a prayer or a chant. A black coffin was laid on top of the altar with the head pointing northward. This was done on purpose in accordance with the momentum of the world. This was naturally the blood forsakens. The coffin they brought here had its lid removed now. Their language was a unique and ancient one, not part of the current system. Remember that this could be considered the origin place of the Wildland. Even if one knew of it, they might not be able to get there. Many have died trying to reach this place, but not the blood forsakens. Their race had a deep connection with this place. This was a ferocious land in the eyes of outsiders, but for them, this was going home. Of course, whether this place accepted them or not was a different story. The dozens of members continued chanting and praying for the black coffin. Buzz. An inaudible noise rang as strings of blood stretched out of the coffin. It would be more accurate to call them red tentacles sticking on the sides and slowly coming out of the coffin for the altar. They wiggled and squirmed like blood flowing downward. These tiny things covered the entire coffin in a terrifying spectacle. Some people would feel the urge to vomit after seeing this. As the number of tentacles increased, the chants from the members became louder. Right now, even their body was shaking as if they were suffering chi deviation. Looks like you still haven't lost hope. I must destroy your entire race to make you give up. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their ceremony. The red tentacles seemed to be scared and all rushed back into the coffin. The members instantly turned around and glared angrily at Wuxia, if they had eyes, that is. Nevertheless, their fury was expressive and obvious. Wuxia calmly walked over and stared at the furious crowd before sitting down on the altar to take a look at the thing inside the coffin. even though the coming of a new life doesn't always represent evil, but given my personality, should I destroy all of you now? The Forsaken Bloods were still fixated on him. They were full of doubts, not understanding his identity and power. However, their unique instinct made them fear the aura emanating from him as if he was their ultimate enemy. Fellow Daoist, we are simply praying without any evil intention. A member came out and spoke with an ancient voice. This was certainly the person in charge of the group. No evil intention? Li Qie smiled and said, in my opinion, the moment your group showed up in this place, there's no question about it. The other side pondered for a moment before answering, fellow Daoist, light blooms from your body, but that doesn't mean we wish for the darkness either. We are a race with life, not evil darkness. Light? Li Qie responded, I don't know if I have light or not, but I do know that I'm a butcher of dark existences. And it's hard whether certain things are born evil or not, so tell me, do you all wish to scream by my butcher's blade? The group was startled. Though they had numerous masters here, they didn't dare to act recklessly due to his unique aura. The light they were referring to was actually his Dao heart. It was created for the opposite of them, the nemesis of their origin. We're not evil beings. The leader of the group said, we don't commit evil deeds either, simply wishing to live, no different from the 3 or the 100 races. Is that so? Li Qie brought up, which race devoured countless existences in the past? Of course, racial conflicts and massacres have been waging on in perpetuity. Killing 1,000 or 1 million? That's not enough to attribute light or darkness to someone. However, after crossing a certain point, it's very obvious to see who will side with the darkness later. The leader debated, we only wish to live on, that's it, not to rule over the world or replace the other races. Chapter 1947, Only Wish to Live On? Li Qie chuckled, I have no intention of verifying your claim. I only want to say that before the darkness is gone completely, I must deliberate whether to massacre all of you first. Why is it that other beings in the world dare to approach me, but not your group? He went on in a relaxed manner, it is all because of your origin. I have an immovable and eternal Tao heart even in the face of total destruction. I come and exist with the world, an everlasting watcher. But you come from the darkness, needless for me to expand on this. These are two opposite paths, which is why my Tao heart is your nemesis. Because of this, I don't mind that you all wish to survive, but a potential alliance with the darkness makes me wish to kill. The reason why I haven't done so is not out of mercy, but that I believe that everything is possible in this world. He stared intensely at them and finished. Everything is possible indeed. The leader said, we're here not to make ourselves more powerful or pray for a new force. We are praying for the true Creator to point us towards the light, to deliver us from being an incomplete creation. We're just like you and the others in the 13 races. We have flesh and blood, life and soul. We desire to live like an ordinary race instead of living in this pitiful manner in the shadows as nauseating abominations. We wish to walk in this world again without facing prejudice. He became more emotional, thus, we pray for a new chance at a normal life, for the Creator to perfect our race. Li Qie flatly answered, I don't care whether you are telling the truth or not, but either way, I can only tell you the bad news. What you wish for is merely daydreaming. If your true Creator could have perfected your race, he wouldn't need to wait till today. The Forsaken Bloods were not part of the 13 continents. They were created instead of being born in a natural manner from the heaven and earth. All along, the Wild Bloods couldn't leave the wildland, but they always had this ambition. In this epoch, an incredible man had a strange idea and planned together with an overlord of the wildland. Their goal was to create a wild blood that could leave. Just like that, a bizarre race was born, the Blood Forsaken. Creating life was not permitted, only the heaven and earth had this privilege. One's power and resources were meaningless. But this overlord and the madman were heaven-defying enough. They actually managed to create a new life. Alas, it was an incomplete one due to the forbidden nature of the act. They had a hard time reproducing. The birth of a new required the death of an old, a devouring type of reproduction. Furthermore, both of these beings paid a heavy price. Even though they hid in the remote region of the wildland, they still suffered the heavenly execution. From then on, they were never seen again. As for the blood forsakens, true to their name, they were abandoned as a cheap imitation. Their lack of reproduction was their biggest flaw, one that was impossible to fix. The members shuddered after hearing Wuxia. They had a difficult time accepting this reality. Living normally like the other races has been their goal all along. But the only person that could fix their race was their overlord creator. As for that ambition madman, they had no idea who he was. Thus, after a long period of preparation, their race came prepared this time around, hoping for their creator to finish what he had started. The members had nothing to say, such a blow was too much for them to take. No way. One expert blurted out. His voice lacked conviction, for he had already known the answer long ago. Now, Wuxia had extinguished their ray of hope as well. Wuxia chuckled and said, if they had this capability, would he be hiding underground for generations in this place? Do you think they don't want to leave? It's just that there's nothing they can do against the villainous heaven. Even if they didn't believe Wuxia, they could still speculate and agree with his logic. Wuxia glanced at them and said, regardless of your intentions, if your race truly wishes to live normally in the 13 continents, I can point you on the right path. The group instantly exchanged glances with each other after hearing this. Wuxia didn't care for their permission and continued on, your race's ultimate problem is because of the lack of permission from the world and the villainous heaven. No one can fix your flaw since it is a punishment. But there is a simple way. Forget your origin, weaken your instinct, be close to the world and its momentum. As long as your heart is bright, you will see light everywhere, Wuxia explained a new profundity to the group. He didn't come up with it just now, but this has been an area of research done by countless people in the past. Wuxia simply analyzed them and came up with a new way. It wasn't out of mercy either. He thought that it was a path worth trying and further researching. The forsaken blood was an incomplete imitation. If they wished to change for the better, Wuxia's idea was worth trying. He was different from the overlord of the wildland. This overlord wanted the race to be a test, hoping that this race could help him leave the wildland. As for that ambitions man, he had his own motives. As for Wuxia, he simply wished to see the transformation of a race, to see if this path was possible in the first place. If the blood forsaken could become something similar like the other races, it meant that there was a possible path outside of the worldly restrictions. Wuxia didn't wish to participate himself, only telling them the way. They must be the ones to walk it themselves. The members here were still skeptical and darting their eyes at each other before turning at Wuxia. They weren't sure at all about his idea since it was virtually impossible. Why are you telling us this? The leader spoke with doubts. Wuxia answered with a smile. Who else am I going to tell if not your group? Is there a second imitation race in this world? Even if the idea is amazing, it is limited to being a worthless theory without actual testing. The members had nothing to say. He was simply using them as an experiment. Boom! He closed the black coffin and threw it at the group. This scared the soul out of them as they quickly caught it since it was too important to them. Go, regardless of your intentions. I will give you a chance by not slaying everyone here. Leave this place before I change my mind. Wuxia declared. The members finally carried the coffin and left this place. Even though they were absurdly strong, his aura was dreadful to them. They didn't wish to oppose him and rather try his idea instead. After their departure, Wuxia looked at the altar and smiled coldly with a bright flash in his eyes. Enough sleeping, time to get some air. Chapter 1948. This area became quiet after the blood-forsaken's departure, a scene of deathly stillness. With his eyes on the altar, he revealed a faint smile. If I were to let you survive through the long years, how can the beings lamenting for generations without entering the reincarnation cycle rest? Having said that, Li Qia's eyes flashed with a terrible murderous torrent. He looked around the area and said, "It is time for I, the butcher, to deliver your death. Don't blame me for being merciless, blame your own ignorance instead." A grin emerged as he went on, no longer coming out after the heavenly execution even if the world were to split apart. "However, I'll make a bet that I'll be able to drag you out from your lair. The fish only refuses to bite because the bait isn't fat enough. Li Qia and Saint will work together to kill a dark overlord, the strongest one sleeping beneath this altar." This lair was fortified, attacking it was simply impossible. It was the key to protecting this overlord so it wouldn't open without his primal laws. Thus, the only way was to bait him out. This being has been slumbering for a long time now, ever since he created the Forsaken Bloods and faced the execution. Even if the outside world were to sunder, he wouldn't leave his lair without something enough to tempt him. Very few things could do so, but Li Qia had an idea. Li Qia wasn't careless, for he understood the power of this existence. He was preparing for a great plan with an immense amount of resources, refined jades, chaos stones, immortal and divine metals. This was an exhausting task. His lifelong knowledge and skills were all utilized in this operation. At the same time, in order to avoid any mistake, he used 30 crystals from the foul mine. This was truly going all out. Remember, he only asked for 100 crystal stones back in the 9 worlds, but he didn't mind spending 30 to ambush this dark overlord. Back during the ancient Ming era, he had also laid out a murderous formation that only needed several stones. Now, he was using 30 stones. One could imagine just how monstrous the incoming fight was going to be. Alas, this was worth it if he could kill this overlord, since he would be able to obtain all of the guy's treasures and resources, potentially a paragon artifact as well. Most importantly was the significance in killing a dark overlord. This was a warning to the ones lurking in the dark that there were still people in this world who could slay them. At the same time, it would light a spark of hope in everyone, that the darkness in the future could still be flattened. Third, it would show the wavering and indecisive ones the right side to pick. Li Qia used many heaven-defying methods to perfect every single detail in the plan. Just one wrong move and they would love everything against a being of this level. Meanwhile, Pure was still lost in the excitement of Jin Ji's ascension. Some were happy, others were sad. Of course, the most jubilated was still the Heaven race. After all, they already had 2 grand emperors in this generation. This was an impressive initiative and advantage. Strangely enough, Jin Gu didn't have a formal declaration to the world afterward or did a ceremonial patrol. He chose to keep a low profile. Remember, becoming a grand emperor was a prestigious deed that honored one's ancestors. Furthermore, shouldering 4 wills was an exceptional and memorable act. Even his clan didn't send any message or decree at all. With Jin Gu, the war monarch had a total of 6 emperors. This was quite rare in the 13 continents, enough for them to reign. Their lack of celebration puzzled everyone. People started feeling that something was amiss and started to have discussions and speculations in secret. In the interim, many emperors were quietly gathering in exploration grounds. The most unbelievable thing was the scale of this meeting. More than 10 emperors have come together. Even grand emperors from the Heaven race were involved. Who in this world could summon so many emperors from the different races? Outside of the ultimate expeditions, not too many events could create an alliance between the races. The racial tension was still high after Emperor Hunt. Emperors from these races still worked together occasionally on a small scale. But this number was exceedingly high. Emperors and high gods who knew about this meeting but weren't eligible to join became scared. They certainly knew that something big was happening. A change in leadership, maybe? It's not an ultimate expedition. An old high god said nervously. A 12-will emperor is taking charge? Who else can gather so many emperors? A relatively new grand emperor became startled. The world didn't know about the emperors gathering in exploration grounds. Even their peers could only talk about it quietly among themselves. Everyone was distracted by Jin Ji's ascension while this group of emperors was waiting for the right moment. Whoosh! A sound of an arrow flying suddenly appeared in exploration grounds. It was very quiet. In the beginning, not too many people took note of it. Whoosh! The second time didn't attract any attention either. After the fifth time, the noise became more resounding and everyone could hear it echo now. It didn't come from the ears but from their heart. It was as if this sound had shot directly in there. Even if they were to cover their ears, they would still hear it all the same. Not good. An experienced ancestor was alarmed to hear this repeated whistle. "We have to leave now." He immediately left with his juniors. "Ancestor, what is happening?" A junior was confused to see his strongest ancestor leaving in a panic. "Don't ask, this person can kill you without any sign." The ancestor immediately hushed the junior and continued to retreat. Whoosh! 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 The same arrow noise rang in everyone's Tao heart. As time went on, the unaware listeners grew exasperated. "Who are you, bastard? Hiding in the dark and annoying everyone? Come out and fight me if you dare." A different ancestor who didn't know about the noise was annoyed and shouted at the sky. Chapter 1949, Poof. The expert that yelled at the sky had an arrow shooting out of his forehead, leaving a tiny, bloody hole behind. His eyes were wide open, not understanding his death at all. His body eventually fell to the ground. People gasped after seeing the fall of a Tao celestial with more than 100 million units of chaos energy. He didn't even have the chance to resist, not knowing his murderer. This was the death of an insect or something even inferior. The unaware spectators were looking around after seeing the fatality. This is the whistle of heaven. Unfortunately, the common men of the world can't understand and appreciate it. A distant voice capable of piercing through all things emerged, flowing softly like water across the entire world. It carried an unquestionable prestige and made the weak drop to their knees. Buzz. At this time, the shadow of an arrow floated in space. It emitted a faint radiance and seemed to be peeling space apart. It was the ruler of space and all the laws. This light pricked the heart of all the experts here as if it was the sharpest thing in the world. "Where is Li Chia?" Even before the person showed up, his voice was echoing in everyone's mind. There was no way of dodging this noise even if one were to hide and cover up their ears entirely. Finally, a figure appeared next to the arrow. This person had crossed through the myriad realms in order to reach this place. Each step had taken him a distance that couldn't be described with length. Each step was a single world. Only a grand emperor would have such speed. Sentry Arrow Devil Emperor. An aghast ancestor cried out after seeing the figure of the emperor reaching from a distant realm. Someone reacted with a shout, "The sentinel is here, Sentry Arrow Devil Emperor too." An imperial group? How rare. Even a high god became alarmed after seeing the arrow. Sentry Arrow had 5 heaven's wills. His famous weapon was this arrow. Rumor has it that this was the only weapon he used throughout his life. Though he wasn't an assassin and rarely murdered others, he could kill people without leaving a single trace from a great distance away. He would be a great candidate to become a terrifying assassin. Due to his weak background, he started Sentinel to strengthen himself with 4 other low-level emperors. Not counting the dead wild lad, he was the strongest with 5 wills while the other 3 only had 3 wills each. The goal of the group was to unite for strength in number. After all, one hand alone couldn't clap. The weakest among them was Wild Lad, but he also had the best background. Alas, no other groups would want someone like him to join. A big reason why Sentinel accepted him, outside of his talents, was due to his background. They made an oath of solidarity, never abandoning a brother during the perilous moment. Thus, they were here to avenge Wild Lad. Will Fiercest be able to handle this? Someone said with fear, "That's 4 emperors, can he take on 4 emperors alone?" Even though people knew that he was heaven-defying after killing Wild Lad, the odds were still against him. Opposing one emperor was amazing enough, but in order to fight against 4 emperors, one would need to be a top-level emperor at least. Li Qie. Come out and fight. Though Sentry Arrow still hasn't arrived in person, his shadow alone emitted a terrible aura. As his physical being approached closer, the world was flipped upside down. So many experts were forced to the ground. Li Qie, come out and fight now. The emperor stabilized and sealed the area. The moment Li Qie appeared, his arrow would instantly attack. The horrified crowd felt that they were trapped in a cage by this Tao avatar of the emperor after he did his spatial control. There is no place for you to hide. The emperor continued his search for Li Qie while taunting. Boom! A hand reached out from the deepest part of the wildland, crushing everything in its path. The world trembled in fear, the emperors and eternal overlords were full of dread. The myriad laws and Tao screamed and collapsed before this palm. There was no way to withstand it. Break! The arrow in front of the emperor rose to the sky. This tiny arrow presided in the air like an everlasting spear with true dragons flying with it. They raised their claws and tore apart the sky. A terrible hole was left in the sky because of this arrow. Chaos energy oozed like a flood breaking the dam. The power of this arrow horrified the crowd. People far away still felt the same pain in their heart. Some even vomited blood. Bang! But this sharp attack was still not enough. The arrow was instantly bent by the oppressive palm. Activate. The Emperor's Tao avatar used imperial arts. Each one soared to the sky and combined with the arrow. It became resplendent before flying straight for the palm again. Bang! The palm remained invincible, causing the arrow to bend to the limit before collapsing altogether. It maintained its trajectory for the Emperor. Rumble. The Avatar personally attacked with wondrous laws, but in the end, it still got annihilated by the palm. This attack shocked everyone. A Tao avatar of a 5-will emperor was quite powerful even if it could only utilize 20% of power. But this palm from the depth of the wildland still crushed it so easily. Shouting at me with this Tao avatar? Come with your true body. A leisure voice came from the wildland. At the same time, an endless immortal light oozed out in that direction. The entire place seemed to be turning into a paradise. Countless laws emerged and tempted the spectators. This seemed to be the portal to the immortal world, telling everyone to come over. Chapter 1950. Li Qie stood inside the boundless immortal light while exuding a magnificent flame. The ordinary Li Qie was transcending at this moment just like an immortal. He himself looked like a flowing Tao. As he stood there immobile, people would think that he was moving through the river of time. Past, present, future, these no longer applied to him. Everything else turned to dust and no longer mattered. 3,000 worlds would be born and destroyed with a single thought of his. If he took one step forward, a new era would be formed. If he halted, it was the destruction of an epoch. He was the master of all, the sand of time was flowing in accordance with his whim. This was an everlasting existence. Emperors would slowly dissipate standing before him. There was an uncrossable gap between them. What is going on? Is this an ascension? Everyone was slack-jawed after seeing Li Qie in this immortal state. They didn't know whether this was an illusion or not. Everyone knew that immortals didn't exist in this world, but after seeing him right now, they found the opposite more likely. Even high gods couldn't stay calm because just a single palm of Li Qie was enough to crush the Tao avatar of an emperor with 5 wills. Just how much power was required to do so with such ease? What power is this? The high gods noticed that Li Qie didn't have the aura of a heaven's will or apex chaos energy on him. Some couldn't help but kneel down before him. It was an instinctive fear. He's rising against all common senses. Can such a being exist in this world? Maybe only 12-will emperors can challenge him. An old god knew more compared to the others here and spoke with apprehension. Boom! While everyone was frightened, space suddenly collapsed. The entire sky in the wildland seemed to have been stomped to smithereens. Someone was coming from a distant realm, and the sky here was only a portal as thin as paper to him. Just one stomp was enough to crush it. In the blink of an eye, four majestic figures appeared before everyone. They came too quickly, so the crowd didn't truly grasp how they got here. Boom! Their auras assaulted the world. Even before the wills themselves have appeared, this power came like a storm. All beings quivered before it. They came with their real body this time around, with engulfing flames and blinding radiance like the rising of 1,000 suns. Even heavenly gazes couldn't stay open. The four of them had armor on just like generals that could take on the high heaven and sweep through all the evils in this world. Nothing could resist their might and will. Your Majesties. Countless prostrated on the ground in reverence. Sentinel, the high gods slowly retreated, not daring to mingle around. The remaining 4 members of Sentinel were here outside of the late wild lad. The world became silent. Everyone watched with bated breath, knowing that Sentinel was here for revenge. As emperors, their oath wasn't mere rhetoric. They must stay true to these decrees and have revenge for their fallen brother. This was one of the reasons for Wildlad's rampant arrogance. After all, killing Wildlad was easy, but provoking Sentinel was very problematic. You are Wuxia? The middle-aged man with the strongest aura of the 4 stood out. He had a golden pair of eyes, resembling the reincarnation cycle. Just one glance could start the cycle and destroy an era. People were scared out of their mind just by being stared at by him, let alone actual combat. This was Sentry Arrow Devil Emperor, the creator and strongest member of Sentinel. Because he was a devil, his eyes had a strange charisma. Rumor has it that his origin was quite wretched, a flute boy for watching livestock. Later on, he came across an old scripture and began his path of cultivation. It certainly wasn't easy for someone like him to have such great achievements. That's right. Wuxia was now meditating in the light just like an everlasting immortal. Each of his words turned into mantra instantly. With a profound glare, Sentry Arrow asked, "May I ask who you are?" He still couldn't see through Wuxia despite being an emperor. This guy didn't have a heaven's will but was even more frightening than low-level emperors like them. He was an experienced person and not arrogant like Wild Lad. Does it matter? If you want to fight, come and fight. Wuxia said flatly. His straightforward response surprised the 4 emperors. They were here in person, yet he still showed such disdain. Fellow Daoist, we, Sentinel, have a blood oath together. You have killed our brother, so we can't let this go. Sentry Arrow spoke while slightly raising his brows. Is that so? Wuxia was still as relaxed as ever. What do you want to do about it then? Wuxia had no intention of settling this peacefully, to the surprise of the emperors. They glanced at each other and Sentry Arrow was still the one to speak up. Fellow Daoist, our demand is very simple. As long as you bow before our brother's grave and perform a respectful ceremonial, I'm sure we can let go of this feud. Now it was the crowd's turn to be shocked. In the beginning, everyone thought that Sentinel was here to fight, but now, the Emperor had changed his mind? This action could be construed as giving up. Of course, this was because Sentry Arrow didn't waste his time living. He couldn't see through Wuxia's background, but he was certain that the guy was unfathomably strong. Only Wildlad would do something so unwise. The group was aware of Wildlad's personality, so they weren't surprised that he finally got killed by someone. However, due to the oath, they had no choice but to do this. Even if they couldn't pay it with blood, the least they could do was to appease Wildlad's soul. In a short time, all eyes were on Wuxia, since this was an easy way out. Any rational person would definitely agree with this request. Wuxia smiled and answered, "There's something you don't know. There are only 2 paths for those who oppose me. First, tuck your tail between your legs even if I were to slap you. Later on, stay as far as possible away from me and live like a coward, regardless of how powerful and prestigious you might be. Coil if you are a dragon and cower if you are a tiger." Or, if you can't do this much, then come. Use your fist and power to fight me with all your might. However, this is a path towards demise. Chapter 1951. The spectators gasped after hearing this and became stupefied. Even Sentinel was shocked, but improperly expressing their emotion wasn't something emperors did. Ultimately, bowing in front of Wildlad's grave wasn't a big deal. This was the simplest and lowest way to let go of this feud, not difficult at all. One could even say that Sentinel basically didn't care about pursuing this matter and only wanted to keep up appearances. Thus, they thought that it was insane for Wuxia to refuse this easy request. Only a madman would do so. Furthermore, it even exacerbated the issue even more, since this was akin to slapping Sentinel in public. Not to mention emperors, even an ordinary expert couldn't swallow this indignation. The four exchanged glances before Sentry Arrow spoke. "Fellow Daoist, we are willing to settle this amicably, but your aggressiveness is not befitting of your status. You should reconsider, it's not easy getting to this level." Sentry Arrow chose his words well, as an emperor should. "I have no status to speak of in the first place." Wuxia smiled casually in response. "It is not too late for you all to scram, but time is running out. I'm so merciful for telling you all this. Fellow Daoist, you really want to fight?" Sentry Arrow's expression darkened, same as the other three. Wuxia smiled and said, "Want to hear the truth? If all of you wish to remain ignorant, then I want nothing more than a fight so that I can slaughter a few emperors, enough for a warm-up. Of course, I can be more courteous instead and phrase it differently. Please leave before making a mistake resulting in death without a burial." The crowd smiled wryly after hearing this. How was this more courteous? It was simply annoying and akin to pouring oil into the fire. The four emperors had a cold glint in their eyes. Their auras erupted, causing the world to tremble. Emperors were never ones to be afraid of fighting. However, some were careful and judged themselves and the enemies. But when it came to push or shove, they wouldn't back down. This was the case for Sentinel right now. Though they couldn't compare to monsters like Heaven Authority, they weren't to be bullied either. The style of the emperors was to never panic or cause trouble needlessly. Right now, they couldn't figure out Wuxia's power, so prudence was necessary. This didn't mean that they were afraid of fighting when reconciliation wasn't possible. Such a big tone. A cold voice interrupted the current conversation. A carriage seemed to be slowly coming from the horizon. Of course, it was moving with unbelievable speed. In 1 second, it was over yonder. In the next, it was already present at the wildland. It was dragged by 9 flood dragons, completely black and large. Their scales had a metallic luster to them. These dragons were different from normal dragons due to their horns resembling antlers. They flew quietly, virtually soundless, but it was still enough to cross through the countless miles in the sky. On the carriage was an old man dressed in embroidered silk. He had no frightening aura, but his features were sharp and emotionless. People would shudder with fear after seeing his visage. When he opened his eyes, he could cause the entire world to explode into ashes. "Pa! Pa! Pa!" The ones caught in his gaze exploded into mists of blood without a chance to scream. He didn't try to contain his destructive glare at all, letting it kill the nearby spectators. This was quite domineering and cruel, no regards for lives. Therefore, the other experts didn't dare to stop. Even high gods got the hell out of there. He had 8 companions behind him with varying ages. The old ones were even older than him. The young ones didn't look a year older than 20. They wore black armor with a dark luster while riding stallions. There was no sound in their travel, just like a group of phantoms. The 8 seemed to be a cohesive unit, 8 bodies but 1 mind. They were all penetrating and elusive, like a serpent hiding in the shadows, waiting to deliver the fatal bite. There was no escape after being hounded by this group. They would wait for their prey's weakest moment, then finish it off. Tame Dragon Cavalry. Someone shouted after seeing this group of 9. The crowd was horrified to hear this name. Even those from a strong background got the hell away. For example, people would be in awe after seeing a group of emperors. But fear was the dominant reaction after seeing this cavalry. It was definitely the most terrifying squad of high gods in Pure. It was strong enough, but its conducts were the worst part. To put it frankly, this was a group of bandits with zero morals. However, even bandits would follow certain creeds of the secular world. These high gods would have none of that. If a clan or an individual were to be targeted by this cavalry because they possessed a certain item, the cavalry would immediately start an ambush. It didn't matter if the target was a junior, these high gods would still rob and kill the target and their family. Some emperors have robbed people before. However, they maintained a certain style. For example, doing it blatantly and openly, not worrying about others seeking revenge in the future. This wasn't the case for the cavalry, for they preferred to hide in the darkness before delivering the fatal blow. They wouldn't spare the old and the young and went as far as destroying all the corpses in order to hide their sinister deeds. Their victims would evaporate out of thin air as if they never existed in the first place. Even imperial lineages have been robbed by this cruel squadron. Many lineages hated and feared them. In Pure, so many hoped that someone would put an end to them. Of course, the cavalry also chose their targets quite well. For example, imperial lineages with only one emperor or no surviving ones. They wouldn't dare to provoke powers like the War Monarch or Dragon Citadel. This was the reason why, despite all the atrocities they have committed, they were still alive and well. Chapter 1952, Tame Dragon High God. Other high gods murmured in fear after seeing the old man on the carriage. Those are Nether Earth dragons in the legends with the bloodline of true dragons. Using 9 of them as mounts? That's a bit too much, not inferior to the style of an emperor at all. A low-level high god became envious. Tame Dragon had 11 totems and was considered the strongest god from the last generation. People said that only ancient gods could defeat him. Though Tame Dragon was originally a lowly bandit and had done many heinous things, his power was unquestionable. Having 11 totems definitely allowed him to do whatever he wished. His achievements were certainly impressive, and his wealth might be even more so due to all of his robbing and killing. The cultivation world followed the rules of the jungle, but not many masters were as unbridled as him. Those who could become a high god would normally follow certain guidelines in order to keep a good reputation. For example, a great clan might have fallen but still had a lot of resources. Ordinary high gods wouldn't care enough for these resources and destroy the clan for them. Sect destruction wouldn't happen unless there was an underlying feud. This wasn't the case for Tame Dragon. As long as he wanted something, he would annihilate a clan, even if they were once his friends. This has been his style even when he was weaker. Who knows how many sects and clans have been finished by him. Alas, he was virtually untouchable due to his current power despite so many people hating him. Even ordinary emperors couldn't take him on. Moreover, his cavalry consisted of 9 high gods. This was enough to render many imperial lineages out of breath. Luckily, in recent years, they have faced a lot of opposition since the tallest tree faces the strongest wind. Thus, they rarely mobilized and showed themselves because they were afraid of facing an alliance by the other imperial lineages. If the emperors worked together, then it would only be a matter of time before their demise. Fellow Daoist sentry, long time no see. The carriage stopped and the high god cupped his fist towards the emperor in the distance. The emperor simply glanced at the high god and nodded. He didn't know the high god and didn't need to act overly friendly. Even though everyone was afraid of them, Sentinel was no slouch either. What is wrong with our present time? Even a junior dares to boast and look down on the world? Killing a grand emperor too? Such a heinous act. The high god said, I can't watch any longer and am willing to help you take down this person for pure sake, fellow Daoist sentry. For pure sake. Many people looked down on this comment, but they didn't dare to say anything. The Tame Dragon cavalry should be the first one killed for the sake of pure. But now, the high god spoke as if he had the moral high ground. This was quite a hilarious matter. Still chirping? Li Qia's eyes flashed as he mocked the high god. Ignorant child, Pure is full of hidden masters, not a place for you to do as you please. The high god immediately retorted, the emperors in Pure have spines that could shoulder the myriad skies and rule the countless realms. Who do you think you are to boast, clown? Today, I shall be the vanguard to take you down and make an example for the rest of the world. A bandit was spewing such righteous rhetorics and astounded everyone. It sounded like Tame Dragon High God has become good again, letting go of his blade to become a Buddha. A foul mouth deserves to be slapped. Li Qia uttered coldly. A gigantic palm came from the depth of the wildland and headed straight for the high god's face. How impudent! The high god shouted and created a shield refined from the stars to stop the palm. Boom! This celestial shield collapsed instantly and the palm kept on heading for his face. He was aghast and tried to dodge. Alas, the palm had exceeded the temporal limits and there was no escaping regardless of one's location. It could cross through the endless years with an undodgeable speed. Bam! A merciless slap struck the high god. Even if his body was as tough as steel, blood still dripped down the corner of his lips. He was tough indeed. This slap actually didn't break his teeth. If it was any other high god, his head would have exploded like a watermelon. Nevertheless, an 11-totem high god was just slapped publicly. This came as quite a shock. Fiercest did exactly what he said. Some people truly wanted to say that in terms of domineering style, they found Fiercest to be the best and would even kneel in admiration. Many felt quite good about the slap since they hated Tame Dragon. In fact, some of them had their clans destroyed by him but they couldn't do anything since he was too powerful. So now, they felt quite elated that he had met his match. The high god's expression turned unsightly after this public humiliation. He quickly wiped away the blood near his lips and regained a calm demeanor. He spoke, fellow Daoist sentry, this villain is quite fierce. If you or I fight alone, I'm afraid we won't be able to capture him. How about we work together with our groups in order to kill him or sure? The slap alarmed the high god about his opponent's power. That's why he wanted to work together with Sentinel in order to take Li Qia down. The crowd found this notion dreadful. Just either group alone was quite a headache. The two working together would be very frightening. For emperors and 9 high gods would make quite a squad, one that could sweep through the world. Sentry Arrow Devil Emperor contemplated in silence. They didn't like Tame Dragon and his friends but Li Qia made it clear just now how powerful he was. Fighting alone was certainly hopeless. However, working together would result in a great alliance. Perhaps they would have a chance at annihilating Li Qia. Come together then so I won't waste as much time. Li Qia leisurely said and interrupted the emperor's rumination. Everyone was speechless to hear this. They were aware of the emperor's hesitation. Any rational person wouldn't want to fight both the groups at the same time but Li Qia was surely provoking the emperor in doing so by making that statement. Alright, we'll capture him together then. In the end, the 4 emperors made up their mind together. Just like that, an impressive alliance was formed in a split second. Chapter 1953. The newly formed alliance horrified the spectators and robbed them of their breath. You want to fight? We'll take you on. Sentry Arrow's entire body became resplendent with his surging Grand Dao. No one could look down on an emperor. Ultimately, most emperors were fearless in face of trouble and would fight to the bitter end. Boom! Li Qia waved his hand and a large path was erected from the wildland all the way to the current battlefield. I'm ready to fight whenever. Li Qia said, however, I'll be merciful and remind everyone again that it is not too late to run if you want to stay alive. Be a good boy from now on or become my sacrifice. Li Qia's comment was annoying regardless of whether it was out of kindness or deliberately provocative. No one would be able to swallow this anger, especially people with high status like emperors. Nevertheless, the path leading to the wildlands still made the emperors hesitate. After all, this wasn't their home ground. Maybe Li Qia had prepared a trap there for them already. It's too late for you to change your mind now. Tame Dragon High God snorted, looking down on the emperors and even killing one. All of your crimes are unforgivable. Today, our Tame Dragon cavalry and sentinel will not leave until we decapitate you. There are no cowards among emperors, and we high gods do not falter either. We shall fight together until the end. He wished to tie sentinel together with their cavalry. In his eyes, Li Qia had killed too many of their descendants and disciples. Given their fierce nature, there was no letting this go without killing Li Qia. So now, they needed to tie sentinel to their war chariot. This was the best chance to form this alliance. No need to be hypocrites, bandits. It doesn't matter what happens, don't think about leaving the wildland alive since I happen to need sacrifices. Li Qia waved his sleeve and declared. At this point in time, the crowd would be more astonished if Li Qia wasn't acting so domineeringly. The high god's expression darkened, extinguishing the stars and dimming the Tao. His aura became oppressive and ominous to the dismay of the crowd. Junior, keep on acting arrogant. I'll be there to kill you. The fierce high god cupped his fist at Sentry Arrow and said, Brother Sentry, we high gods will be going ahead. None of us are cowards that would let a junior walk all over us like this. Even if our head were to fall to the ground, it will be after a bloody battle. With that, he and the other 8 high gods walked on Li Qia's pathway to reach the depth of the wildland. His comment was meant to egg the emperors on. He was intelligent enough to prevent his allies from backing off without losing all face. Now, all eyes were on the 4 emperors. It was up to them now whether to fight or not. Sentry Arrow Devil Emperor stared at the 3 emperors to see their opinion. One of them replied, The Grand Tao is full of trouble and misfortune. No need to be afraid, it's only death. The other 2 emperors nodded in agreement. All right, fellow Taoist Li, to the death it is then. Sentry Arrow finally shouted with his eyes flashing as if he was deriving an entire world. He stepped on the path with his surging imperial aura. The other 3 emperors followed right behind him. It's happening. Someone murmured after seeing Sentinel joining the fray. Ultimately, the crowd wasn't surprised to see the emperor's choice. Li Qia's humiliating words were too much to take. If Sentinel were to acquiesce, then they would have to tuck their tail between their legs forever, as Li Qia had said previously. They would lose all of their prestige as a result. Thus, it was no longer about avenging Wild Lad Heaven Emperor. Sentinel had no choice but to fight to the end against Li Qia. In a certain sense, their fate was sealed the moment they chose to come to the wildland for revenge. In the depth of the wildland, Li Qia was still shining with an immortal radiance. It had dispelled the fogs and mists of this world, allowing everyone to clearly see the battlefield. The 4 emperors and 9 high gods surrounded Li Qia in order to gain the most advantageous position for the fatal blow. All of them were experienced and powerful enough so they were able to find the right spots right away. There was no need for communication among them since it was all implicitly understood. Ordinary experts couldn't compare to them in this regard. Everyone watched with bated breath. This battle was going to be the most memorable fight in this generation. It has been a long time since the last one of this scale in Pure. The 4 emperors carefully perused the area. They could feel that a grand momentum has been created here, but they couldn't analyze it right away. Nevertheless, they were certain that it wasn't meant to stop them from escaping or to kill them. In short, whatever thing here wasn't meant for them. This perplexed the entire group. Tame Dragon High God's eyes flashed as well. He could also see the momentum here, but he came to the same conclusion as the emperors. Li Qia gave them time to look around. He sat there calmly without any rush. Don't worry, all of you aren't at the level that necessitates preparation from me. No need to use a butcher's blade to kill a chicken. Li Qia leisurely smiled. Anyone would be vomiting blood after hearing this taunt. calling high gods and emperors chickens? No one else would be able to utter such an outrageous comment. Sentry Arrow and Temedragon's eyes darted at each other. Clearly, they both wanted the other side to attack first. Your Majesties, your laws are peerless on top of possessing the invincible heaven's wills. This little brother will watch your back. We're on the same boat now and need both offense and defense. Tame Dragon said. He wanted Sentinel to go first while his group waits for a better opportunity. The emperors nodded at each other. They were already on the battlefield, there was no retreating. It was only a matter of time before they needed to fight. They weren't afraid of the high gods taking advantage of the situation either. No one was going to leave this battlefield that easily. Only blood shall remain. Fellow Daoistly, we four brothers would like to see your supreme grand Dao. Sentry Arrow stepped forward and spoke in a dignified manner. His temperament was still righteous, unlike Wild Lad Heaven Emperor. What a shame, I'm sure it wasn't that easy becoming an emperor. But now, you all are walking towards the gates of hell. Li Chia shook his head and said. Fellow Daoistly, get ready. A different immortal monarch uttered coldly. Boom! The heavens' wills and their weapons emerged. The invincible auras of the four emperors swept through the world. Other beings were mere specks of dust before them. 3 emperors revealed their 3 wills each while Sentry Arrow had 5. 14 wills were present at the same time, causing others to tremble before their might. In fact, the high gods here held their breath as well. Even though the 14 wills weren't aimed at them, they still exercised caution. Totems weren't comparable to heaven's wills. This was the biggest gap between a high god and an emperor. It wasn't something that can be made up by merit laws or treasures either. It flew outside and engulfed the entire wildland. Next, it imprinted its mark on the ground and death energy filled the place. Now, Li Chia was still covered by an immortal radiance. However, due to the presence of this deathly energy, he seemed like a reaper from the crevice of hell, ready to harvest the lives of his foes. Chapter 1954, Buzz. Seals of death appeared everywhere in the form of intersecting lines. This profound death energy permeated the entire place. At this moment, the wildland became a death zone. The amount of death energy under Li Chia's possession was unreal and could reach all the corners of the world, allowing him to support the reanimation of any creature, regardless of their power. Rumble. The entire area quaked once with sands flying everywhere. The ground would suddenly rise as if countless dead creatures wanted to crawl out from being affected by his death energy. ZZZ. In this split second, things got out of the ground in all 4 directions. To the south was a tiny pig the size of a face-washing basin. It was pink with runes around its body. Its ears were huge, nearly covering half of its body. There was also a horn growing on its forehead with a holy glow. This pig was extremely cute, not ferocious at all. From the west side, a creature resembling a praying mantis came out. Its entire body was separated and floating in the air, yet still connected as one. This was similar to how a puppet connected by invisible strings would look. On the north side came a sturdy bull, a specimen of physical prowess. Alas, when it was coming out, one could hear sands rustle because its body was actually made from sands. Some specks would occasionally fall down. Finally, the last creature was to the east, a tiny insect only the size of a palm with a green hue. It was quite fat with many fleshy pockets like an overweight caterpillar. Li Chia's energy was strong to the point where these creatures came out in their living state instead of being skeletons. They instantly rushed to Li Chia's front and faced the 4 emperors. Let them be your warm-up. If you can't even take them on, then you're not worth my time. Li Chia sat there and declared. Everyone was stunned to hear this. 2 insects, 1 pig, and 1 bull to face 4 emperors? That's too illogical. Outside of the bull, none of these other things seemed strong at all. The emperors could probably crush them with 1 stomp. However, the four emperors didn't share this belief. Despite a lack of frightening presence, intuition told the emperors that these dead creatures were quite frightening. Furthermore, even people with their vast knowledge have never seen these dead creatures before and had no clue of their origin. Fellow Daoist, what are they? Sentry Arrow stared prudently at the four monsters and still spoke in an elegant manner. They are known as the Four Beasts and have once ravaged an era. Li Chiye smiled and said, they controlled four different powers. Li Chiye usually responded in the same manner as his enemies. If they were polite, so was he. If they were rude, he would be ruder. Arrogant? He'll defeat them in that department. That little horned pig is in charge of strength. The mantis is in charge of space. That bull is in charge of belief. Li Chia introduced them with a cool demeanor. As for that caterpillar, it is the master of time and the leader of this group, far stronger than the other three. They won't be weaker than emperors. It sounded like Li Chia was talking to an old friend, not a mortal enemy. Of course, emperors had their style and he had his own unique style. The former faced hardship before reaching their level, so someone as shallow as Wild Lad was basically one in a million. After hearing the introduction, the crowd still didn't see how they were powerful. The bull was impressive looking, but it was still made out of sands. Just one touch would make it crumble. Four beasts? More like four pets. However, the emperors remained cautious. Tame Dragon High God felt the same way. Experts at their level could detect a general level of power. I'll start. Sentry Arrow instantly picked his opponent, the caterpillar, strongest of the four. The other three gauged their own strength versus the remaining beasts and picked their foe. Like Li Chia had said, if they couldn't defeat these four creatures, they wouldn't be able to get to him. Thump. One emperor took a step forward and an armor automatically wrapped around him. He became quite majestic and muscular, just like a jade pillar or a golden mountain. He chose to fight the mantis, so his first step was done to seal the spatial area around him. Buzz. Next, this spatial area turned into a terrible dimensional storm with multiple layers collapsing on each other. In this split second, the emperor and the mantis disappeared. They took their fight to a different spatial sphere. Let's go. The Grand Emperor who chose the pig roared. He took out a celestial shield and slammed forward with an unbelievable amount of power straight at the pig. This was enough to break through all things. Even a divine wall would collapse to pieces. However, the pig simply knocked against it with its horn. Rumble. Both the shield and the emperor went flying into the peaks nearby. Everyone was caught off guard. A three-wheel emperor was blown away by a little pig? Boom! The emperor rushed out from the pile of rubbles. He was completely fine since he had a body as tough as metal. Slamming through those peaks didn't affect him much. In a split second, the little pig has already appeared in front of him. It didn't have any wasteful moment, only using its horn against him. Its power was strength, so just the little touch of its horn could pierce through the earth. This was a physical force of indescribable magnitude. Activate. This emperor turned his three wills into a divine wall, capable of expelling everything. The majestic power of the will seemed so endless for all emperors. This was the source empowering them. Bang! The horn slammed into the wall. The emperor still staggered several steps backward despite having the protection of the wills. This showed both the pig's power and the might of the heavens' wills. Earlier, the celestial shield instantly shattered, but his wills were just fine. Nothing was more precious and powerful than these wills for an emperor. Die. The emperor retaliated with another attack fueled by an imperial art. His hand turned into a mighty axe and cut down vertically at the pig. The pig squeaked and rushed straight at the axe. In just a short time, the two were evenly matched. Chapter 1955. The third emperor had his sights set on the sand bull while the beast stood there motionlessly just like a statue. Go. The emperor roared and tested the water with a finger strike. In the beginning, he thought that it would try to dodge. To his surprise, the strike easily landed on the beast. Crash! It was indeed made out of countless specks of sand. After getting hit by the strike, it instantly collapsed. Alas, the emperor's expression changed right away. These specks exuded countless bright runes containing a Tao each. Everyone saw different things inside these runes. For example, if someone had Buddhism in their heart, they would see a sacred Buddha meditating and hear their chants leading others toward salvation. If one was greedy, then these runes would look like the treasures in their dream, coveted manuals, artifacts, and immortal metals. The shocked emperor instantly sat cross-legged on the ground while spewing out mantras. These mantras turned into supreme grand Tao while the three wills descended to protect him. He was clearing his mind in order to protect his Tao heart. The bull had the power of belief. It had no offensive potential since it only needed to convert someone. It could grant wishes with its runes affecting one's Tao heart. Under this influence, if one were to fail to resist, then they would be converted into a worshipper of the bull. Of course, not all spectators got this. They wondered why the emperor was taking this so seriously. The masters understood the delicate situation. If the emperor were to use force, it would only exacerbate the chance of his Tao heart failing. This would end up quite badly. The result could be an indelible shadow in their mind. That's why he was using his wills for protection to stop himself from becoming a worshipper. It looked like the most peaceful contest, but it was actually the most dangerous one. If the other emperors were to lose, they could still survive with minimal losses. However, him losing would mean losing everything. The last to fight was the strongest member of Sentinel, Sentry Arrow Devil Emperor. His eyes were focused on this fat caterpillar monster. It lied there lazily, seemingly dispirited. One would wonder whether one stomp was enough to flatten it entirely. Nevertheless, Sentry Arrow waited with a serious expression. He took out his weapon, a tiny arrow with a red string tied to the end. The crowd shuddered because this was his strongest weapon. Rumor has it that it was also his only one. He had no need for another. In short, this arrow was quite terrifying and could kill people undetected with a massive range. A high god was once killed by him without seeing a glimpse of him. He finally took action. Whoosh! The arrow left his hand with impeccable speed. Everyone felt they have aged 10 years due to the time-surpassing speed of this arrow. This could be 10 years in the future now. But during this illusion, the scene ahead was still the same. They didn't actually become older and saw the emperor standing there with the arrow still in his hand. What's going on? People thought they were seeing things. With a serious expression, the emperor used his 5 wills for self-protection. Whoosh! The arrow shot out again with a speed beyond visual discernibility. Even a high god with 6 totems couldn't see how he shot it or a trace of the arrow. Nevertheless, they clearly felt time passing by quicker. It was 100 years this time. Buzz. When people regained their wits, the same thing still happened. The arrow was still in his hand while the caterpillar was laying there, bored. What the hell? Am I just seeing things? The first was 10 years while the second 100, but nothing had actually happened. Some ancestors were driven mad. No, you're not seeing things. One high god spoke with an austere expression. This is a temporal fight. They're not within our domain right now, but rather, a unique temporal sphere. The emperor wants to break through the insect's temporal domain in order to kill it, but he hasn't been able to after 2 attempts. He gently sighed after stating this. Though he had 6 totems, he could only touch the surface of the power of time. He would have lost long ago while fighting this caterpillar. On the contrary, the emperor was able to stabilize his temporal sphere during the last 2 exchanges. This was already amazing enough. A weaker emperor would lose control of his own time while trying to attack the caterpillar's temporal domain. Boom! In the interim, the immortal monarch fighting against the mantis made it out of the special dimension. The beast was right behind him. The two were back in this main space and created a massive spatial storm. Numerous stars disappeared instantly since they were sucked into this storm. They lost control as well and got banished into the depth of a different dimension once more. Everyone was scared out of their mind. If this spatial storm were to happen at their own sect or kingdom, all the living beings and territories would instantly be banished, regardless of how large they might be. The destination was a deep dimension. Even a low-level high god would have trouble making it back. Only an emperor with 3 wills and up could make his way back in such a short time like earlier. Anyone else would have probably become a dried corpse in that dimension. Rumble. In another location far away, the Grand Emperor and the pig were ravaging the earth. Both sides used their immense physical strength to fight each other. The Emperor was using a galaxy river as a whip while the pig continued using its horn. Each thrust could penetrate everything. It was actually pushing the Emperor flying. There was no doubt that the Emperor was at a disadvantage. He would be grievously wounded right now if it wasn't for the Heaven's wills protecting him. Chapter 1956, Buzz. The Emperor fighting against the Sand Bull became dimmed. On the other hand, the runes became increasingly resplendent. It was obvious that the Emperor's Tao heart has been directly affected by the beast. This was even more serious than having his body destroyed. Fortunately enough, the 3 wills protecting him turned brighter. With a single buzz, his aura once again lit up. These wills had an immeasurable effect during the most perilous moment, granting him enough power to protect his Tao heart. So terrifying, even an emperor is affected. A high god who understood the situation became startled. An emperor's Tao heart was unparalleled and firm, but this emperor was still moved by the Sand Bull's power of belief. At the same time, he became envious due to the helpful role of the Heaven's will at this moment, even going as far as saving the emperor's life. The totems couldn't do so. Even though they carry the grand Tao and shoulder the fate palaces of the high gods, the totems were innately inferior to the Heaven's wills. Just having 1 or 2 more totems wasn't enough to make up for this deficiency. The 4 emperors didn't have an upper hand fighting against the 4 beasts. In fact, some emperors were even at a disadvantage. This wasn't a good situation for them since they haven't even touched Wuxia just yet before being suppressed. The crowd was astonished to see the emperors losing at the start. Plus, Wuxia hasn't actually done anything himself from the start. Whoosh! Suddenly, a cold and sharp ray aimed straight for Wuxia's throat. It was puny with extreme speed, capable of piercing the star to deliver a fatal blow. It was akin to a poisonous needle shot out from the shadows against an unaware opponent. Even high gods with 8 or 10 totems became serious after seeing this ambush. It was definitely a sure kill move. Pop! 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 The ray shot through multiple dimensions, leaving behind tiny holes. It became much weaker once it truly made it to his throat, so he easily gripped it with 2 fingers. Those who were strong enough could tell that this ambush needed to go through many dimensions before reaching Wuxia's space. Space displacement, even though he seemed to be so close, he had moved many dimensions away in the blink of an eye. The ray needed to pierce through all of these dimensions before reaching him. A dog won't change its way even after becoming divine. A bandit will remain a bandit even after becoming an 11-will high god. These phrases are apt to describe you. Wuxia calmly stopped the ray and coldly uttered. The ambusher was naturally tame dragon high god. He wasn't happy with Wuxia drawing parallel with him and a dog. He only wanted to try for an ambush while Wuxia was distracted. In fact, he didn't think it would be successful at all. It makes sense that some people will never become an emperor. An emperor can be cruel, emotionless, but never despicable. Wuxia threw down the ray and his eyes flashed with another intent. Buzz. Strands of holy light emerged all around the wildland and started gathering in the sky. More and more came out like streams floating into an ocean in a majestic process. Keep in mind that death and darkness were the main affinities at the wildland. This place has been reaped for many generations, so blood permeated into the ground. Even the sky was filled with mists of blood. Alas, this radiant spectacle seemed to be granting hope to the place. It seemed to have been buried in the deepest location of this epoch. It contained the struggle and hope of countless existences. Their strands, the embodiment of hope, would bring light to all. The wildland became quiet, the wailing souls and specters stuck on the river of time became calm. The light was washing away their torment and placating an entire epoch. Underground, certain dark overlords were robbed of their slumber by the holy light in the sky. Their eyes became serious as a response because they knew who this light belonged to. It nearly ended their dark epoch by illuminating the entire world. Alas, this person still failed. His light was buried deep underground, but today, these strands were coming out once more. These overlords felt an instinctive fear. Buzz. In the next second, all the light gathered on Wuxia's body. 2 wings appeared behind him. They were as white as snow without a single blemish, as if they were the purest thing in this world. Bah! The pair of wings flapped and easily crushed the dimensions nearby. Wuxia took one step to return to the main space. His whole being was peerlessly holy. Nothing dirty could touch him, all evils would instantly run at his sight. He was the Holy Lord representing the light and hope. Numerous spectators kneeled on the ground out of respect coming from the heart. This was a supreme saint removing all the darkness. Start the formation. Tame Dragon was aghast and shuddered after seeing this holy power. It was truly the nemesis of people like them. Rumble. All 9 high gods released their totems. Chaos energy poured down like an ocean. This was truly a magnificent scene. Many spectators have never seen 9 high gods working together like this in their lifetime. Boom! The formation was formed with haste. These gods have known each other for a long time and have fought together enough. Their teamwork was simply impeccable. The totems hovered on top of this grand formation in a dazzling manner. In the next second, all 9 disappeared and replaced by a gigantic monster. It looked a bit like a scarab or a beetle with a thick carapace on top, seemingly capable of shouldering the entire firmament. Rumble. This creature easily trampled over the peaks after waking up. It could even blow the stars out of the sky with a slight touch. Everyone felt their hair standing on end after seeing this creature. Tame Dragon Cavalry Skyplowing Insect. They used this formation to flip over a Grand Emperor's lineage back then. This was one of the cavalry's ace cards, relying on their totems to create this formation. It had immense defensive potential. One would need to break through their totems before taking down this insect. This was easier said than done, since breaking through a god's totems was essentially the same as needing to kill one. Chapter 1957. This insect formation had quite a battle record too, after taking down many ancestral grounds from great powers. Generational resources and blessings of the sages were all trampled, leaving many without homes. As mentioned previously, it even took down an imperial foundation left behind by a grand emperor and flipped it to the sky. One could easily imagine how fierce it was from this tale alone. Thus, the experts nearby quivered. Some felt a deep hatred while grinding their teeth, since they were victims of this formation in the past. Let the wretched be judged by the holy light. Wuxia glanced at this gigantic insect and said, "Rumble." The world quaked as the insect ran for Wuxia. Despite its massive size, its agility was still incredible, just like a falling star with a mountain-crushing momentum. It raised its sharp fangs straight at Wuxia. The main space instantly collapsed from this particular move. However, he nonchalantly flapped his wings forward and blew the insect flying out of the wildland, creating a huge crater. Boom! The insect crawled up again for a second assault. With the same disdain, Wuxia used his holy wings again. They pushed down and made it sink deeper into the ground, creating thick cracks from the impact point. The insect's 4 legs struggled crazily in order to escape. Alas, it was of no avail. How could the high god's power be enough to resist this holy power? It had swept through multiple generations and opposed the darkness of an epoch. The crowd's lower jaw was hitting the ground after seeing the easy submission. This was one of the cavalry's ultimate moves. Some emperors didn't wish to mess with this formation either, but Li Qie was having such an easy time. "We'll see how long you can last," Li Qie declared before his wings became more resplendent. Rumble. The earth sank down even more with the insect. Now, cracks were appearing on its thick carapace. If this went on, this creature would be done for, smashed by the holy wings. Will combination. Suddenly, Sentry Arrow Devil Emperor shouted. Bang! The four emperors seemingly became nothingness as if their body was melting. Their wills soared to the sky and with a deafening blast, 14 wills fused together in an amazing spectacle. Everything became insignificant before this single will. It seemed to be able to crush everything with ease. Buzz. Though the emperors have disappeared, the arrow was still there. The single will was controlling the tiny arrow. It started spinning like crazy, but it wasn't the only thing. The world, sun, moon, laws, and Tao were all rotating with it. Whoosh! No one could see the shooting arrow since it was empowered by 14 wills, not even ordinary high gods. After some poofing noises, the four beasts fell to the ground and turned back into death energy scattering to the wind. With another wind-breaking trajectory, the arrow went straight for Li Qie with a murderous momentum. Not to mention low-level high gods, even Tame Dragon would shudder before this attack since he wouldn't be able to block it. It was indeed a technique capable of slaying gods and emperors. Though the spectators couldn't see the attack at all, they could definitely sense that death was the most likely outcome. Boom! Sparks went flying. The attack was ineffective, stopped by one of Li Qie's holy wings. Everyone lost their mind after seeing this, including Sentry Arrow's group. This was their most powerful attack, yet it didn't leave a single mark on Li Qie. Not bad. Since you all were capable of killing the four beasts, you are qualified to witness my abilities. Li Qie nodded approvingly. With that, he dispersed his wings in holy light, reverting back to his original appearance. Boom! The sky-plowing insect was freed and immediately crawled back up. At this time, the four emperors and 9 high gods returned to the scene. Let's go. Before the emperors did anything, Tame Dragon shouted and began to flee with his brothers. They were truly scared. In the beginning, they thought that there was a chance of victory when working together with Sentinel. Now, it was clear that they have underestimated Li Qie. This group wasn't heroic at all. At the first sight of trouble, these bandits would immediately run. Honor, fame, and prestige weren't worth a single coin in their eyes. Boom! But they slammed into an invisible wall and were pushed backward. Activate! The group roared, wanting to break through the barrier. They used all types of laws and their strongest weapons to make it out. Alas, the result was still the same. The invisible wall had cut off their retreat path. People could enter but no one could leave. The aghast group finally realized that they had entered a trap set by Li Qie. The spectators looked down on this contemptible action by the high gods. In the beginning, there was a grand and righteous rhetoric of killing evil for pure sake. But now, they ran faster than anyone after seeing the enemy's strength. Even the four emperors were coldly looking at them. No wonder why they couldn't become emperors. Don't think about escaping now, Li Qie nonchalantly added. The gods were pale. They glanced at each other and Tame Dragon stepped out with his fist cupped at Li Qie. Senior, your Tao is invincible in this world. We juniors have broadened our horizon and are completely overwhelmed with respect and awe. Is that so? Li Qie couldn't help but smirk after seeing the shift in attitude. We juniors are frogs under the well, not knowing that you are an unbeatable immortal in the contemporary. The high god smiled. Our ignorance had offended you, sir, who comes from above. Please forgive our insolence and punish us. The high god put on a subservient act in order to beg for mercy, a distinct contrast from his aggressive act prior. Chapter 1958. Li Qiye responded to Tame Dragon with a smile. Don't you think it's too late to be begging for mercy now? Not at all. With a friendly expression, the high god bowed and said, Senior, you are an immortal, surely benevolent and magnanimous unlike common folks like us. We are insects in your mind, can't reach the apex or get into your sight. You won't waste time bothering with us. His subservient attitude was quite nauseating. The crowd found this act to be despicable. This was still a high god with 11 totems, representing a great power. But now, he was begging for his life? It was truly shameless. Certain high gods didn't like this either, since someone like him was besmirching their kind. Emperors like Sentry Arrow wouldn't look down on people so easily, but they found nothing but contempt for Tame Dragon. In fact, the majority didn't understand how he became an 11-totem high god in the first place. Most people of his level had an arrogance to them, but it was nowhere to be found here. Li Qiye smirked and said, If I think you are an insect, then why should I care at all? After all, one would just trample over an ant without a second thought. Tame Dragon didn't become angry or embarrassed. He was still showing the same sycophantic act. Senior, you are so honest, I'm learning so much from listening to you. If you don't mind my insignificant strength, I am more than willing to work for you. All right, put away your disgusting expression. Li Qiye waved his sleeve dismissively. Even if I want a little brother, I wouldn't want a shameless one like you. You can beg or struggle, but your death is assured today. It is up to you if you want to die standing or kneeling. Tame Dragon could no longer smile after hearing the absolute refusal. There was no point in begging any further. Li Qiye then glanced at the emperors and back to the high gods. Come one at a time or together? This will be the last choice of your life. It was a leisure remark, but it carried an emotionless bloodthirst. He was raising his blade while his opponents were fish on the chopping board. The emperors and high gods glanced at each other and couldn't come up with a better plan. It was due to their lack of knowledge regarding his killer moves, since he didn't participate from start to finish. It was frustrating not knowing anything about the enemy's techniques and merit laws. Brother Sentry Arrow, death is before us, it is time for us to work together. Tame Dragon represented the cavalry with this request. In the beginning, they talked about working together but were the first to run with wanton disregards for their allies. Nevertheless, the emperors had no other choice. It was either fighting alone or with the cavalry against Li Qiye. There was no doubt that victory was impossible fighting alone. Perhaps there was a sliver of hope by teaming up with the cavalry. Something is better than nothing. Sentry Arrow glanced over at Li Qiye and saw that the guy was nonchalantly standing there without giving a damn about their discussion. You have any good idea? In the end, they had no choice but to team up with the cavalry again despite their personal disdain. Brother Sentry Arrow, your arrow attack is indeed invincible and unblockable. However, it is not enough with your 14 wills alone. We must go all out and improve it in order to kill him. Tame Dragon said. Then what is your group going to do? Despite the looming disaster, Sentry Arrow didn't trust Tame Dragon at all. Certain people simply couldn't be trusted. I know that you do not trust me, but this will be our final move. Our lives depend on it, so even if I am untrustworthy, I won't toy with my brother's lives and my own. You don't need to worry, we'll stop him for a bit, but you must be successful in ambushing him or we won't be leaving this place alive. Very well. Sentry Arrow pondered and accepted. There was no other choice outside of this final gamble. Buzz. While the two were talking it out, Li Qiye opened his palace to release his world seal. A person identical to him stepped out from the seal. The difference was in their aura. This person had a suppressive and unparalleled imperial aura. Next, the two of them fused together with an eruption of power. After loud explosions, a boundless imperial flame soared to the sky. In this form, he was deriving the myriad laws and controlling the cosmic Tao. What is that? People were shocked since it looked like an emperor has taken over his body. Was he an emperor in the first place and had separated his imperial self? Many wondered if he was an emperor but couldn't come up with a suitable one. They found the notion ridiculous as well. Who could separate their imperial self and the heaven's wills? This was a type of decapitating the Tao. One would have nothing left afterward. Of course, no one knew that once Li Qie made it to the 10th world, he immediately copied his peak state as an immortal emperor. More importantly, since this was a copy of himself, it didn't matter how weak his current body was. There was no side effect to this particular fusion since his body could withstand it. While his imperial aura was ravaging the world, 12 gigantic figures rushed out of his palaces. They were also identical to him, 6 gods and 6 devils. The gods were full of divinity while the devils were engulfed in flames. These were the 12 gods and devils, one of his strongest weapons. Buzz. They immediately fused with him as well. Boom. This peak state was already terrifying enough, but now, the fusion with these beings allowed him to have 12 grand completion immortal physiques. Even though these versions were a bit weaker than the real things, there was no point in considering this minor detail after the fusion since no one has ever been able to cultivate all 12 to completion in the past. Thus, no one knew what a person with 12 immortal physiques would look like, so Li Qie's version was the best in practicality. He was unbelievably monstrous at this moment. Just a single wave could destroy an era, a single finger could pierce through the earth. Pure wouldn't be able to withstand one palm strike from him. He was simply untouchable. The experts here all prostrated before him. Is he a 12-will emperor? Temedragon's legs were trembling at this sight. Everyone's intuition was telling them that a 12-will emperor has arrived. Certain emperors were watching from the shadows. They took a deep breath and said, 12 grand completion immortal physiques? Being an emperor alone is not enough. It needs to be another emperor with an immortal bloodline to take him on. Chapter 1959, Finish your talk yet? Li Qie chuckled and asked his opponents. Tame Dragon stepped up and shouted, Junior, cease your haughtiness, we'll fight to the death today. His attitude and choice of words surprised everyone. Earlier, he was subservient and calling Li Qie, Senior. But now, begging was useless and it was time for a fight. This prompted another attitude change and he called Li Qie a Junior instead without giving a damn. This made the crowd speechless. How did this guy even become a high god without any personal principles? Go, let's see how long you can struggle for. Li Qie chuckled and didn't care at all. This group was no different from the dead already. Form the formation. The 9 gods came together, the sky-plowing insect appeared once more. Rumble. It was much bigger this time around. After each shake, it grew bigger and bigger. At this moment, these gods no longer held back and poured all of their vitality into the formation. It was either success or death, so they didn't mind wasting everything away. This gigantic creature looked like the king of insects, no, of all beasts. Everyone felt suffocated before its might as if it could open its mouth and swallow a true dragon. In the end, it didn't matter how shameless and despicable Tame Dragon was. The guy was indeed a powerful high god with 11 totems. Boom! The insect rushed for Li Qie with its sharp fangs, wishing to flip him into the sky. Just like that, even the sky vault was penetrated. Numerous cracks appeared before a total collapse. Come! Li Qie laughed and casually plucked stars and galaxies from above. The moment he touched them, they were instantly turned into the biggest bricks in the world. There were simply too many to count and could crush the entire world. They had a silver glow to them hovering up above. Boom! The first one was thrown down on the beast's fangs, causing it to take dozens of steps backward and saw stars from being dizzy. Boom! Before it could stabilize, another brick came down and made it fall on the ground. Everyone was horrified by this scene. It was the fusion of 9 high gods, yet Li Qie was beating it without using any external power. He was able to refine these celestial bodies so easily. Boom! More and more bricks started flying down. The pair of sharp fangs on the insect was broken. Just the sound of it breaking made people shudder. Die! Tame Dragon was furious and cried out. The insect released a divine flame, incinerating everything with explosions within. Next, a horn grew from its head and crazily spun like a drill. It became red and continued to spew out more fire, just like the fury of a true god. Boom! Wuxia didn't hesitate and threw another brick down. However, this horn was able to stop it this time. Rumble! The drill penetrated the brick while refining them with its wondrous fire. Cracks began to appear on the celestial brick. The horn was much stronger than the pair of fangs. It was the embodiment of the totems being offered right now. For high gods, totems were their everything. They shouldered these high god strength, similar to the heaven's wills for emperors. When they were burning their totems, it was the same as burning their Tao and chaos energy. This was going all out. Even if they were to slay their enemy, they would virtually be on their last breath afterward. Alas, there was no other choice for them at this particular juncture. The brick finally broke and the furious horn continued to rush for him. Now! Tame Dragon cried out. Bang! The 4 emperors from Sentinel were prepared. In the blink of an eye, their 14 wills fused together to create the murderous arrow again. It was unleashed in an undetectable manner. No one knew from which direction it was going to strike Wuxia. Buzz! Wuxia pointed forward. 2 domains instantly appeared, stagnation and demise. The insect became extremely slow like a snail while inside the 2 domains. Moreover, it was withstanding immense suppression, so its body started to issue crackles. Whoosh! The arrow appeared again, but it couldn't kill him. In front of him was a resplendent imperial wall. It was made out of his imperial runes, so it was much faster than the arrow. Break! The emperors roared and poured all of their vitality into the arrow, including their imperial blood. Boom! The arrow became bloody, empowered with enough force to slay anyone. 14 wills combined with imperial blood? This was enough to instantly kill an emperor with 6 wills. Ploof! The powerful arrow penetrated Wuxia's wall and struck his forehead. The world became quiet, only gasps and breathing could be heard. Everyone was completely fixated on this scene. The arrow had struck Wuxia's forehead and blood began to slowly pour down. Is it fatal? An emperor at the same level would surely be dead from an attack of this magnitude hitting a weak spot. Young noble. Jilin Princess turned pale in the distant. We did it. Tame Dragon was ecstatic and cheered. His plan was a success. The emperors from Sentinel felt the same way. Too early for celebration. A leisure voice interrupted their moment of jubilation. Pop! The arrow was pushed out of the wound. There was indeed a frightening hole on Wuxia's forehead with blood spurting out. However, it slowly closed before disappearing altogether. His forehead was perfect once more, as if nothing had happened. His opponents were dumbstruck after seeing this. Chapter 1960. He was still perfectly fine after being penetrated in the forehead by the arrow of 4 emperors? The spectators had nothing else to say. How could anyone kill him when his body was so tough? Of course, the emperors were paler than anyone else. Even the 4 grand emperors from the War Monarch clan were astonished as well. The force of 14 wills and imperial blood still couldn't take down Wuxia. This character was simply terrifying with an astounding amount of strength. They were aware of his real identity, someone that had swept through the 13 continents and massacred emperors in the past. However, his real body was out this time around. His plans would certainly exceed their expectation and his own achievements in the past. Wuxia looked over and spoke. There's no doubt that your murderous move is extraordinary, capable of breaking through my defense. Unfortunately, your group simply can't kill me. The battlefield is too lonely and boring without a 12-will emperor. This no longer sounded arrogant coming from him but more of a matter of fact. Indeed, everyone else was ordinary outside of the top emperors when compared to Li Qie. Run! Tame Dragon and his peers were scared out of their mind. The sky-plowing insect cowered into a circle before jumping like a ball to get out of this place. Too late. Li Qie chuckled and widened his two domains. At the same time, his physiques became resplendent and his supreme imperial grand Tao appeared, 7 knights. Boom! The two domains came crashing down on the gigantic insect. With cracking noises, the entire monster crumbled, revealing the 9 high gods. Alas, they started crumbling as well. Ah! Their miserable screams echoed across the world. Kill! The 4 emperors were aghast to see this, but they didn't run since they have promised to fight to the death. Boom! The 14 wills came together with the greatest of momentum, destroying all the stars in the sky. Heaven Suppression Fist. At the highest state of empowerment with his Tao and physiques, Li Qie's bright eyes could be seen across the 13 continents. Boom! A fist from the 9 heavens came down and annihilated everything. All powers were instantly destroyed and forced back to their origin. Everything became ashes before this overwhelming attack. Regardless of how powerful one was, they were instantly forced on their knees. Even an intent of resistance was not allowed. The emperors watching in the shadow felt a chill. This might be the most domineering fist they've ever seen. Boom! The 4 emperors were sealed by this fist before being rendered into mists of blood, a truly horrifying spectacle. The crowd would never forget this scene. Later in the future, they would wake up randomly and tremble in the middle of the night, awakened by this replaying nightmare. Emperors being taken down with a single attack. Seeing this once was a life worth living, ah. Meanwhile, the crumbling high gods were still screaming. Eventually, poofing noises occurred. They couldn't withstand the 2 domains any longer and were also crushed into bloody mists. Buzz! The remaining 14 wills lit up among the mists. Before one knows it, one could see the shape of the 4 emperors again. Rebirth. Everyone held their breath before this scene of revival. As long as the wills were still around, the emperors would remain invincible. This was the biggest advantage of an emperor versus a high god. Tame Dragon and his peers were crushed without a chance of reversing the tide. However, the emperors could still come back. 14. Others might have trouble tearing them apart, but unfortunately, you're facing me. Li Qie chuckled. Clank. 3 laws came down from his 12. Pluff. They pierced through the 14 wills and began an absorbing process. No, the reviving emperors in their recovery form were stunned and cried. Alas, it was too late. They instantly shattered back into the mists of blood. It's over. All spectators shuddered, including emperors. Remember, these beings have lived for generations but they met their demise just like that. Buzz. The 3 laws absorbed the 14 wills entirely and 2 of them lit up. Sentinel had a total of 5 emperors. Wild Lad had 1 while Sentry Arrow had 5, the other 3 had 3 wills each, for a total of 15 wills. Meanwhile, 6 wills were required in the 10th world in order to light up 1 law. In addition to the previously lit laws, he had a total of 4 finished. The 5th still required another 3 wills. Numerous spectators saw the bright laws and shuddered, especially the emperors. They were aware of the heavens' wills more than others. It was difficult to destroy them unless one were to use the same type of force. However, Li Qie's laws weren't destroying but rather absorbing. This was much more terrifying. What if one day Li Qie were to become an enemy? Their wills could become his nourishment too. At this moment, everyone understood that Tame Dragon Cavalry and Sentinel have become history. One was an imperial group while the other consisted of high gods, but they were destroyed so quickly. No one would believe this unless they saw it in person. The 2 groups of bloody mist still reminded them of the slaughtering just now. For many people, killing these beings was virtually impossible. But today, Li Qie had no problem doing so. The battlefield is too lonely and boring without a 12-will emperor, a high god repeated Li Qie's comment earlier. It looked like only top emperors could take on Li Qie now. Only world emperor will be able to stop him. A grand emperor from the heaven race murmured with a dejected expression. Those who knew about his identity was also aware of world emperor's abilities to stop him. In the past, world emperor was the one who led the emperors of the three races to stop the ambushes during the hunt. If it wasn't for this, the consequences would have been unimaginable. So many of their grand emperors would have fallen as a result. Furthermore, their contest waged on for many generations. This was indicative of world emperor's power and intelligence. Chapter 1961, Buzz. While everyone was still astonished, an immortal light suddenly came out and sucked in the blood of the 4 emperors and 9 high gods. The light separated into strands before weaving together to form a lotus. The lotus petal spread open spewed out a faint fire. It was ethereal in nature, making the spectators feel as if they were inside a world of immortals. Being bathed in this light was akin to shedding one's mortal body and exchanging one's old bones. Pluff, pluff, pluff. The fire spewed out began to enter the blood and began a refinement process. What is it doing? Someone didn't understand what was going on. The divine and imperial blood over there are priceless. If one could refine it down to the essences, what else in this world can be as valuable? A high god slowly explained. The majority shuddered after hearing this truth. Before them was a pond of blood from 9 gods and 4 emperors. Refining them down to their fundamental essences could result in a liquid that could allow instant ascension. Buzz. The fire from the lotus became stronger and used the most profound power to refine the remaining blood. After multiple tempering processes, the pond of blood started to have an amber glow. Poof. Finally, the lotus and the fire disappeared. This pond of blood has been thoroughly refined. At this time, that pond of blood was full of grand Tao aura, one that was eternal and primal. Such a Tao has never been used before, so it was brimming with power. Buzz. Strings of light came from the pond. They were resplendent and tempting while containing the purest Tao essences. Inside them were countless Tao affinities. Furthermore, chaos energy filled the pond before spreading out to the rest of the area. It emitted a sweet fragrance that made everyone comfortable. After the first sniff, the person's body would light up completely with flowers blooming around them. Even their grand Tao would resonate and become stronger. That's good stuff. Drinking this blood could grant wondrous benefits, if not more longevity. A high god swallowed his saliva and said, "Will I become a grand emperor after tasting this?" An expert in the distant wanted nothing more than to have a drink right now. Amazing. Even the spectating emperors sentimentally agreed. Even the foolest of all would understand that this pond of blood was priceless beyond description. Nevertheless, they simply watched. No one dared to try and seize it. Sentinel and tame dragon cavalry were the best examples. No one wanted to make the same mistake, or their blood will become part of that pond too. Suddenly, evil flames rose to the sky in many places at the wildland. After loud explosions, an evil presence engulfed the region. In the darkness, one could hear a faint sound of eyes opening, the dark overlords. Majestic figures appeared among the dark auras. Though they were still hiding just like before, they were indeed awakening. What is going on? A few cultivators were completely lost. Not good. A shocked high god immediately ran away with his disciples. Alas, it was too late. Ah! A bloody jaw suddenly came from the sky and devoured many experts in the wildland. Rough chewing noises on bones could be heard, and nothing was left of these victims. Run! Another high god was farther away in the sky. He crossed through the world with incredible speed. It wasn't fast enough to escape from a palm stretching from the darkness. It destroyed all of his defenses. Ah! This high god was torn into 2 pieces and thrown into the jaw as well. Crunches were heard as if it was chewing on a turnip. Ugh, some spectators outside of the wildland vomited. Eating high gods? This was quite a chilling spectacle. Rumble. The appearance of these majestic figures made darkness loom over the wildland again. The world trembled before their coming, all existences prostrated with fear. They felt that the end of the world was approaching. It made them quiver uncontrollably. Are the devils coming out? This was the chilling consensus in the mind of everyone here. Eyes flashing with blood also opened underground, fixated on Wuxia's pond of blood. They were gazes of blatant greed. These dark overlords wanted nothing more than to seize this pond for their own. Few things could wake up these slumbering monsters. However, this precious blood refined by Wuxia's amazing method could do so. It was extremely nutritious and desirable for these beings, hence their awakening. Alas, they were still apprehensive about something and didn't dare to come forward. They lingered in their own territory without taking the first step. Wuxia simply chuckled in response. He stood there without a care, waiting. The ones outside of the wildland felt their heart about to jump out of their chest. These figures in the darkness were naturally monstrous, but Wuxia was still so calm while being surrounded. Just this attitude and mind of his were worthy of complete admiration. Boom! After a deafening blast, a path meant for emperors extended all the way to the wildland. Among the path were 4 immortal monarchs walking hand in hand as their cloaks fluttered among the darkness. This passage illuminated the dark realm. Heaven Searching is here with 3 juniors to lend you a hand, sacred teacher. An impressive and ancient-looking man threatened the world with this declaration. For monarchs from Heaven Searching. Someone shouted. The first monarch of the 100 races, Heaven Searching immortal monarch. A high god blurted out. All 4 monarchs from that sect are here. Everyone was shocked to witness this. Heaven Searching could be considered the most powerful sect from the 100 races in Pure. Their progenitor, Heaven Searching immortal monarch, has not come out in a long time, but now, he was here with his 3 juniors. The dark overlords didn't try to stop the monarchs. They realized that something else was going on. Boom! Another imperial path split the darkness open. A massive chariot rode over with fluttering banners. On top of this carriage was a world-dominating man with 3 other grand emperors keeping him company. The War Monarch clan is here. The man proudly declared as he steered the vessel. War Monarch Heaven Emperor. And 3 more grand emperors from the clan. A heavener god cried out after seeing the man. Chapter 1962, Grand Emperors from the War Monarch clan, what is happening? Confusion stirred the spectators. First was Heaven Searching, now the Monarch clan was here too. 8 emperors appearing in the blink of an eye stunned the crowd. Rumble. The chariot continued deeper into the wildland. The clan was only a bit later than the monarchs of Heaven Searching sect. Meanwhile, the dark figures only glared at this development without taking action. Ji is here with my descendant to help you, sacred teacher. Another clear declaration came about. 2 people were opening the spatial fabrics. 2 portals opened, and after crossing through many dimensions, the auras of 2 monarchs threatened the world. They poured down boundless chaos energies and gave the sense that they have traveled through time to get here. Ancestors. Jilin Princess was astonished to see the 2 new arrivals. Jilin immortal monarch and another one from his clan. A high god recognized the 2 of them. 10 emperors now. What do they want to do, destroy the world? Existences cowered in fear because of the rampaging imperial auras. These 10 emperors were far more powerful compared to the low-level ones from Sentinel. Ra. The roar of a dragon suddenly emanated across the plain. A dragon claw capable of grasping the celestials suddenly shattered another part of the sky. A green dragon spanned across the world and let it heard its roar. It jumped into the wildland and tore apart the darkness. Qigong heeds your order, sacred teacher. Two men stood on this dragon's back, full of torrential imperial energy pouring down. The skinny monarch had a pair of eyes like the sun and moon on top of a draconic aura. Soaring dragon, immortal monarch. The two monarchs from the divine dragon mountain are here. A high god stated after recognizing these two. An ancestor from this sect was shocked and immediately performed 3 bows and 9 kowtows, forefathers. The crowd kept on being surprised today with the rapid arrivals of these emperors. Excuse my lateness. The Dragon Citadel answers your summon with our full effort, sacred teacher. A clear and righteous voice echoed across the world. At this moment, auspicious energy swept through the darkness. 3 emperors walked out from this energy as masters of all. Oh God, aren't those our imperial ancestors? Wu Qi was scared out of his mind. Wu Fengying's mouth was agape as well. These were indeed the 3 emperors from their dragon citadel. Even their ancestors couldn't meet the emperors, but all 3 were here in person now. Outside of their progenitor, Immortal Emperor Qinlong, the citadel is here in full force. Someone murmured. This is insane. In the blink of an eye, all the top emperors in Pure were coming. This has never happened before, and of course, the spectators had never experienced something like this either. This young one also wished to lend you a hand, sacred teacher. An immensely elegant voice sounded and brought about a sunset glow. When this evening light arrived, 2 grand emperors emerged and walked towards the depth of the wildland, 1 male and 1 female. The man was majestic and powerful. His posture straight like an impassable mountain. The woman was beautiful, a single smile or frown from her was simply unforgettable. Sunset glow fairy. An old high god recognized her and became drowned in memories. After so many years, her looks and voice are still the same, just as peerless as before. Matriarch. Yin Huali from that sect prostrated on the ground in astonishment after seeing these 2 grand emperors. The woman was Sunset Glow Devil Emperor, the progenitor of the valley. Of course, she was called a fairy when she was younger. It didn't take long before everyone was on their knees, not daring to stand upright. The imperial auras robbed them of their breath. Even high gods succumbed to the pressure. For monarchs from heaven searching, for grand emperors from War Monarch, 3 from Dragon Citadel, 2 from Jilin, 2 from Divine Dragon Mountain and 2 devil emperors from Sunset Glow, a total of 17 emperors has arrived. For many, seeing an emperor once was an honor, a great stroke of fortune. A magnificent scene of 17 emperors together was practically unheard of. Outside of the ultimate expeditions, only Emperor Hunt had so many emperors appearing. Today will be another wondrous date in the annals of history. Someone murmured at this awe-inspiring sight. Is it an attack on the wildland? A speculator thought due to the rare scale of the gathering today. Who in this world can summon so many emperors? A high god with 10 totems was puzzled. He then remembered a legend that very few people knew about and became shocked. Could it be, the legend is true? It has to be him. The high god's eyes widened with astonishment as he gazed at Li Qie. Ancestor, who are you talking about? His disciple asked after seeing his state of panic. Don't ask, just kneel. The high god kept his head low on the ground, still stealing glances at Li Qie. At this moment, he understood why Li Qie made the comment about only top emperors would be able to contend against him. He, indeed, was qualified to say so. This was an emperor-slaying existence, the starter of Emperor Hunt. This war established the current political climate in the 13 continents. He didn't expect to be able to meet this legendary character in his lifetime. Though he had heard emperors talk about it before, they were very prudent to the point of hesitation about the details. But now, the myth was right in front of him, so he didn't know whether to be shocked or excited. In the past, he assumed that the 100 races were merely exaggerating or mystifying the character. This didn't seem to be the case any longer. If there were people who could summon so many emperors in one place, this existence would be one of them. World Emperor would be another. However, World Emperor might not even be able to convince emperors from the 100 races to fight together with the 3 races, unlike this existence. So the emperors want to open the treasures here in the wildland? Others who didn't know about Wuxia had the assumption. Keep in mind that there had been rumors about the amazing treasuries underground in this place. No one would be able to spend it all even after many generations. Thus, people coveted it, but no one dared to attack this region. Looks like that's the case right now. A high god agreed with this notion while salivating from thinking about the treasures. Everyone certainly wanted a piece, but who was going to compete with 17 emperors right now? Chapter 1963, Li Qie smiled and nodded at the 17 emperors. Get ready, we'll begin shortly. The 17 emperors didn't waste words. They divided themselves to the left and right of Li Qie in order to form a mystical momentum with him at the center. The Dark Overlords were still hesitating underground with none actually coming out. This temptation was truly immense, but the risk was certainly there. Buzz. Li Qie activated the Pond of Blood. Under the great momentum, the blood absorbed the essences of the heaven and earth, seemingly giving birth to 3,000 new worlds. Inside this pond was the most beautiful and primal source of life. Clank. Imperial laws appeared as the emperors raised their hands. They used the power of their heaven's wills in order to empower Li Qie. He was controlling the most resplendent law that covered the entire pond with strings of light like a cocoon for another refinement process. Buzz. The already amazing blood matured like a ripe grape, ready to be picked at any moment. Under multiple refinements, the pond was changed completely, no longer in the form of blood. Nothing in this world could hide this never-dissipating life force. As long as it was present, it would be in full sight at any location. This majestic force was like the revitalizing return of spring and chased away the darkness. In the past, the wildland was a place of solitude, plagued with the scent of death. But now, this life force brought hope to the wildland. For some reasons, everyone felt quite comfortable basking in this essence and could see the sun behind the receding clouds. This wasn't just a feeling, their body was actually experiencing this. Pop. An unbelievable matter happened. A seed suddenly germinated from the dried earth. Only one young leaf came out, but this was more than enough. Such a leaf would be quite ordinary in the outside world, but something like this was breaking death and darkness with its green hue. The overlords were moved in the darkness. Their eyes reddened while staring at the pond. It had become the most primordial and profound life force. Whether it be the temptation or the hope it entailed, they certainly became unrest because of this pond. That thing is too heaven-defying. The emperors not qualified to participate in this incoming battle were frightened as well. Well, the materials consist of imperial blood and the power of the heavens' wills. Only this amount of resource could create such a pure life force. When ingesting this thing, not to mention a mortal, even an emperor would experience a monumental change. It's only natural that the hiding overlords would crave it. An immortal monarch felt his heart beating faster. Nevertheless, none had taken action just yet. Virtually all the top emperors in Pure were here. Doing something now was simply suicidal. Ra. One dark overlord couldn't resist any longer and wanted to jump out for the pond. However, a great power prevented him from competing. Not bad at all. I haven't tasted something this delicious for a long time now, probably forgot its taste by now. A deep voice resounded. Before everyone knows it, there was an old man sitting on the altar presided deeper in the wildland. It was an old man wearing a gray robe. There was no frightening aura nor divinity. His appearance was ordinary as well. However, the spectators felt as if a blade has been unsheathed when staring at him. The entire wildland became calm once more with his appearance, including the rowdy overlords. The darkness of this place slowly receded with figures entering the ground again in fear. Buzz. A curtain of light also blotted out this deeper region of the wildland. The spectators outside could no longer see what was going on since they could only make out the faint figures. Only the true masters could see clearly, such as the emperors who weren't involved in the battle. Only beings of their level could see through the curtain of light. Such a great momentum here, huh? I wonder who in this world can make it out of this besides me, but frankly, if I want to, nothing can trap me. The old man looked at the curtain of light and laughed. Everything is possible. Wuxia smiled and said, "You don't believe in failure, neither do I, so, let us get started." The old man turned his attention towards Wuxia with a profound flash. He then smiled in response, "I know of you, and your legends. Just like the young me, having an indomitable Tao heart." "No, you think too highly of yourself," Wuxia retorted. "You no longer possess one the moment you crossed the line. You have fallen, no longer worthy of it." Even emperors were frightened facing this old man, but Wuxia could still carry a normal conversation. No need to speak in such absolutes. Crouching down doesn't mean kneeling down, it could be gathering strength to jump again. The old man smiled without becoming angry. "There are many ways to crouch." Wuxia chuckled, "But your way will never jump again because you have become a dog under the high heaven, a shadow in the darkness." Wuxia shook his head in disagreement. "Perhaps you are right, but no need to debate this. You don't care for my viewpoint and neither do I about yours or the rest of the world." The old man in gray smiled. "True." Wuxia nodded. "Ultimately, one of us will be going down." With that, Wuxia called out the old man's title, Samsara Wild Ancestor. "I, Wuxia, will slay you today." Samsara. Some emperors felt their scalp tingling after hearing this title. Though they had a pretty good guess about the old man, the confirmation still scared them all the same. In the distant epoch of the wildland, Samsara had reaped trillions of existences for many eras. In his eyes, the living beings were simply his food and nutrition to grow his own power. Not too many back in his epoch knew of his title. But once they did, it meant that the end of the era was coming. Countless wise sages sang their righteous songs and raised their banners against Samsara. Alas, they were either killed or forced into submission and became his henchmen in the form of other dark overlords preying the epoch. It could be said that all the pain and suffering of an entire epoch originated from him. He reaped countless lives for his own sake. I know. Samsara didn't find this development surprising. Those who oppose me will either turn into dried bones beneath my feet or plead their allegiance to me. Tell me, what will become of you? Chapter 1964. Wuxia chuckled and told the ancestor, "Neither, I'll be the one to cut you down." Samsara Wild Ancestor looked at him with a profound glare. "In my youthful temperament, I would have tortured and killed you for saying this. Unfortunately, I'm old now, no longer as fiery as before." "You are indeed old. But the one to kill me won't be you. I can't think of anyone who can outside of the villainous heaven." Wuxia smiled. A ray of light rushed out of the ancestor's eyes, capable of annihilating everything. Though he had no aura, this flashing glare of his could frighten the emperors. He certainly could kill them with just his eyes alone. After staring at Wuxia for a long time, he solemnly nodded. "Indeed, I in my current state won't be able to kill you since I lack the same strength as before. However, not being able to kill you isn't a bad thing since an eternity of torture is much more painful." This didn't have the aggressive and ominous tone of a threat, as if he was simply stating a matter of fact. This leisure alone was even scarier than normal. No one could imagine the terrible fate of falling in this dark overlord's hand. Wuxia chuckled and said, "Too many pains in this world, and I have experienced them all. There was someone certainly stronger than you who had imprisoned me. I'm sure, he had already tried whatever you could come up with. Unfortunately for him, the outcome was me tricking him and taking all he had. I can also do the same to you, but no need to scheme so hard like in the past. Just suppressing you today will allow me to take them all." He revealed quite a gentle smirk at this point. The emperors were truly frightened, not because of Samsara, but because of Li Qia's smile. Some of them have seen this smile before. Nothing good will come out of it. Interesting, I actually want you to try and suppress me. The long years have been monotonous, so being suppressed by someone will give me something to do. Alas, no one has been able to do so. The ancestor shook his head and smiled. It's because you have been lucky. Li Qia chuckled. Along the river of time, you are not the strongest or the most brilliant, since if you were truly mighty, you wouldn't have hid in the darkness from start to finish, not daring to fight against the heaven. Why try despite knowing it's impossible? Samsara smiled. I'm simply starting in an intelligent manner. There has not been any exception, only death or turned into abominations. Why not save strength and wait for the right opportunity to rise? Li Qia disagreed. This is an issue of Tao heart. Fear even before fighting? The outcome will be darkness. So many wise men before us have come up with incredible plans, but ultimately, they at least tried. If you think you're intelligent by doing this, you're sorely mistaken, since you won't even fight in the future. You have reaped and devoured beings in your epoch for no reason. This is only living a borrowed life as a blood-sucking fiend in the darkness. Who can predict the future? Samsara didn't become angry. The Tao is endless. To act without planning is foolish. You can keep thinking that you're being wise, but ultimately, it is an issue of not being able to defend your Tao heart. Li Qia shook his head. How do you define it? Just upholding justice and maintaining the light? Samsara smiled. It requires self-reflection. What do you truly want? Never forgetting your true desire, that's an indomitable Tao heart. It has nothing to do with light and justice. Surely, your initial wish isn't to devour the world and massacre all living beings. Outside of certain races, no one is born with a heart of darkness. Samsara pondered for a moment before chuckling. It's too early to talk about this. The victor has yet to be decided. Li Qia went on. In my opinion, it is already settled. It is time for the wildland to change its master. Those who should disappear shall stop lingering in the river of time. Then show me what you got. Samsara responded while glancing at Li Qia and the emperors to his left and right. But in my eyes, not just the bait, all of you are just food for me. The spectating emperors shuddered. Only someone of his level could make this statement. Plus, they were aware that there were other existences like him still around. Reality was quite grim. Then come have your fill. Li Qia calmly said. Boom. With a loud blast, Samsara actually swallowed the pond of blood. His teeth grinded down on the shiny laws and took everything down his stomach. His body then lit up and quaked for a bit, able to sever all karmic ties. He was quite pleased with himself. It would be a waste of your effort if I didn't eat this delicious bait. Unfortunately, the hook is too weak. It won't be able to sneak into my body to trap me. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Li Qia had done something to the blood, akin to adding a hook inside. As long as the fish bit the bait, he would be able to capture it. Alas, Samsara was too strong and instantly severed all karmic ties. The power of the hook inside shattered with haste, unable to hold on to this big fish. Li Qia wasn't surprised at this result, evident by the grin on his face. Not surprising, still within my expectation. Looks like you're completely confident. Samsara naturally became intrigued. You really think you have what it takes to defeat me? Honestly, I also don't see what you have that will allow you to think about the final battle. Yes. Li Qia chuckled. Of course you can't see it because you never had any determination to take on the final battle. If you haven't done so, how do you know who is capable or not? That's a war that can change in the blink of an eye. Planning and strategy will all be thrown out of the window. Samsara smiled. How interesting. Whether it be a bluff or if you are really confident, I want to see it either way. Very well, I won't make it hard for you today. What do you want in my treasury? A supreme weapon or an immortal scroll? As long as I have it, I will lend it to you. The emperors in the battle were startled. An existence of his level had no fear of emperors, so why was he being so generous? Does the Wildland really have a paragon artifact? A heaven emperor from the monarch clan couldn't help but ask. This question has been looming on their mind. A paragon artifact, huh? Samsara smiled and shook his head. I'm afraid not. The paragon artifact in my possession has been destroyed during the destruction back then. But I can lend something not inferior to it, if you wish. He glanced at Li Qie after stating this. Clearly, he enjoyed and thought highly of Li Qie. Li Qie smiled and said, I won't deny that we are here to kill you for the treasury. However, it is supplementary for me, personally. My goal is to slay you, in order to show the world that there is nothing I, Li Qie, can't do. Dark overlords and watchers, be smart before me. This is my world, my era, and my epoch. Those who wish to become the reapers and herald the darkness. I won't mind hanging their head up in the sky of the 13 continents. The emperors were astonished. This aggressive declaration was threatening an entire epoch. No, it was threatening ancient beings living on the river of time. Its impact stirred the crowd for quite a while. Chapter 1965. Samsara wasn't frightened and said, That's why you came to find me. It's not really a bad choice. At the very least, I won't be able to run out of the Wildland. Make an example out of me to deter an entire epoch? I would also do the same thing. Samsara, you were the origin of the darkness for an entire epoch. Killing other overlords won't have the same significance as killing you. The ones left might not be as powerful as you, but the ones that are might not be as famous as you. Li Qie chuckled. I should be honored for such high praise. Samsara was very friendly and said, Flattening the darkness with me? That's a very decisive and intelligent start. After seeing Samsara's gentlemanly demeanor, one would have a hard time connecting him to being a dark overlord that had devoured countless beings for generations. His hands were stained with blood. He was definitely among those who had the highest death count in history. There are too many evils in this world, but some are really good at hiding. There are no more records of them, so they're impossible to find. If I kill you, I'm sure it'll make some reconsider. Li Qie chuckled. He wouldn't be here later on, and who knows what the future holds. Thus, killing Samsara would be the start to suppress this era. I've seen more darkness than you. Samsara smiled and shook his head. You can't fathom how darkness can bring joy. The world has light so naturally, darkness is on the other side. How can there be light without darkness? How can there be good people without the bad? Even if you kill me, it won't do anything to the darkness. It has always been around, whether you want to admit it or not. I'm aware. Li Qie nodded. No one can get rid of the darkness completely. I am simply lighting up a spark of hope, to show that the darkness is not that scary. Not everyone needs to falter, since there will be defenders of light. Your darkness shall be the torch that lights up this epoch. The emperors were also affected by this statement. He might be speaking directly to Samsara, but the content was certainly for the rest of them. At this moment, War Monarch and his peers understood that Li Qie came here not for the treasure or his personal gains. He wanted to warn the rest of the emperors in the 13 continents. Just imagine, when full-scale darkness descended, would the emperors choose to fight against the overlords or join them? The high-level emperors were naturally intelligent and could read between the lines. Now, Samsara spoke with a dignified expression. I respect the light since it plants the seeds in this world, allowing for life to grow prosperously for the great harvests. I respect the light, despite flickering in the darkness, it is still everlasting. His words carried a thick stench of blood, but it was definitely logical. The light allowed for the world to flourish. I respect the darkness. We need to linger around in the dark to fortify our Tao heart, so that we can fight to the end. Only by not forgetting who we are and what our original goals are would they be able to not let down those we love and those who love us. Li Qie also replied with a serious demeanor. This made the emperors think, would they be able to protect their Tao heart when the darkness comes? Will they let down those close to them and ultimately, themselves? These two were enemies, but they sounded like soul mates upon their first meeting. Those at the apex like them indeed enjoyed these conversations. Well, time for me to send you off. Samsara smiled and said. No, you are misunderstanding something. I might be the one presiding over this plan, but I'm not the main force to kill you. Li Qiye gently shook his head. Fine, I'll kill you first and see if anyone can stop me. Samsara reached out with his gigantic palm. It didn't have an overwhelming aura, but the emperors were startled. There was nothing below this palm. It meant that one struck, nothing could exist. Time, space, heaven and earth, even emperors, all would turn to nothingness. This was a grand momentum attack, capable of destroying everything in this world. Someone with mastery over this type of force had no need for techniques and merit laws. This was a being certainly capable of killing emperors with one move. Pop! Suddenly, a holy light exuded beneath this momentum of the void. The emptiness was suddenly filled, ending with the palm strike being blocked. Samsara pulled back and looked over, should have realized this. Who else can stop me in this world but you, old friend? We meet again as the epochs flew by. How are you? An old man stood at the front. He was the one who stopped the first attack. He had a gray robe, adorned with a pair of tattered and broken wings. He was still without imperfections and flaws. Despite the lack of visual radiance, others would still think that he was a holy being. After taking a careful look at the old man then Samsara, one would find striking similarities between them, not in appearance, but rather temperament and aura. They were both great men, intelligent and decisive. The difference between them would be that one represented light while the other darkness. This was an intrinsic difference. The newcomer was naturally Saint. Alas, not too many could recognize him nowadays. Long time no see. Saint responded, my body is still quite tough, can't die just yet to your disappointment. No, old friend, you're mistaken. Samsara shook his head, no one else but you can oppose me for eras and eras. Life would be too boring without you. Is that so? Saint calmly said, you won't be bored anymore after I send you to the Western Paradise. It's been so long, no need to be so angry, old friend. Samsara smiled, if you are still angry at me over being betrayed, I don't think I should be blamed since it was her choice. Dark or light, two possible options. When one can't see hope in the light, they'll have to head for the darkness. I don't blame her. Saint said, you're right, everyone has their own choice to make. After making her choice, I could still purify her and light a spark in her heart of darkness. Back in those bloody young years, we swore to erase the source of darkness. She couldn't persevere, but I've never forgotten my initial pursuit. Yes. Samsara nodded with a tinge of emotion. Earlier, fellow Taoist Li also said something similar, that nothing is more precious than protecting one's heart. Friend, you have also managed to persevere during those cycles, one step away from success. You are the one I respect the most in life. Samsara was much older than Saint. The latter was born in an era of blood, the years of the harvest. Countless friends and families of his died, but this gave birth to his ambition of quelling the darkness. After wasting endless times and experiencing arduous difficulties, Saint remained firm, never forgetting his initial intent. He once walked on this path with the person he loved and trusted the most. Regrettably, she couldn't hold on to the very end. During the dark period with no hope in sight, she turned to the darkness by betraying and delivering the fatal blow to Saint. Otherwise, there was a chance for him to end the lasting darkness in his epoch. Even after this, he still persevered on and didn't falter like her. It is time for the long epoch to end, the wailing souls and fallen sages deserve an answer. Today, it is over for the wildland and our epoch of darkness. Saint remained indomitable like the water in a well with his supreme holiness. Old friend, it's not that I'm looking down on you. Even though I suffered the heavenly execution back then, after the long years, I'm back to 80 or 90% power now. On the contrary, you are like a drying river. Even if I wasn't back to my apex state, you're still not my opponent as you are now. Samsara shook his head and said. 1. Euphemism for death. Heaven works here too. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.